Hello, hello. Greetings, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is another episode of How to Rock Astrology. It's nice to see you here, everybody. As usual, I'm a little bit late, and I will be thankful for everybody for excusing my Sagittarius moon. Today, the one and only episode today, we will be discussing Cancer rising. The rising sign of the crab in astrology is known as the sign of Cancer. And this is what we're going to be discussing today. Now I'm just going to get my pictures ready so that I know we're all good and figured out. I also want to make sure that I didn't mess up and forget an important bit. I did. Okay. So, today's episode, we're going to be talking all about Cancer rising. This is a predominantly tropical Vedic video. That means that I use classic Western measurements, but I apply Vedic philosophy to them. Now, it looks like my computer might have just given myself a pop. Hopefully, can you guys do me a favor and let me know if the tracking is off on my screen, if the audio and the video are in sync? I got a new computer, and I was hoping that that would fix such issues, and I guess we're going to find out whether that's the case or not. So, it's nice to see you all here. Without further ado, I don't want to spend too much dancing around. Okay, now I have my video ready. Greetings. Hello, Susie Underwood. It's nice to see you. Happy Sunday. And to everybody here that's hanging out with me, I'm glad to have you folks here. So we're going to be talking about Cancer rising today. Now I am ready. My friend Irene Mack is Cancer rising with Venus on the Ascendant. Okay, and Susie says that the audio and video are syncing for her. Thank you, Susie. I appreciate you very much. So it looks like we're all synced in and sunk in and ready to rock and roll here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as I said, today we are going to be discussing the one and only Cancer rising. I know a few Cancer people. I am in a band with a man who is Cancer rising, and he is all kinds of fun. Now, this is going to be near the end of the video. Since this is a tropical Vedic reading, we're going to be discussing the house lords of Cancer. As we can see here, this is a wheel that is built on the divisions of the whole sign house system. Noting that Scorpio, for example, is always the 5th sign from Cancer. Aries is always the 10th sign from Cancer. Sagittarius is always the 6th sign from Cancer. This is how we kind of roll in a whole sign house system. And I should let everybody know that I combine the whole sign system with cusps. So if you are a Cancer rising and your 5th cusp falls in Sagittarius, you've basically got some energy of the 5th house moving through the 6th house lord. It's going to be moving through Jupiter, which always rules the 6th sign from Cancer. You can blend the cusps with the whole sign house system, and that is what I do. I have a video on the subject if you want to know a little bit more about that. Now, I'm excited to talk about Cancer because Cancer is ruled by the moon, and the moon is very important to everybody. Hopefully, as we go through this, we're not only going to learn about Cancer rising, the sign of Cancer in general, we're going to learn about. It's funny how astrology, by showing that Sagittarius is the 6th house from Cancer, and Sagittarius is a strong emphasis of 6th house energy for Cancer. But the 6th house is tied into Pisces, which rules the 9th house. It shows that Cancer loves to work for its role that it plays, loves to 6th house work for its 9th house role that it plays in its family and in society. It loves to work hard. This is showing an example of how this even tells us something about the moon, Cancer being the lord of the moon. So we're going to learn about the moon and Cancer quite a bit today. And I'm excited to roll through it with you folks. Now we're 5 minutes in. Let's start moving through why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen. Not that picture. Let's start at the beginning. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, this is a live stream, and feel free to ask any questions and let me know any thoughts that you have as we go along. This is Cancer Rising by How to Rock Astrology. Om Namo Namaskar. So, as usual, I like to build. I'm a Western astrologer as well as a Vedic astrologer. So I come from a few places when I do these videos. This is us going through the symbolism of the planetary glyphs. We can see the basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs. And this comes from Isabelle M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science, which is this book right here, in case anybody's interested. It's a wonderful Western Gnostic-based text describing astrology. It's one of my favorites. And what she describes here is she describes the symbols that we use to develop a planetary glyph. You can see all of these symbols in all of the planetary glyphs. You know, I often show the fact, like, for example, when you look at the glyph for Pluto, we've got the cross in there, we've got the crescent, and we've got the little dot representing the sun, all combined in the sign of Pluto. Uranus has 2 crescent moons in the left and right of it, and the sun is in the middle. Venus is made up of the circle and the cross. Even Saturn and Jupiter, as we're going to see in those videos, are made up of the cross and the crescent. The crescent is above the cross for Jupiter. The crescent is below the cross for Saturn. All fun things to think about. Now, the circle is that which is boundless, eternal, infinite, without beginning and end. It's often represented by the serpent swallowing its own tail. It's infinite energy of Atma, the eternal self, the spirit. Now, the crescent represents the personality. It's half the circle. It's the outer aspect of being, the embodied spirit as it plays out through a personality, an individuated identity and memory on planet Earth. And the crescent is important in this way because with humans, we always see the sun coming through a person, but the moon changes. This is where the development at this present moment that I am in my eternal sun nature. I have an eternal sun nature that is always coming through me. But today, it's this. Today, it's this slice of myself. And Cancer risings, and anyone with a strong moon placement, needs to recognize in themselves that they fluctuate, they change, they adapt. And it is the moon, in fact, interestingly, when a moon is well disposed, it does adapt and it moves through all of the available, from the heart, the moon can move through all of the phases that the sun wants to embody and to express. Because on Earth, we're limited. We have limited time, limited space. So we can't be perfectly what we are to everybody all the time. We have to adapt to what Earth gives us in manifesting what we want to be. And a person with a strong moon opens their heart to the limitation that Earth gives them in this moment. It's interesting that the moon and Saturn are at a cross axis, Cancer and Capricorn. And that's an important aspect of what the moon's all about. The moon shares a lot of archetypal symbology with Saturn. It's like the positive side of limitation. I almost want to just describe this really quick. You know, Cancer is the negative side of limitation. The moon is the positive side of limitation. For whatever, it's funny, I'm going to say this just real quick here, folks. I had a dream last night where I was flashing in and out of phase of what I would call God. is the infinite all Atma. And what I was thinking about is that it's almost the blessing and the curse of being human. It's a curse that we don't get to be God. We have to experience ourselves through limitation. But when we can experience ourselves as a limited being, coming into wholeness, there's always the chance of becoming more of that infinite self that we are. When we fall in love, when we express love. And Cancer and the moon, love is an important aspect of it because it's almost like a shared experience of the seed of the soul is contained in another person. Whether that's a stranger that we meet at our door, they're always going to be Krishna. Other people are the Krishna in us. The self in one is the self in all. And it's a blessing to be able to become whole. And that's the positive side of limitation. Again, the moon and Saturn are at an axis. Saturn says, it sucks that I'm not God all the time. The moon says, it's amazing that I'm becoming God all the time. So let's explore where we're at with this. And we're going to talk about how Krishna is the avatar of the moon. And that is the bliss of being human, the bliss of becoming God. So, the moon is represented by the symbol of the crescent. And we see this a lot in other symbols in astrology. The moon is the builder of form. Again, this comes from Isabelle M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. The half circle is the symbol of the personality. It, like the moon in the physical sky, has no light of its own, but it must shine by the reflected light of the sun. It doesn't actually have any light. It is illuminated by the sun, which is the essential self. The personality acts, or should act, as a reflector of our true selves, the sun, the inner sun within. The sun is the greater light, and the moon is the lesser light. The periodical ebb and flow of energy in and on the earth is produced by the combined electrical and magnetic forces of the sun and the moon. Very nice little introduction to the moon from Isabelle M. Hickey. The ebb and flow of emotional tides are shown in the blueprint by the moon. Where the moon is placed by house is where our emotions have full sway. So it's important to see wherever the moon is in your chart, you can see through that how your emotions come out, what your emotions are, what they mean to you, and how you can expect to get in tune with them in a very powerful way. The moon represents the heart in a lot of traditions as well. It's almost like you can't really get through the heart until you experience the moon and the emotions. And at this point, I'd just like to make another reference to what we call chitta in yoga. I've been really getting into Patanjali's Yoga Sutras lately. And when we talk about chitta, we talk about the full range of emotional experiences and sensations that are happening to us, whether they're unconscious or whether they're conscious. So the moon, therefore, represents, again, the full sway of our emotional experiences. And that's partly why it's called the heart. We need to open, it's only those dimensions of ourselves that we hide from that makes the moon limited. This is why the best part of opening to the moon is experiencing opening to the wholeness that we are. We talk about chitta being perfect. What's the phrase we hear all the time? Sat, Chit, Ananda. Chit is the complete experience of what we are. And without understanding that Chitta is Sat, Sat is perfection, it's this eternal soul, it's Ishvara, it's the Lord. Chit is what we are as the sun, and then Ananda is the bliss of the Holy Spirit, you could say. And all of these need to be fully open to each other in order to tap into the Sat. So this is why, again, Wherever the moon is in the chart by house is going to show an arena where you might do well to explore how you might be hiding from the fullness of your emotional experience. The angles to the moon, the destructive angles to the moon from malefics, and the moon actually doesn't have any enemies, thankfully, which is very cool because of the adaptation nature in the moon that we're going to kind of talk about. Ultimately, where the moon is in your chart is going to help you tune into what chitta is if you follow the sutras of yoga. In a personal chart, the moon represents the personality, the subconscious, our feelings and receptivity, mother and female influences in a male chart especially, but for both. Even for women, the moon does resonate with the fourth house, with mother, with Cancer, with female influences. It's just more of an more significant to men because men don't inherently, it's the yin to the man's yang. So the man will feel it more. It's like, if you throw a snowball into a field full of snow, you're not going to see it as well. That's like the feminine experience for a woman. If you throw a snowball into a coal mine, the white of the snowball will stand out amongst the black of the coal mine. So that's why men experience this to be more of the case, but it's the same for both. The moon represents femininity, represents memory. It's the habit patterns of the past, for better and for worse. It's known to hold anatomically, it's the stomach and breast in the physical body, and this is partly why there's a correlation of Cancer in the moon with the heart, the breast. The moon also rules mass consciousness, and i.e. that means the public, which is really ruled by emotion, not by reason. It's interesting when you see a politician and they go up on the stand or they talk to the people, if they are completely darkly objective and rational minded, sometimes there will be times in history where such figures will be praised. But most times when you see a politician who is getting regard from the masses, it's because they have a humanity to them. It's because people can relate to them. Many actors, many famous stars get there because they're relatable. And this is part of the reason why the moon relates to the masses, to the, even, it says a lot about our individuated experience. The moon in particular in our chart is very much an individuated experience. But the self in one is the self in all. And if you can understand yourself, you can understand the nature of the self inside of everybody. And then you can adapt. You can relate to the humanity in them that you know in yourself. There's a key here. This is partly why Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and it's debilitated in Capricorn. Jupiter, being the guru, always does well when it follows the blueprint of the joy of the self in one, which is the self in all. And that is Cancer in a lot of ways. So, we have somebody asking, Kelzor Pine Tree has asked, are there any thoughts on how you know when the personality isn't being a true reflection of the sun and getting bogged down? You mentioned you have to go through the heart first. How you know when the personality isn't being a true reflection of the sun and getting bogged down. Well, Kelzor Pine Tree, I would say that really, if you are not experiencing joy in your life, then it could very well be that the moon is not opening itself through the heart. But really, joy is a full integration, typically, of all the things in the astrology chart. You could be opening up to your moon. You can be opening up to the fullness of your heart. But if you're not also integrating that with Saturn It might be hard to put a roof over your head, and you could be a smiling vagabond, and that's cool. That's where some people are at. But ideally, it would be good to have all of the aspects of your chart integrated in a healthy and holistic way in order to feel joy. But the moon's joy is very particular. What we're going to read about is that the moon's joy is basically the feeling that you have accepted yourself. You have learned to forgive yourself. This is what illuminates Chitta, the full range of emotional experiences that we're having. If you can't forgive yourself for something, then there's a black spot there. You don't want to nobody wants to keep looking at the time where they failed, at the experiences that have caused them to feel like a failure. If you try to be reflective like water, if you contemplate, you sit, you meditate, you allow the compulsions of your mind to go away and observe what has come before you, if you feel antagonized by any of it, or if you don't want to look there, if you feel bad about sitting and thinking about yourself and learning to accept what happened, then that might be a sign that you aren't living with your authenticity, with emotional authenticity. And this is the kind of thing that everybody should do. That's why the moon is a real key. This is why the moon is regarded as having the avatar Krishna. It's love of the self, because we are the divine. And this means everything about our lives. That's what Chitta is. It's everything in our lives. Once you stop being antagonized by what you've become, you can wipe the dust off the mirror and just move on with being what you are. But we all hold emotional angst for things that have happened to us. We feel victimized. Victimization is the key. If you feel victimized by anything, you need to explore that through a therapist or through a yoga teacher or through a counselor or through friends or people that you love. You have to accept this, in Kelzor Pine Tree as mentioned, I guess you have to accept the small self too. And I understand what you mean. There's the eternal self that we want to be, and there's the self, the small self, the lowercase s, the ego that is moving through the adaptation phase. Once you forgive yourself, once you battle and win the battle against victimization, that's the biggest, most key word for the moon in all of us, for Chitta, for unlocking Chitta, the full experience of what you are. Self-forgiveness. Once you accept the small self, once you accept what you've come through, you begin to carve the heart into the present moment, no matter what it gives you, and you don't feel victimized by it. You accept it as a gift of the divine in this moment to exist and to become what you need to be. Can't become what you need to be if you don't exist, and existence always has its hard side. So if you accept the hard side, you're in wherever we all are, learning to embody fullness and wholeness of Chitta, of the self that we are. So I hope that's clarifying, Kelzor. I appreciate the question. I'm learning to, as we go along with astrology, I'm trying to also learn to speak to the human experience. So thank you for the question, Kelzor Pine Tree, and I hope that was a little bit helpful there. Gonna get better as we go along, folks. You gotta adapt, you know? Now, I guess I should say, Irene Mack has Lilith conjunct moon. It's very changeable. It's mother and anti-mother. Interesting. I don't know too much about Lilith, Irene. It's something I do have to read about. And Susie says, when I dance, I feel like all of my planets are in a massive conjunction. Dope. Whoa. Thank you for sharing that. Susie says, when I dance, I feel like all of my planets are in a massive conjunction. I get that. That's like such a wholeness to me. I love to hear it. Now let's move along here, folks. We're going to finish what we're talking about in terms of the moon. The moon is the significator of the personality and the subconscious and instinctive patterns of memory hidden therein. Again, this is why it's important to practice something where you can forgive the patterns that have come through, feel what you are. That's why Hatha Yoga is very good, because it's in the body, the neuromatic memory. You can move through the body and develop the space of the bliss that's inside your body while accepting, if you've got a bummed leg and you can't stretch that far, you don't push past it and hurt yourself. You just deal with the bliss that you have in front of you and slowly even push past and slowly work on that tense right leg or whatever it is that you can't stretch. So that eventually you have the pliability. You need to accept what your limitations are before you can work with them. Damn, is that ever a line? I'm feeling it today, folks. You have to accept what your limitations are before you can work with them. And you can't acknowledge those limitations if you don't come from the path of the fearless heart. The moon, when it's well placed, is a fearless heart that completely accepts whatever has happened to the person. The moon rules the side of life and the functional activity of the body. It rules the form side of life, functional activity of the body. Birth and death are under the dominion of the moon. The tides and rhythms of the body, as well as the tides in the ocean, are under the influence of the moon. So it rules the emotional and feeling side of mankind's nature. So it's interesting that, again, Isabelle Hickey gives us some more information here. The moon rules the public, which is mass consciousness, which does not reason, but responds to life through emotions. The demagogues know this fact well. They are able to influence public opinion by playing on the emotions and feelings of the people. So that goes to show you that when it comes to the high-end Capricorn-y elites ruling the world, they have human hearts, believe it or not, and they use their understanding of the self in one, which is the self in all, to do what they do on the pulpit. Sometimes that's for better or worse. When we get a good politician, it's good that they're tuned into humanity, because then they can understand the little guy, the masses, the individuated emotional human experience. Now, Kelzor Pine Tree has just donated $10 to me, and thank you so much, Kelzor Pine Tree. I appreciate you doing that for me and supporting the channel. I'm glad that you've been enjoying this. Okay, so I'm glad that we have been moving through this fun stuff, folks. Now, let's start getting, I've been talking in a sort of, poetic, symbolic way. Let's start getting into some astrology consciousness here. We still have more poetic stuff to go through. But in this bit, I'm going to speak to the ascendant sign of Cancer. It's in here somewhere. Here we go. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have been digging this. Next up, as we can see here on my presentation, we're looking at Cancer Rising by Isabelle M. Hickey. And again, this is the same Western-based book. I like this book because she gives a lot of real Western bones on the signs. As we go on, we're going to get more Vedic. But I like to start off with a little bit of Western bones for understanding the symbols we're using here. Cancer on the Ascendant. These folks are generally timid and quiet, especially early in life. The Cancer person is sensitive, and they tend to retreat when threatened. Cancer is fond of traveling, but must always have a home base from which to operate. It's one of the reasons why Cancer can make a great traveler. It's because they bring their home on their shell wherever they go. And what they can do is when they find a shell that is better, they're adaptive. It's cardinal energy in the water sign. So they're adaptive in the realm of emotions and feelings. And as well, Cancer is the natural fourth sign, which resonates with the foundation of the chart, the bottom. and it even resonates. The fourth house resonates with real estate, although the houses do have a different symbology than the signs, but there's a shared resonance. This is what we see with Cancer, is that they love to travel as long as they can bring their shell with them. This is especially the type of folks that would have like an RV. And they would travel, they'd go south for the summer. I'm up here in Canada. I know many people who go south to Florida, Miami, and the States. They enjoy their time really through the winter, actually. And then they come up to Canada when it's warmer. They've got an RV. They've got this thing that they can go and travel and talk to people, meet the culture, but then come back to the home base. This is part of what Cancer is all about. If they can develop some kind of hard home base, then they can explore their emotions. You know, it's really reflective of Capricorn. If they have some hard-earned Capricornian reality, then they can do what they are, which is exploring the bliss of the emotional self. Cancer is sympathetic, receptive, passive, and psychic. They are psychically minded. They respond to life through feeling, not necessarily thinking. And this is why the moon relates with the manas, as we're going to kind of talk about. It's the manas, which is the feeling side of the moon, which resonates as thoughts. You know, it's like when you're at a bar and you are feeling the grunge on the walls and you're at some dive bar, you see the neon and all these people are sitting around drinking and partying and whatever the experience is going on. You are thinking about your experience, but your experience is essentially a sensation. This is the moon as manas. Manas is the thoughts we feel. Mercury is buddhi, which is like what we think. It's like our intelligence. It's like what we think about the feelings that we feel. But the moon is the feelings that we feel. And we think about them when we reflect on them. So this is why Cancer, rising in particular, they respond to life through feeling and not necessarily thinking. Cancer's moods are changeable. They're up and down like the tides. Again, for better or worse. Sometimes this can be for the better, you know, because by doing so, like we know with anyone with a strong moon, they are open to the emotional tides that they experience, so that when a tide comes, oh, I've been riding this my whole life. This is in my opinion, you know, women resonate with the moon, and this is one of the powers that women have because they have periods. Is they are forced. Men aren't forced in the way women are to experience the ebb and flow of the tides. So for women, when there's an ebb and a flow and a tide and a change needs to be made, they've been riding on that their whole lives. Men are the ones who have a hard time changing. This is why women are so important to us. And Cancer vibes with this. Even Cancer men can tune into the importance of this change and understand women at this level. Interestingly, when you know Cancer men, they tend to be very objective about the differences in the people around them and the genders, and it's just funny how that can play out. I know a lot of Cancer rising men that say women are like this and men are like this, and I have to deal with those differences. They're very objective about that. Interesting. Now, Francesca says, Jiminy mentions that you need the moon to be a musician. Very interesting. That totally makes sense to me. And my friend Irene Mack, that you've got lots of Cancer happening in your chart. I see that, Irene. I think you mentioned that you are Cancer rising. Love it. Oh, so I'm glad that Irene's here and that she's a Cancer rising. Feel free to tell us all about it, Irene. And anybody else, feel free to share what you're going through. So, note the sign the moon is in and the aspects to the moon. If the moon is angular, meaning it's in one of the 4 cardinal houses, the individual will be involved with the public, the mass consciousness in some way. Interesting. So if you have the moon, 1st house, 4th house, 7th house, or 10th house, you will likely be involved somehow in the masses, which is interesting. In Cancer rising, there's a tendency to indigestion when they are emotionally disturbed. The solar plexus reaction upsets the juices of the stomach. Very interesting. It's interesting how it goes both ways. When you are emotionally well, it's easier to digest. When you are emotionally unwell, it's hard to literally digest food. And it's the other way around. If you don't, Cancer risings would do well to practice things like Ayurveda, or Chinese medicine, or some kind of holistic medicine related to food intake in particular. Because Cancer relates to the stomach in this way. And it's hard to be open when you have a stomach moment of a shrinking or a devastation to your stomach. Really, this is important for all of us. Again, because we all have the moon, and the moon is central to all of our experience. So, I hope that you guys have been enjoying that. So that gave us a good bite into Cancer rising as a sort of picture of what Cancer rising is like. Now, before we go any further, something I would like to share a little bit of, and this will be the last little bit of poetic musing that I mentioned that I would like to go through before we move forward. This next little bit of reading is going to be coming from Ernst Wilhelm, our main man in Amsterdam, whom everybody loves. Ernst Wilhelm is a very important arbiter of tropical Vedic astrology consciousness. His book, Graha Sutras, The Planets of Vedic Astrology, is really mostly based on somebody called Parashara. I'm glad to see everybody's enjoying the chat so far. So Ernst has some great stuff in his book Graha Sutras, and I want to just bring this up. We've already been talking a lot in a poetic way, so I want to start getting into the grounded aspects of Cancer rising. But first, I just want to mention, usually in these videos, I've been mentioning the avatar and the deities associated with each planet as we go along. The moon is a very important one. The moon's avatar is Krishna. Now, if you're interested in this, I've also been doing a Graha Sutras series, and I'm eventually going to do one on the moon. I'm only going to give it short thrift here. Feel free to check out that video whenever I get it out there. If you want to know more about the story of how Krishna relates to the moon. In our Leo Rising video, we talked about how Rama resonated with the sun. The avatar of the sun is Ram. Ram is a king. He's all about righteousness. He's all about doing what's right. Krishna, interestingly, is a little bit different. Francesca says Ernst Wilhelm is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, and she spells it E-W. And Maui Logic says, like an ewe, like those little guys. I think an ewe is like a bird, but she says it's a lamb. I thought that was funny. Lamb choppy. It's cool that I can see the chat going as we go along. I'm having fun with this. So, it's okay. Feel free to horse around Maui logic. Now, the moon resonates with Krishna. And Krishna is a little bit different from Rama. It's because, the Vedic literature has so many ways of describing divinity and the self. Rama in the Vedic literature was a hard king who had to sacrifice a lot. That's the sun's whole deal. You want to embody the sun, you got to sacrifice. Krishna is more about adaptation. It's exploring and experiencing the fullness of the soul's desires through the path of the fearless heart. That's the way that I've been talking about the moon and Chitta. If you want to experience the limits of what you are and the fullest experience of what you are, you have to open up to what's coming through you. So this is what we're kind of reading about when we listen and when we talk about Krishna. It's interesting that the moon relates with the masses because Krishna is an avatar of the masses in a lot of ways. So what does the moon resonate as relates to Krishna? The moon indicates the early environment and the need to be loved and cherished. Krishna grew up in a contented atmosphere amongst the cowherds, where he was loved and cherished by everybody. The moon also rules cows and dairy and butter, which are Krishna's favorite foods, which are rich, interestingly. It shows that the subjective experience of life has energy. Most people, especially today's day and age, just go out and get a job and work hard, and it's all about what you do. It's not about what you are and what you feel. But what you are and what you feel has energy. And if you are drained, you are removing yourself from one of the key elements of what makes humans human. And as well, you're draining a reserve of energy. If you aren't living from an emotionally authentic place, you won't have as much energy to contribute to society in the best way that you can. This is partly what the image of Krishna is trying to explain to us. Now, Krishna especially spoke always of the importance of bhakti, which is keeping God always in mind. And he loves his devotees, his bhaktis, more than anyone else, even Brahma and all the other deities. It's when the mind, the moon, is kept centered in the heart that true bhakti, divine love for the universe, is activated. Some great writing from Ernst Wilhelm here. Now, among avatars, many of Krishna's activities are questionable. Again, Krishna gets into some trouble. This is the moon. Krishna gets into trouble. Not like Rama. Rama had the life of just perfection right from the beginning. It was hard, sacrificing, very classic Indian. The Indian story, the Indian culture, very much is attuned to Ram and the sun. It's the more modern spirituality that caters to Krishna. Rama and the Ramayana are, epics that came out like 4,000 years ago, I believe. The Ramayana might still be early, but I know that Krishna is sort of like a 0 AD, and Krishna developed as a figurehead truly around the time of Jesus Christ. Although we should say that Krishna was in the Mahabharata. Krishna did exist way before Jesus did. Really, Rama and Krishna are very ancient, both of them. Rama was a figurehead of the age of 4,000 years ago. Krishna came into prominence around the time of Jesus Christ, around 0 AD. So it's a different take on human consciousness. It's more about compassion for everybody. It's more about you live by the sword, you die by the sword. It's, you let the other person, someone hits your cheek and you let them hit the other cheek. Krishna is about that kind of compassion for others as well as the self. So, again, many of Krishna's activities are questionable. But his mind, since his mind was always one with God, with the inner divine, in fact, he was God. Nothing he did could ever be construed as degrading his spirit, even when he was doing things that might be regarded as questionable. Many things may befall a person, and an individual may even be prompted by fate to perform less than idealistic deeds. In times such as these, when you are doing something that is less than idealistic, you're doing something that's not considered good, you're doing something that you might even feel bad about later, whether that's you're going through emotional healing and you don't have anyone around to help you heal, and so you're like, look, you know what, I'm just going to go to the bar, I'm going to drink, I'm going to hang out with some bad people, going to see if I can get some tail, going to have sex with someone, drink my guts with that person, and hold on to some positive emotional experience, and then you look back on it, and it's not all that idealistic. In times such as these, the moon allows a person to feel okay about themselves if the moon is well disposed. This is what I'm talking about with experiencing the fullness of your chitta, of your emotional experience, and not feeling victimized, not feeling bad when the circumstances of life cause you to act in a way that you're not proud of, that you're not happy of in yourself. If the moon is well disposed, if you've got positive aspects to the moon, especially if you've got an angle from its friend Mercury or the sun. If you've got an aspect from Mercury or the sun, if the moon is in a sign that it enjoys, then the moon will help you to feel okay about yourself. And this is a key aspect of Cancer rising, because Cancer is on the ascendant. Your ability to ultimately feel good about yourself at the end of things, to have self-esteem, is what gives Cancer rising the power to overcome anything. On the other hand, if the moon is afflicted in the chart, for all of us, but especially for Cancer rising, even while you're performing good deeds, an individual does not feel worthy, lovable, or acceptable, does not feel like they fit in, does not feel like they are loved by people, like they are providing goodness for people that people are attracted to, even if you are. This is why we say a malefic moon or the moon in Scorpio doesn't emanate the radiating harmony that the moon in Taurus does, or like a positive aspected moon. The moon in Scorpio is willful, and they push to have people come to them. It's like they'll do work for people. You know, it's like, I can help you build a shed. You know, like think of a man with a very ill-disposed moon. And, you know, he's hanging out with a woman at the bar, and his first instinct, instead of saying, you know, what, like, you know, I like these kinds of movies, I like this kind of food, you know, I like to kind of do this, these are my hobbies, you know, a man like this would be like, oh, you know, your shed is messed up, well, I can fix your shed. I'm a rough guy, but I can fix the hell out of your shed. You know, he has to do something in order to attract. Somebody with a good moon attracts for what they inherently are without lifting a finger. And they feel like they get goodness coming to them. This is the power of a well-placed moon. This is the nature of Krishna in this story, as Krishna would get into stuff that most people wouldn't be proud of. But Krishna is always thinking in his heart, if I'm aligned with God in this moment, I might look back on it and not feel like it was the most in alignment thing that I could do. But I believe in what the divine is moving through me. Interestingly, Krishna, the word actually means dark, even so dark as to be black. Since the moon is the lord of the nighttime, the time of darkness, Krishna was called Krishna, which means dark, the dark one. and it's partly because the person of Krishna had very dark skin. The fact that the two greatest and most famous avatars, both Rama and Krishna, both had names that mean dark. Rama means dark. Krishna means dark. Why is this? I thought the sun, which is Rama's avatar, is the brightest thing in the sky. I thought the moon is the second brightest luminary in the sky. Blackness and darkness is that which is beyond creation. The world of man is illuminated by the sun. The worlds of the heavens and afterlife, even, are illuminated by the astral lights. That which is God, which is that one-pointed, most tiny and most heavy point from which all things manifest, is dark. Black, therefore, symbolizes the highest state of spiritual realization, the state beyond all physical and astral forms of realization. Ketu, for this reason, being the Graha of liberation, is also black. In the center of the Milky Way galaxy, in its center, are a black hole. So, at first, man, the same happens. It's like Ernst gives a picture here of the Milky Way galaxy. It's the center of it is a dense black hole, and it always has matter in its galaxies coming around, spinning back into it. And when our universe, and trillions of years or whatever it is, gets sucked back into the center of the Milky Way, that is the ending of a day of Brahma, in which case we're spit out again so that life can start anew, and that's a day of Brahma. Same thing happens in the evolution of man. At first, man reaches further and further away from himself until he comes to realize that fulfillment's an internal process. And then he seeks to look into himself until he becomes guru, which literally means heavy, like gravitation, upon which he attracts everything towards himself, just like a black hole, and thus experiences all fulfillment. I love that little bit there, and I just had to share that before we went on. Ernst Wilhelm, everybody, is one of the great writers that I love. Our black sun, as Lucas James has mentioned. It's nice to see everybody hanging out here. Now, the deity of the moon is called Ambu in the Vedic literature, which relates to the moon. Agni it permeates all that is, what is created and what grows. Agni is the initiator of things, where Ambu allows what is created to grow, change, and adapt. And creation does this. It manifests in a adaptive way through Ambu, through the moon. So Ambu is thus the lord of all creative forces. There's a dual nature to Ambu, of creation as well as the need to destroy, and that's why there's a waxing and waning period of the moon. Varuna is another deity associated with the moon, but it's more about the force of water outside of ourselves, whereas Ambu is the force of water in adaptation inside of ourselves. So yes, give it up for Ernst. Gotta love him. So, I'm glad that we got to spend a little bit of time waxing philosophic about the moon and about the nature of, indeed, self-realization. If you understand the moon and how it relates to chitta, the unfolding of the manas, the full spectrum of emotional experience that we have. You know, really, right now, there's a world of energy that we don't realize we have shut ourselves off from. Because when you're a child, sometimes it's a positive thing. You're a child, you're 5 years old, somebody left the hot stove burner on, and you're a child and you see, oh, the red hot stove burner thing, that looks interesting. Tap, ow. Okay, I guess I've now built an association with that thing being a bad thing. I'm not going to do that again. That's a necessary limitation to what you can do in this world of hard, crazy, sharp things. Now, when you go and you're 9 years old, you want to talk to that girl or that cute boy in the corner of the room. You go to talk to him, and he just doesn't jive with you. He just doesn't feel what you're putting down, and he rejects you. And you say, wow, okay, that's just like the red hot burner. Ow, okay, right. I'm not going to touch that again. I'm not going to open my heart openly and unapologetically and fearlessly to another possible potential friend. Learned that. I'm not going to do that again. So we have these memories, this conduit of things that we've burned impressions into ourselves from the past. And really, opening the fearless heart in that moment was actually a good thing, but we made an association with it. We all have these unconscious associations. When we meditate, we open ourselves to the fullness of the chitta inside ourselves so we can explore beyond the conduit of memory that we've experienced. And this is important for Cancer rising to understand the nature of this. If Cancer rising can get a hold of their chitta, meditate, and learn to accept that they're so emotional, so adaptable, and they go with the tides of things, and they're changeable, then they can really hold on to things better than anybody else. Just because a Cancer rising is changeable doesn't mean, again, it's like the picture I gave with women. Women, once they learn the nature of having their period, or they get these fluctuations of I'm joyous, I'm in ecstatic, and then I'm lower and I'm hard and I'm gruff and all these things. Once they get in tune with that, it's an objective fact of their emotions. And then they can do the Capricorn thing, firmly dedicate themselves to something, whether it's a business, helping their kids go to school, or becoming an important business person in a world where emotional realities are, if you're a big top company CEO, there's lots of women on the top in the world of CEOs, because men, when they get up there, when the stress hits them, they don't know how to deal with the load because they haven't been experiencing their having a period all their life. Women CEOs are friggin' powerhouses for this reason, because a load for them is like, all right, let's do it. Duh, more. I get it. I've been doing it my whole life. So this is the same thing with Cancer rising. If you have a strong moon, you might be like Krishna. You might get yourself into some funky little trouble playing with the cowherd girls and, doing the things that Krishna does because my heart seems to be opening to this thing, whatever it is. I don't know, but I'm going to try it. And if you can forgive yourself for going and talking to that boy, even though he rejected you, then you can keep on going and talking to people, and you'll eventually hit a reality, a person, a friend who is the person that you want to be, that actually aligns with your deepest heart. This is the moon. This is why we say the moon is about adaptation. And Cancer risings can be the most positive, adaptable people in the world. Really, it's important to have a combination of Mercury and the moon when it comes to adaptation, because then you can align yourself with boundaries through Mercury. It's partly the reason why the moon has Mercury for a friend. But in any case, it's the moon, and especially Cancer rising people can find a strong alignment in their whole life with who they are, with who they inherently are and what they want to be. And it might seem very adaptable. It's like, the Cancer risings get so spread out into many different experiences. And anyone would say, how can all of these things that the Cancer rising person gets into be aligned with them? Because there's so many and they're all so different. But what's different to everybody else on the outside might just feel like home to the Cancer on the inside, because they want it to feel like home if the moon is well disposed. If the moon is well placed and can deal with that adaptation in a way that, they value themselves. They value their subjective experience. They value the richness of the butter in their life, in the cheese, in the dairy that Krishna loves. If it's rich, if it's delicious, then the Krishna in all of us, the moon, and especially Cancer rising, will find a way to adapt their reality to keep that richness. Again, if the moon is well disposed. So, now let's start moving into some astrological stuff. We've gone an hour just kind of shooting the shit. This might be a long video. Sometimes that happens. Let's see if we can keep things on the roll here, ladies and germs. Now we are starting to get into a little bit more astrological sorts of things here, folks. We have, in astrology, we have two groupings. There's sort of like the spirit or the inner soul, and then there's the material embodied soul. And they're all soul. They all have to do with the experience of the soul, because the soul is in the material and in the people around us as much as it is inside of ourselves. Now, the fire and water signs are on one side of this, and then the earth and air signs are on the other side of this. This is something that I do in all these videos, and I love to talk about it because it is important. Okay? Have you ever noticed that there is this division between the planets? You'll notice that there's a little bit of a connection of the friendships here. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn tend to be friends with each other. The Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter tend to be friends with each other, although there are exceptions to this. Especially Mercury and the Moon are the ones with the weird exceptions happening. Venus rules Libra and Taurus, air and earth. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. Saturn rules Aquarius and Capricorn, air and earth. So these three are grouped together. Then the Sun rules Leo, the Moon rules Cancer, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, fire and water. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, anciently. It's fire and water. So there is a split in the groupings of the planets. These are the fire sign lords, which is Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun. And then these are the water sign lords, which is Jupiter, Mars, and the Moon. And of course, the Moon and the Sun are also friends. Then here we have the Earth trine and the Air trine. And they're kind of on the other side. So, the friendship and enemies of the Moon. If you guys have been watching my videos, you should know that friendships and enemies between planets are very important. It's the friendships and the enemies between planets that give a key aspect of the dignity of a planet in its signs. For example, the Moon, of course, does well in Taurus, where it's exalted. It, of course, does well in Cancer, where it's its own sign. But the Moon also does very well in the sign of Leo, because then it's in the sign of the Sun, which is the Moon's friend. The Moon also does very well in Gemini and Virgo, because Virgo and Gemini are ruled by the Moon's friend Mercury. It's interesting that Mercury, again, Mercury and the Moon are the two weirdos that connect with the other camp. And it has to do with how adaptive, Mercury is like pure intelligence. So Mercury basically has the Sun for its friend, as well as Venus. The Moon is the mind, and it's the full spectrum of our emotions and experiences. So that's why the Moon actually has no enemies. No aspect of our experience can really be anathema to the Moon, because the Moon can always adapt itself to wherever it is. Although there are exceptions. For example, when Saturn is conjunct the Moon, nobody can get away from the limitation experience that Saturn produces. So Saturn conjunct the Moon can be a painful experience. Ultimately, the Moon has no enemies because it's adaptable. Now, Taurus, as the Mula Tricona, is a very earthy, adaptable position for the Moon. It shows how the Moon rules our ability to accept and adapt the life we have on Earth, here on Earth with the people around us. The Moon doesn't necessarily, it's interesting that the Moon is us adapting to the divine inside ourselves. But the moon is exalted in Taurus. And what is Taurus? It's the world really outside of us on Earth. But we have to understand that Taurus is going to represent those aspects of ourselves on Earth that give us joy, that relate to us in a natural way. So the moon being exalted in Taurus goes to show that the moon does better when our adaptation is opted to be open to the nature of the person outside of ourselves. Emotionally speaking, when we resonate, the moon in Taurus listens to check that the joys of the other person relate to the joys inside oneself. The moon in Scorpio just says, can I work by myself? Can I build a shed for this person and they won't bug me? That's how the moon in Scorpio thinks. Will this person allow me to adapt my independent ways of who I am, which I don't really feel like changing? I don't feel like adapting. I want to be what I am, and I kind of want you to adapt to me. That's the moon when it is it's not in its best place. The moon when it's exalted in Taurus and when it's got, when it's closer to the full moon, when it's positive, it's got positive friendships and is well placed. The moon says, how can what you are naturally grace what I naturally am? That's an adaptation that the moon wants to make because it's adapting to itself, because it looks to see itself in the world outside of it. That's the moon being exalted in Taurus. Now, let's consider here. This next bit, we're going to be talking about the planetary lords, folks, and we're going to start getting into some more nitty-gritty stuff. This is getting into true Jyotish consciousness. But if you're a Westerner, don't worry. I've made this easy for Westerners to explore and understand as well. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, every natural and talent or skill that we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. And that's why most people in their charts look kind of like this guy. They got big strengths and then big weaknesses. We all have that going on. It's partly because of this split. If you have a rising sign that is associated with the fire and water signs, they are going to be the buff side of this guy, which means that the other planets are going to represent the less auspicious lordships for your rising sign. And that's for Cancer, that's Venus, Mercury, and Saturn, typically. So, don't fret or feel defeated when you are learning about your inauspicious planets, because everybody deals with the same cards in the deck. It's like, if you're playing a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon cards, and you were playing with a deck that was it's fixed, then everybody would just pick that deck, and then it wouldn't be fair. Thankfully, life is not like that. Every rising sign ultimately levels out, even though you'll see that some rising signs have gifts, and they will also have weaknesses. It's like a role-playing game. It's like, one person wants to be a mage, another person wants to be a warrior, another person wants to be a priest. They can all defeat each other equally. It all has to do with the skill that you apply to your class, to your rising sign. And of course, all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. So don't think of it as being an annoying or frustrating thing that you have these shadow ramparts of yourself. Hopefully you guys can see me here. Yeah. So, what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant? That's okay, Maui logic. What do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant, the rising sign? The planetary lords are what I was talking about as the whole sign system. Again, for Cancer rising, you know, we can resonate that with a certain thing. That reminds me, I've got to do something real quick here. So let's see. See, now this is something I should have figured out before I started here, folks. Layout effects. Here we go. I haven't done one of these presentations for a little while, so I've got to just work out how to keep all my pictures in order. I have a lot of different things to go through here, as you can see. But in any case, folks, as we can see here, this is Cancer rising. And this is the whole sign system. So when we talk about planetary lords, again, we're talking about, like, Scorpio is always the 5th sign from Cancer. Even if your 5th cusp falls into Libra, it is Mars that does the 5th house. It's Mars is the 5th house dispositor, really. It's the 5th house lord. A Cancer will always know how its 5th house is operating through Mars. It just happens to be the case that if you've got the 5th cusp falling in Libra, that means your 5th cusp, which is we almost treat it as like another planet. You've got the 5th cusp falling in the 4th sign from the lagna, which is Libra. That means you'll have creative things happening related to Libra and Venus. But Mars will still be the mental reality that you project into your 5th, through your 5th house. You got to be able to blend them in this way. I digress. So this is the whole sign system, and this is what we mean by planetary lords that we're talking about here. What do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant? I guess Maui logic. Oh, thank you, Irene. Yep, Irene's got me figured out. I am a Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon, and Leo rising. You got me right down, Irene. Now, Francesca's asking, do inauspicious lords become more auspicious if they rule a cusp that falls into a trinal house? You are Cancer rising with moon in Libra with the 5th house cusp. It depends. I would say when something is close to the 5th house cusp, it will just bring that into, really, how I would put it, Francesca. Francesca's asking if she's got the 5th house cusp in Libra and she has the moon in Libra, does the moon get the auspiciousness of the 5th house? I would say not. I would say that the 5th house cusp in your chart, if you have the 5th house cusp falling in Libra, if the moon is there and it's a well-placed moon, if it's a benefic moon, it's helping the 5th house. And if Venus is well-placed, that's helping the 5th house cusp. The 5th house, the cusps can be helped by the planets and the aspects and the dispositor of the cusp. But the cusp doesn't help what is in its vicinity. The cusp doesn't really do anything to its vicinity. It just pulls things into that cusp's activity. If you're a Cancer rising with the 5th house cusp in Libra, especially with the moon there, the moon will probably be doing a lot of 5th housey kind of stuff. But how that 5th housey stuff is going to go, you've got to check out Mars, because that's your outward activity. The grahas, the planets, are our activity, whereas the cusps is like the planets are an active cognitive force coming from inside of us. The cusps are more like they're the bottom of the food chain, and they are the physical world outside of us. So the physical world of your 5th cusp is going to be involved with the active 4th house lord of Venus for you. I hope that that's clarifying enough for Francesca, who had asked about that. So, somebody asked, Gogo Pogo is asking, why does Saturn hate Cancer rising? LOL. Saturn does not hate Cancer rising. It might be inauspicious, But if it's well placed, then you can have a very well attuned aspect of what would typically be your shadow. You can even have a very good planet like Mars. Mars is the most important planet for Cancer, and Mars is debilitated in the rising sign. So Mars is a funky, tricky thing that we're going to talk about. But even in situations like that, no rising sign hates the planets because the planets are ourselves. You can't, especially the moon, can't really hate itself. That's just not what the moon does. Although I guess if it's really ill placed, it would convey that it has a hard time accepting itself. But that's a karma of the person. That's not in the nature of the moon. So let's keep moving forward here, folks. Gogo Pogo is asking, is the placement of the moon more significant for Cancer rising because the moon rules Cancer? Of course. If you're a Cancer rising, your life experience is going to be conveyed through whatever the dispositor of the rising sign is, the lagna lord. So wherever the moon is in your chart is going to be highly significant to Cancer rising. And the question is, are we more our Atmakaraka or are we more our rising sign? That's a tough one to answer. In my experience, this doesn't come from authority. This comes from experience. I would say that our Atmakaraka is more central. I feel like I'm a Leo rising with Venus Atmakaraka. And I feel more deeply connected to Venus Atmakaraka. In this incarnation, I'm Venus Atmakaraka with a Leo rising. I believe that I've had other incarnations where I was still Venus Atmakaraka, but I might have had a different rising sign. That's my personal take, and that doesn't come from any scriptural authority. It comes from my feeling. I'd rather be honest with you about that than anything. So for a Cancer rising, how is somebody affected if they are born during a new moon, or a waning moon? That's a good question by Susie Underwood. I wanted to say this at some point in this video. A person with there's many ways I should have made really even a picture of this. There's many ways to convey, in terms of the moon revolving around the earth, and its phases of waxing and waning, there are really 3 things that you have to kind of consider. The most typical way that this is regarded is that, number 1, if it's waxing, it's better for the moon. So from waxing, meaning the waxing and waning phases has to do with the houses from the sun. So I've got the sun in Scorpio. My moon is in Sagittarius. It's the second house from the sun. It's only moved a little bit forward, but it's not behind, it's forward. Since it's waxing, that's one way of showing that I have some strength in my moon. The second one would be, is it closer to full, which mine is not. You want the moon to be closer to the opposite from the sun. For example, I'm Scorpio sun. The closer my moon is to Taurus, the better. Even if it goes over, it could be said that there's a strength in having the sun, having the moon close to the full moon. That's when having a full moon in your chart is almost like having the moon in Taurus, in a way. So we can see from this, the most ideal spot is to be waxing, but not, and close to full moon, but not over. The third one is one that I have been wanting to talk about. I'm recently tapped into it. I did a good video on the moon and Venus, if you can find it on my chart, and it talks about the differences of the feminine experience between the moon and Venus. And even in that, I didn't explain this one. The third aspect of what makes a strong moon, it's simply if it is between the 10th tithi and the 20th tithi. This is a Vedic idea. What it means is after the new moon during a new moon, the sun and the moon are together. Then it takes 30 days for the moon to come all the way back to being a new moon again. So there's a pocket. It's the 1/3 of this pie graph. There's 1/3 of this progression that is the ideal spot for the moon in this third phase. It's after the 10th day from the new moon and before the 20th day of the new moon. So in between the 10th tithi and the 20th tithi, which really means it's like between the 5th house and the 9th house from the new moon placement. So I'm a Scorpio sun. If the moon is in Pisces or between Pisces and Cancer, around there, the moon is going to have positive strength. So again, those three factors, it's waxing versus waning, waxing being benevolent, new moon versus full moon, closer to the full moon being benevolent and positive, and then being between the 10th day of the new moon and the 20th day of the new moon. All three of those convey strength for the moon. And again, the ideal pocket is to be between the 5th house and the 7th house from the sun. That's really the strongest place for the moon to be. So, seeing if we've got any other questions here. If you're on a 29 degrees of any rising sign, next life could be fallen rising sign. Gogo Pogo asked, and this is I can't tell you. I don't have an answer to this, but Gogo Pogo asked, if we're on the 29th degree of any rising sign, like if you are at 29 degrees Cancer, does this mean that your next life could be the following rising sign? Are we on a completion of a life lesson when on the 29th degree? I've heard such things, but I can't really say with any authority. Sometimes I just like to, maybe I'll figure that out and you can ask that question again and I'll have a better answer for you. But I'd rather tell you that I don't know than to say that I do and not actually know. So, okay, folks, thank you for your questions. Feel free to keep asking them. I'm going to try to keep my eye on them. But let's start moving through. I hope that this has answered everybody well in terms of the three important factors of the moon. I should have made a picture for it. That's okay, though. Hopefully you guys can see where I'm at there. Now let's start moving into what we understand about planetary lords. What do planetary lords mean to the ascendant, the lagna? So, the ascendant, meaning the rising sign, is the life path, numero uno, the path of the self's basic identity. Can you guys see me? Yes, you can. The path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the charts. It's the filter. Like you can be born on the same day as another person. If you're born I'm born November 8th, 1991 at 11 p.m. If somebody else is born on the same day but 6 hours behind, the planets are pretty much going to be in the same place. But they'll filter it through a different rising sign. The rising sign is a very critical, primary, first filter for how the other planets are going to be experienced. If we're using the whole sign system, I've got the sun in Scorpio, and I'm a Leo rising. So the sun in Scorpio, since I'm a Leo, I'm experiencing the sun as the first lord. So that sun in Scorpio is going to be very important to me. Now, if you rewind back a few signs where, 6 hours, let's say 12 hours, if you were born at 11 a.m. on the same day as me, the sun would still be in Scorpio, but you would be in Aquarius rising. And that would mean that the sun is your 7th lord, still in Scorpio, but the rising sign, the spinning of the Earth, is causing you to filter all of the planets through a completely different planetary lord schema. That's the lagna. That's the rising sign. It's very central to how we understand the karma. The planet in the space that it's in is the karma. The rising sign is the filter for how we experience the shared karma. The first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. Now, what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant, the lagna? The auspiciousness or goodness of a planet, it depends on the nature of the sole intention of the consciousness using it. And even cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own ways. Now, the planets don't change, but each person's nature wields it differently and expands their life force through it differently according to the instincts of the ascendant and the rising sign. So all these planets mean different things to the different signs. This, as we can see here, is Cancer rising, in fact. You know, this is cool that we get to see this example for Cancer rising. But we're going to see it as we go along. So, what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines the positive relationships with one house over another? Meaning, again, when we look at any rising sign, we see some planets are considered auspicious, some planets are considered neutral, and some planets are considered inauspicious. What exactly does that mean? And what defines if a planet is positive or negative to a rising sign? Well, it all comes down to the intention of the rising sign, the nature of the person, the nature of the planet that rules it. So, of course, for Cancer rising, we've learned a lot about what Cancer is, you know. So, judging by the symbology and the nature of Cancer rising, you can see the agenda that's displayed there is going to say something about the nature of the planets that it's using in order to do that. Now, these are general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. Every ascendant modifies these slightly. And we're going to, you know, as you go through the series, if you've been watching with us, you'll see how this is like a universal formula, but it gets amended for each rising sign. Even Cancer, you're going to see, has some funky amendments to it. So, typically, the lords of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th houses are basically always auspicious. And I should say, just to clue everybody in, when we use the word auspicious, it means that the rising sign uses that as a lucky planet. It's always the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th are lucky planets for the rising sign. Now, consider, for example, Mars rules the 5th house for Cancer. That's a lucky planet. Even though Mars is malefic, Mars is a hard, cutting planet. This is why we can see Cancer people are very hard, and they will push to do what Mars does for them, which is to align their soul passion in a career that means something to them. What is it that they are born to do? Cancer usually, especially if their Mars is not well placed, then Cancer can be in a lot of trouble. But if their Mars is well placed, Cancer will effectively be pushy in what it does to do its action. Even though Mars is a malefic, it's auspicious for Cancer rising because it rules the lucky 5th house. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, right? The lords of the 1st house, the 5th house, and the 9th house, these are called the trikona houses. These are basically always auspicious. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. You can see I've got the 1st house, the 5th house, and the 9th house is like a triangle. Now, the lords of the 1st house, the 4th house, the 7th house, and the 10th house, these are angular houses. These are auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet. And it's not what you might think. It's actually the cruel planets that are better placed as angular lords. We're going to explain that in just a moment. But it's important to consider it. Again, hopefully you guys can see me here. Yeah, good. Now, just to give this short thrift, the lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. So, for example, usually what will happen with the lords of the 2nd house, the 8th house, and the 12th house, because they're neutral, they'll usually get tied in with the energy of the other house. Cancer has 2 examples here that we can see. In order to explain this, I first quickly want to say, when you look at the lords of the houses 3, 6, and 11, these are particularly difficult. The lords of these houses cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. They are yoga breakers. If you have an important yoga for wealth, prosperity, purpose, etc., and it's tied in with the 3rd, the 6th, or the 11th lord, then these could break it. Cancer, unfortunately, when it comes to Jupiter, Jupiter is a funny, tricky planet for Cancer. It can bring difficulty because the mula tricona of Cancer, the mula tricona of, let me see here. So Cancer has Jupiter ruling the 6th house of Sagittarius, as well as the lucky 9th house of Pisces. Now, because the 9th house is the strongest, it's the most benevolent house. It goes in order. The 9th is the most auspicious and lucky. It has to do with the eternal self, and it's even got the grace of God behind it. The 5th house is a combination of the 1st house and the 9th house. It still has a lot of us inside it, and it requires adaptation and struggle in order to fully flower it. The 9th house is just pure luck. Whatever is associated with the 9th house and the 9th lord has luck and fortune coming through it. The 5th house is the 2nd luckiest, and the 1st house is the 3rd luckiest. Now, for Cancer, Jupiter rules the 6th house and the 9th house. We call it auspicious because the rulership of the 9th house is stronger than the luck of the 9th is stronger than the midway luck of the 6th house. The midway inauspiciousness. So Jupiter its mula tricona is Sagittarius. So Cancer actually has trouble that comes through Jupiter, but that's necessary trouble that has to be done for Dharma. It's like Cancer is forced to do its Dharma and to put in effort in whatever it's doing through Jupiter. So this is kind of what we see sort of happening here. Now, for Cancer's sake, this is what I'm talking about with the 2nd, 8th, and 12th houses. These are considered neutral. So when something rules the 2nd and the 8th or the 12th, whatever is the other sign that it rules, it's going to get tied in for that. I think of it in terms of electrical language. If you have the white wire, you can paint the white wire black. You can paint it one way or the other. Again, when we look at the example of Cancer rising, what we see is that the 12th house is Gemini, and the 3rd house is Virgo. The 12th house is neutral for everybody, right? Like as we said here. The lords of the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th are considered neutral. Now, why then is Cancer's 12th house inauspicious? Why is it unlucky? It's because it's tied in with the 3rd house. And as we've said, the 3rd house, the lord of the 3rd house, can bring difficulty. It's the least difficult. The 11th is the most difficult. The 6th is the 2nd most difficult. And then the 3rd is the least difficult. But even still, Mercury ruling the neutral 12th house and the inauspicious, hungry, insatiable 3rd house shows that Cancer can have a little bit of a negative relationship with Mercury, even though it's a friend to the moon. It's still on the other side of the Earth and air planets. So that's an example of that. In the case of the 8th house, we have something similar going on. The 8th house is tied in with the 7th house for Cancer. We're going to talk about that as we go along. So ultimately, these are the general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. The triangular houses are always auspicious. The 3rd, 6th, and 11th houses are always particularly difficult. The 2nd, 8th, and 12th are considered neutral, and they get tied in to whatever lordships are happening with the planet that rules them. And the lords of the angles are auspicious, depending on the cruel or gentle nature of the planet. Now, let's just move into that for just a moment, okay? We have general rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house, as we've been kind of discussing here. And this is in particularly, we're talking about the angles. It's the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th houses. Now, what we read is that a benefic that owns an angle is considered to be inauspicious, whereas a malefic that owns an angle is considered to be auspicious. That's why, you know, there's so many things in each rising sign that just brings up interesting things. Venus is a particularly deadly planet for Cancer. One of the reasons is because it's got an angular lord. Venus rules the 4th house, and it's benefic. Venus is a gentle planet, which means that it's kind of open to whatever comes through the 4th house, and it's also tied in with the 11th house. Cancer can have a nasty habit of being proud of its private life, and it will it's oftentimes diminishes its dharma, its sacrifice for greater things, because of a desire to live a subjectively meaningful experience. Just like we talked about with Krishna, and that is all important. But Krishna needs to be tied in with the symbolism of Rama, of righteous sacrifice, in order for us to be the most satisfied that we can. We all have a king and a queen in our chart. Cancer rising can have the queen, the desire for internal happiness, overtake the objective things that it needs to deal with in reality. It's partly because Venus will just take in anything through the 4th house, and it also rules the evil 11th house. Now, don't think too badly about that. Venus is still important for everybody. It's still important for Cancer. But let's consider why is it that Venus being a benefic, it's not a good thing that a benefic owns an angle. Why is that the case? It's not good when a benefic owns an angle. It's considered to be inauspicious. It's because these planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid, authentic fashion. And this is what is really going on here. It's a matter of integrity and emotional authenticity and honesty. Cancer, if they have a good moon, then they will be emotionally authentic. And, you know, it's one thing if you are emotionally authentic, but a Cancer will take on somebody who gives them the promise of being able to do their goals down the road, which is the 11th house. Venus rules the 11th house as well as the 4th house. So if Cancer finds somebody who can promise to provide what the Cancer needs in order to do their goals and to live their life and to live the happiness that they seek through this person, they'll ignore red flags. They will ignore the feeling that this person's not in alignment with me because they're thinking too much about themselves in moments when that happens. If you have a very strong Venus as a Cancer, this is strongly negated, right? So this is the way we got to kind of think about these things. Ultimately, because Venus rules the angle, the 4th house, the angles, you see, are they are opportunities that come to us. The trines are luck that comes from within us. The angles are opportunities outside in the world. They are the angles. They're the furthest points of the square of our energy field, which means the jags, the pointed jags of the angles bring in things from the world. And if it's a gentle planet that rules an angle, what's going to happen is that you're just going to take it in wholesale. And it's harder to be discerning through a planet like Venus, because Venus is gentle. Venus wants to attract and bring in goodness. So since Venus is ruling the fourth house, there's a drawing in. And when you're drawing in, it's like when your lover is, imagine if your lover has come to you and said, honey, I've written a song. And here's this lovely song. You know, this is your lover who you love. Like, are you going to criticize a love song that they've written for you? No. That's like having Venus on the fourth house. When someone comes into your life and is giving you lovingness and goodness, you're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. You're just going to take it. But Cancer gets into trouble where eventually they feel out the nature of what it is that they've taken in this romantic moment with this person. So that's why it's taking things in wholesale when an opportunity happens is the reason why a gentle planet doesn't do as well ruling an angle. Malefic planets do better ruling the angles. That's the Sun, Mars, and Saturn. These planets are auspicious when they rule an angle. These planets have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. Mars is, so this is the funny thing about how every sign, usually when there's a weakness, there's a reflective strength. Exactly what we've said in terms of Venus bringing difficulty for Cancer, we can say the opposite about Mars, because Mars is, not only is it a malefic planet ruling an angle, which is positive, Mars is tough and stern for Cancer with regards to what it's very discerning and hard about how it deals with things objectively in career. Like if you've ever talked with a Cancer rising person about if they're going to set up a yoga studio, if they're going to set up a business, they are hard, shrewd people when it comes to business, and they go very far in business because Mars is very willing to be, it is a good goalie for the opportunities related to the 10th house. Mars is a good goalie when it's ruling any angle. And Mars as this goalie happens to also be ruling the lucky 5th house. So Mars is as good for Cancer as Venus is bad for Cancer. This is just how we got to think about some of these things, So this is why when a benefic planet, a soft planet rules an angle, it's not as good because they aren't as discerning about what's happening coming through the gate of the opportunity represented by an angle, because angles bring opportunities, confrontations, both of those. When you have a malefic ruling an angle, it often goes much better. And of course, many of you are probably thinking about, where does this leave Saturn? Well, what we are given in Parashara is that Saturn rules the 7th house and the 8th house. The 8th house is technically neutral, right? And it's getting colored by the 7th house. And the 7th house is ruled by a malefic. So it should be a good thing. Many people consider Saturn to actually be neutral. What I've given here is what Parashara says, and it's partly because Saturn rules a Marika house. Marika means the 7th house and the 2nd house. These are Marika houses, and they can cause difficulty. Essentially, a Marika is a concept in Vedic astrology. It's the 2nd house and the 7th house, and these are the houses that usually end up killing you when you are older. If you run the dasha of your 2nd or your 7th house, something might happen that actually causes you to end your life. It's a very old Vedic way of looking at fatality. So Saturn ruling the 7th house, essentially, You've got somebody very opposite to you, very different from you. It's very much Cancer is the only way, the only sign that would have a malefic ruling an angle, and malefic also ruling the 8th house, because the 8th house is neutral. It gets tied in to the energy of the other house associated with the planet. This is the funny thing with Saturn, is that it rules 2 signs right next to each other, and it's the only planet that's like that. You'll notice Pisces and Sagittarius are square to each other. Scorpio and Aries are very distant from each other. Same thing with Libra and Taurus. Then Gemini and Virgo are square to each other. And then even the sun and the moon each rule their own sign, their own house. It's only Saturn that has 2 signs right next to each other. Because Capricorn is a Marika house, and it's also partly because Cancer rising is the moon, it's the self. The opposite of the self is always going to be difficult for what the moon is, because the moon is trying to perpetuate itself. This is why it's adaptable. Having a strong 7th lord, having a strong Saturn is a very good, strong blessing for Cancer. But no matter what, the 7th house and the 8th house, romance, is always going to be a little bit tricky for Cancer rising, because they're so internally reflective, so emotional. They're always going to have to deal with not perfectly fitting their love partner. Even though, like, that's the thing, is that if you have a good moon, you can adapt to the imperfect in the other person, but you're always going to feel it. This is the nature of Cancer rising. So this is one of those things, like I said, where there's exceptions to the rules. Cancer, Saturn is the preliminary example of, it almost should be neutral, and many Vedic texts describe Saturn as being neutral and not being inauspicious to Cancer rising. And it really basically is neutral. But we have to consider that it brings difficulty. And it's kind of both. As we move along, you're going to see how the next authors paint how to define that and how to deal with that. Now, I'm seeing that there's lots of awesome comments here. Somebody had asked a question that I wanted to speak to. I'm just quickly going to see if I can find it. It had to do with the Atmakarika. It was Kelzor Pine Tree. Any thoughts on Atmakarika being an evil planet to the lagna? I think that's the only question that I see in here that I wanted to speak to. Okay, good. So, Kelzor Pine Tree asked, when it comes to the Atmakarika ruling a inauspicious house, what exactly does that mean? Some of you may know that I'm a Leo rising and that I am Venus Atmakarika. Venus rules the 10th house and the 3rd house and is considered to be an inauspicious planet for Leo. So I am with you on that. I can understand what you're asking. In my experience, for me, I have a very weird Venus because for whatever reason, it does bring me a lot of difficulty in relationships. I can see that I've also got debilitated Venus in Virgo. So I can see that there are things internally that I experience relating to relationships and even my 10th house and my 3rd house that can be difficult for me. But there's something special when a planet is the Atmakarika. You are drawn for soul reasons that are beyond the rationale of the pains of your experiences to embody that planet. This is one of those things that I can't make hide or hair of it. Scripturally, nobody has ever said whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to be having this experience. Really, I would say that it's neutral. But for me, because I'm a Venus Atmakarika, which is a difficult planet for Leo, but it's my Atmakarika. It's so central to my experience that while there are negative experiences that I have associated with it, Venus is still me. It's so me that I can't get away from it, and you experience joy by tapping into the eternal self that you are. The Atmakarika is a clue to your eternal self. And so for me, I would say that there is a positivity that comes from having any planet as your Atmakarika. For me, I get to enjoy this planet where most Leos have a hard time with Venus. It's a planet that I learn a lot about, developed great self-realization about, and it gives, I think, a bit of a boon, a bit of ease on my experience of Venus because it's so central to me, even though I would say that I still experience the hardships associated with it. So it's a subjective goodness on top of an essentially neutral reality, meaning neutral in this. It's objective. So if you're a Cancer and you have your Atmakarika ruled by an inauspicious house, objectively speaking, you are going to experience the inauspiciousness of that. Hopefully, if it's well placed and well disposed, even though it's an inauspicious planet, much of that will go well if it's well disposed. If it's not well disposed, then it's just like any other planet. The thing is that subjectively, whatever's going on with that planet, it's going to be very central to yourself, and there's going to be, I think, a bit of a boon with regard to that planet, because once you start forgiving yourself for what you are, you can forgive whatever damage any bad planets are doing. And the Atmakarika is so central to yourself that you just have to let it go. You have to let go of whatever victimization you experience in terms of that planet. And once you remove the victimization, you just see it for what it is, as part of your unfolding self, even if it's negative. It's who you are. I hope that that's a helpful answer to what you were asking there. I believe that was Kelzor Pine Tree. So would you say that the spouse is more 7th house or Darakarka? Appearance-wise, also more 7th house or Darakarka for partners or spouse. Gogo Pogo is asking, what has more to do with the spouse? Is it the Darakarka or is it the 7th house? It's really both. I wouldn't say I lean one way or the other in terms of that. There's not really an answer for that. Again, it's one of those ones, Gogo Pogo. The spouse is going to have the qualities of the Darakarka and the 7th house. I'm glad that that's thank you, Kelzor Pine Tree. I'm glad that that answer worked for you. So, folks, I'm enjoying answering these questions, and I'm going to do my best to weave the questions within our given conversation today. So we can see with Saturn has one of these fancy exceptions to the rule. Some say that Capricorn and Aquarius are neutral to Cancer. Some say that it is inauspicious. Parashara gives it as being ultimately an inauspicious planet for Cancer. But as we have to understand that you can take if you have an auspicious planet and it's trash, then you essentially have a golden sword that is dulled. And everybody else has auspicious planets and they have their golden sword. And, it's almost as tough to have an afflicted auspicious planet as it is to have an afflicted inauspicious planet. In the same way, it's almost as lucky to have a good auspicious planet as it is to have a well-placed inauspicious planet. Because although it's best ultimately if your auspicious planets are doing very well. If the 9th Lord is doing well in a chart, you can almost get past all of the other junk happening in the chart because you're in alignment with yourself and God through the 9th house. That luck and faith of contributing to the divine will give you energy even, that's like the underdog story. When someone has got all their other planets are trash, but then they got a good ninth house, they can get through all of the crap because they're connected to the divine role of dharma that they're supposed to play. So it's important to consider with auspicious planets that you can have a trash auspicious planet, or you can have a very well-placed inauspicious planet, and it removes a lot of the shadow associated with it. And ultimately, whether your planets are good or bad, these are just astral karmas. If we meditate, if we contemplate, if we allow our compulsions to move through with objectivity, we can distance ourselves from the nature of the compulsion of the karma and see the eternal self within that we are. Then the astral energies are going to play themselves out. We won't feel victimized by them. We'll accept them as part of the unfolding self that is happening in this incarnation. And you will still go through that energy, but it won't, if you've got a very harsh Saturn as a Cancer rising, if you meditate, you contemplate, that karma is still going to come through. You're probably still got to move through relationship karma. It might be tough right to the end, but you'll accept it as what God has given you as a vehicle of conveyance in this incarnation. And if you don't feel victimized by it, you accept it as part of yourself, somewhere along the line, this incarnation or the next, you will have neutralized the antagonistic reaction to that karma, and you will start, it won't have such a hold, so that at a few incarnations later, you will be able to probably have a better karma with that planet. You don't want to be attached to your good karmas, and you don't want to be attached to your bad karmas. You want to accept it all. Don't feel victimized. Don't feel too proud about your good ones either. And the divine will give you the chessboard that's needed for you. So, that all goes to say, whatever planets you're given, don't take it too badly. Don't think too badly about your tough planets, and don't be too proud of your good ones. Because ultimately it's a chess game for the divine, who's laughing behind it all. So, each lagna does bring different modified results to these general formulas. Cancer is a very much an important example of the exceptions to the rules, especially through Saturn in particular. Saturn is one example of an exception to the general formula. Now, I get all this stuff from Asheville Vedic Astrology. That's mostly where I've learned most of the information I'm giving to you guys. If you guys are interested in learning a lot of this information, in the description of all my videos, you can find my teacher's website. It's now being presided by a lovely lady named Fiona Marks, and she is doing a good job teaching. My teacher, Ryan, is now teaching Kriya Yoga. This is where I get a lot of my yoga consciousness. I also highly recommend that. If you're interested in me talking about what's beyond the astral karma, it's the practice of yoga, which allows you to accept whatever you're given. There's a whole science behind it. If you're interested, look up RYAN KURCZAK Kriya Yoga. It's in the lineage of Yogananda, and it's really pulling me farther than astrology is these days. I'm going to be moving towards that eventually. But for now, I love talking about astrology, so that's why we're here, folks. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. It's nice to see everybody is enjoying what we're going through. Now, this is Cancer Rising's auspicious and inauspicious houses from the rising sign. This is a Western wheel, so the Western folks can understand it a little bit better. This is how I've got things laid out. Now, we are going to be moving through these in just a moment. For the moment, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So if anybody wants to do that as well, now is the time to do it. We're going to take a quick intermission. We're about 2 hours in. I'm willing to bet that we've probably got at least another 2 hours left in this video. Story of my life. We talked about a lot of fun stuff related to Chitta at the beginning. But if we got to go long, we got to go long, because this video is here for getting out the information, and I'm enjoying it. So I'm going to be right back, and then we will continue with Cancer Rising. Okay. Darn, I had a piece of chocolate here. And it's gone. That's okay. Story of my life. So everybody, I'm glad to see that you are all hanging out with me and enjoying what we're laying down. Now, since our intermission has finished, let's continue discussing Cancer Rising in astrology. Now we are going to get into the hard Leo rising aspects of the mechanics of astrology. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty, and we're really going to be learning about what Cancer rising is all about here, folks. So, the first little bit we're going to look up is Light on Life by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart to Fauw. Then we're going to look up my master notes from my classes, and this is going to include a little bit of extra information from Ernst Wilhelm on the nature of the planetary lords. So let's start with Light on Life by Robert Svoboda. This is a wonderful text. It's really one of the earliest texts that I started getting into when I got into astrology. Gosh, my room is a mess right now. I don't know where that book is. Got a million books just piled up over here. So, this is one of the great texts on astrology that are out there. It's by this guy, Robert E. Svoboda, and he wrote it along with another great astrologer named Hart to Fauw. They're both Vedic astrologers, and they have some great, deep understandings of astrology in general, and I love reading from their books because this book in particular, this section, it's like a gumball. It's a condensed picture of the rising sign in question. Because really, we learn a lot about the rising sign by seeing the lordships of the houses that it owns. And you guys are going to know what I mean as we go through this next section. So we are talking about Cancer rising from Light on Life. What we read is, like its symbol, the crab, whose hard carapace covers a soft underbelly. A Cancerian's formidable intellect sits atop a pool of emotions. One reason why these emotions tend to emerge to cloud thought processes in times of crisis is that Mercury, the planet of the mind and the lord of the third house of intellect, is tied into the 12th house of loss. That in itself is something that's interesting to digest. The third house is especially details, being in moments where you kind of have to be hard and critical, kind of on your feet. Cancer people oftentimes find that they get into a nebulous morass of clouded mind because Mercury rules the third house as well as the 12th house. Another reason is the profound influence of the emotional grahas on this lagna, the lagna meaning the rising sign. The moon rules the first house. Cancer is the natural 4th house of emotion in the natural zodiac. And Venus, the feminine, gentle, benefic Venus, rules the 4th house. Now, a third reason why Cancer can have such emotional mindedness is that while the moon, which is the signifier of emotions, is debilitated in the 5th house of discernment, the 5th lord, Mars, who signifies a piercing intellect, is debilitated in the 1st house. There's a lot to unpack here, and this is very this shows a lot of the vulnerable side of Cancer. What they do on top of their emotional underbelly can be very strong, and it's mostly because of Mars. But Cancer can have funny difficulties with Mars. Now, you've heard me often say that the rising sign is the essential nature of the person. It's the body. It's the suit that you're moving through. And if a planet is debilitated in your sign, or however a planet would be if it was placed in that rising sign, shows how that planet relates to the rising sign. And it also shows how the rising sign relates to that planet. So one of the funky things about Jupiter for Cancer, as we're going to discuss, is while Jupiter has reasons why we could see it being a tough placement, because Jupiter's Mula Tricona, Sagittarius, owns the 6th house. We're going to talk about that as we go along. The 6th house is a very strong energy for Cancer. It's tied in with the 9th house, thankfully, of Pisces. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, the 6th house, and Pisces, the 9th house. Plus, Jupiter is exalted in the rising sign. It's one of the reasons why Cancer can be so good at sticking to the luck represented by the 9th house. Now, Mars is another interesting one, and Mars is debilitated in the rising sign, which means that Cancer often has stomach things and emotional things that will obstruct it from doing what Mars does, which is thinking objectively, rationally, mechanically, logically, objectively, in moments where there's a lot of chaotic crisis energy going on. So there's a lot tied in here. The moon is, and there's a relationship here because the moon and Mars, well, there's just, think about it, that the moon, which rules the rising sign, is debilitated in Cancer's 5th house, which means that the rising sign lord almost has an anathema, mistrust, a bruised relationship with its own 5th house in a way. Again, if Cancer has a very strong Mars, that's ultimately going to be overtaken, and it's not going to mean nothing. But there, no matter what, that is there. The moon, which rules Cancer, is debilitated in the 5th house and exalted in the 11th house. It's partly why Cancer really wants to do its dharma. It wants to attain. It wants to accumulate. It's pride, what it is prideful about. And it often has to face the reality of Mars, of Scorpio, of its 5th house. And the 5th house is an important house of discernment. That's why listening to the inner voice is very important for Cancer rising. Because the inner voice will sometimes be limiting. It'll be frustrating. But Cancer needs to deal with the objective reality of its own limitations, of its own emotional nature, to accept it and just move on with it. If it doesn't do that, and it might not be inclined to do that. That's what we're reading here. This gets better over time for Cancer. Cancer becomes much more mature as time goes on. But especially when you're young, it's easy to feel meek for a Cancer rising. Before, as time goes on, you just develop an awareness of what you are, and that just goes, So the moon is debilitated in its own 5th house, in Cancer's 5th house of discernment and intelligence. And the 5th lord Mars, which rules Scorpio, who signifies a piercing intellect, is debilitated in the 1st house. Now, we're going to read about the positives that Cancer has as well, but it's important for, I'm sorry, Cancer, I'm Leo rising, and I am Venus in Virgo. I like to give the tough stuff so that you can deal with it objectively, and I know that can be tough for Cancer. But if you do it here with me through the magic of self-knowledge of astrology, it's better for us to do it in the safety of a podcast than for you to go out and face it in the world and not realize it and have to learn the hard way. That's why we're here, folks. So, and I thank you, everybody. I got a few people who are enjoying the video here, and I appreciate you guys watching with me. Now, the reciprocal debilitation of the 1st and 5th lords, which makes it doubly difficult for the discriminating 5th house intellect to prevail over the emotions for Cancer. It also often creates a lack of or a disappointment with children, including even the loss of a child. This is very brassy. Sometimes these guys, being Vedic minded, can get it down to some very brass, predictive statements. Sometimes I think they go a little overboard, but I always read it because it's interesting to think about. The 5th house does resonate with children. And it's interesting, really, that a Cancer person would have to deal with some karma related to children. The 5th house, of course, it resonates with Leo, and Jupiter is one of the karakas of the 5th house, and Jupiter also relates with children. So what we can see here is that Jupiter is so good for Cancer that it can save all things related to children, especially if Jupiter is well placed. What will usually happen is that for Cancer, there might be emotional things that the Cancer can't hide and can't be fake about, and the children feel it, and it's confusing for the children. But Cancer is, if it knows what side its bread is buttered on, it will lean into Jupiter, and it will do a lot for the children. It will serve the children, and it will set up a life so that the children can help themselves to do what they do, despite possibly having a rather worrisome parent in the Cancer rising. That there's no, again, this is a karma that you might experience that you might not be able to get away from. You have lots of emotional worry that comes out as ultimately love for your loved ones. And that can spook them, especially very sensitive children who absorb things like a sponge. Don't feel victimized by it. Just accept the karma and move on with the reality that the divine is presenting you in this moment, right? If you have kids and you're a Cancer rising, don't feel bad that you've got this underbelly of sensitivity that they are probably absorbing at some level. because you're also giving them your good qualities. This is why I keep saying it. Don't be afraid of these qualities in you, and don't even don't try to eliminate those emotions and that emotional underbelly. As time goes on, especially if you meditate, that's the best way to do it, because that way you're not antagonized by it, and then it probably will diminish. You will find a peace by meditating. Meditating is the only way out of astrology, folks. You can't use astrology to get out of astrology. So, because of this reciprocal debilitation going on in the 5th house, there can be disappointment with children for the reasons we've discussed. Now, the friendship of the moon with Mars, this helps the situation, because again, the rising sign is ruled by the moon, and it's going to be easier when a planet is a friend to the planet that rules the rising sign. Mars has the moon for a friend, although Mars is neutral to the moon. But the fact that Mars itself is served by the moon means that Mars as a planet is getting something out of being in the chart of a Cancer rising. Mars is helped here as the 5th lord. So the Cancer native is strongly attracted to the ideals of intellect, the ideals of progeny. But the reciprocal debilitation of the 5th house here tends to prevent them from readily developing and sustaining these areas of life, that's intellect and progeny. Now, the friendship of the moon with the dynamic 10th house lord, Mars, does create a dynamic interest in career. And again, this is one of those things where it can be difficult to sustain things related to the 5th house for the Cancer. And this includes children, as well as having some kind of joyous soul path and life path. But A, it doesn't mean it's not doable. And B, it doesn't mean that you can't experience a wholeness, especially through a partner as well. The partner that you have can help merge your experience with progeny and intellect in this way to help deal with the aspects that are given there. Again, you don't want to lean on your partner to fix you, but the partner you take on has extra energy that can help with the situation. And even if you're a single person who isn't abiding by that reality, all the people in your life are at your disposal to help you move through your energy field, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the moon is exalted, and it's the lagna lord. The moon is exalted in the 11th house of Taurus. This makes friends and associates important to the Cancer rising, though those friendships may be as varied and as fluctuating as the moon. It so happens that Cancer natives are attracted to, or they tend to attract, opponents, since the lagna lord, the moon, and the 6th lord, Jupiter, are also friendly to one another. So the moon can be friends with like folks who you might consider to be enemies. Cancer, we said the same thing about Leo rising. What we saw is that Leo keeps its friends close and its enemies closer. Cancer can find objectivity in helping those who are, perhaps enemies or competitors. This is why Cancer can be somebody, if they build a business and they've got competition from another business, Cancer will just be like, hey, you got, let's say you got 2 mechanics in town. Cancer rising owns a mechanic shop, and then there's another guy over there who's another sign who owns another mechanic shop. And they both, for whatever reason, can have different strengths. Cancer will say, hey, you know, I've noticed that you are close to, you're close to the construction yard, so you'll get a lot of construction vehicles coming in to do maintenance at your thing. You know, so if you want, like, I'll put your business card in my business. You know, if somebody wants to come to you to fix a lawnmower, to fix anything like that, I'll let them know to go your way because that's your skill set. I'm more about cars and stuff like that. I know we both do cars, but I focus on this and you focus on that. So let's put each other's business cards in our things just to help each other. Why the hell not, right? Why not? Why not do that for each other? You know, that's an example of Cancer using its friendliness and its networking to mitigate the aspect of what we would call enemies. You know, so that Cancer has its established thing, but it's helping those who would be anathema to Cancer. Somebody's asking to suggest a remedy to get an overseas job. Saptarishi, my friend, that's a very specific thing. And, you know, remedies, there's a whole world of astrological remedies that you could explore. But for a video like this, it wouldn't be something that I would explain in a video like this. If you like, you can email me and we could do like an astrology chart reading type thing. I guess I often say this to anybody who is asking for specific things in the videos. I often will try to answer questions that relates to the video. And that's the reason why I focus on those statements, because these videos are here forever. So I want to keep it concise with the conversation at hand. If you want to email me afterward, then perhaps we can discuss any such thing. And that goes to anybody else who's watching. So there's a capacity. So we're talking about Cancer rising. We're talking about how the moon and Jupiter are friendly to each other. Again, the moon only has the sun and Mercury for its friends, but Jupiter has the moon for its friend. The way Cancer is, the friendly nature of the moon, the adaptive nature of the moon is friendly to Jupiter, who is the 6th and 9th lord. So there's usually a capacity both to benefit through enemies and as well as to have one's luck obstructed by enemies. Depends on how the meanings of the 6th house, the enemy of the house of enemies, and the 9th house, the house of luck and gain, combine. For every person, for every Cancer, those combining together are going to combine in different ways. In Cancer rising, benefits from opponents often outweigh the obstacles from opponents, because Jupiter, the ruler of houses 6 and 9, is the great negotiator. Jupiter's dual rulership of a Dastana and a Kona also cause Cancer natives to be attracted to religion and frequently to find obstructions to their progress in that direction. I'm going to explain, there's a lot to explain here. What I want to say is that Jupiter, I had a train of thought and it seems to be leaving me, but that's okay. We'll just move forward with what we got here. Jupiter's dual rulership of a Dastana, that's the 6th house. Dastana houses are the 3rd, the 6th, and even the 11th. And these Dastana houses get better as time goes on. That's what that word essentially means, is that it gets progressively better. Especially the 3rd house, but the 6th house will get better as time goes on. So Jupiter rules a Dastana and a Kona. And this causes Cancer natives to both be attracted to religion and to find obstructions to their progress in that direction. That is to say that, because the Kona, meaning the 9th house, Jupiter is the 9th lord for a Cancer rising, and Jupiter also relates to religion. But Jupiter relating to religion rules the lucky ninth house as well as the difficult sixth house, which means Cancer will have run-ins with experiences of being burned by religion, of experiencing the negative side of it, whatever that means for them. Of course, if Jupiter is ultimately well-placed, even though it rules the sixth house, you'll ultimately get the luck of the ninth house through religion. And Cancers can be very, they deeply experience the nature of religion, typically. They feel it coming from within inside themselves. They feel it coming through other people. And they can be, almost like intelligent types of religionists, because the sixth house causes them to apply a methodical, routine experience of what that religion means to them. And by experiencing it in this way, or the opposite, where they're routinely trying to be skeptical towards the idea of religion. That's a sixth house thing. Sagittarius having the freedom to explore why religion is stupid and why we shouldn't explore religion. By doing so, Cancer is still gaining data. And if they experience through their open-hearted inquiry into religion that they'll ultimately probably find out where religion is truly at, which is that it does good for some people and bad for some people. It all depends on the person wielding it. After that, after a long time, the superconscious intuition of the Cancer person usually says, okay, so what does religion mean to me? And that's when they fall into a good space with it, because that is the only way to understand what religion truly means, is what it means to you. And once you start tapping into that, Cancer will probably abide by the benefits of Jupiter and what it represents as the religion planet. So it gets better over time. That's part of the sixth house thing, is that things get better over time. Jupiter ruling the sixth house and the ninth house. The ninth house things, religion, believing in there's some law and order in the universe, the goodness of the superconscious. These things tend to get easier for Cancer to digest, to understand, to wield, to explore, and to not be too close-minded about on any side. Now, Susie has asked, do you see Cancer rising natives changing religious, spiritual practices? So I wonder if you mean like if they go through lots of different spiritual practices. I would say that this relates to what we're talking about here. Cancer rising likes to feel it out themselves, the different religions, what they mean to the Cancer person. They'll adopt one for a while, feel it out, and then adapt, and then try another one. And then they can eventually see the substratum of religiosity underneath it all. Really, it depends on what else is going on with, not only the ninth house and Jupiter, but other planets like, even Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Rahu, and Ketu, all the other stuff associated with spirituality. The Cancer rising person, all of us are going to deal with spirituality through things that are beyond the zodiac and the houses. But the ninth house has an ability to apply themselves to it through the idea of religion, whatever that means for the individual. So, just checking out for any other questions here. Okay, good. So, that is a little bit about Cancer and religion. Now, here's an interesting subject. It's Cancer in terms of their home life. Cancer natives are strongly interested in home life because the moon, which is Cancer's ruler, is a domesticating graha. It's a domestic planet, who is the significator of the 4th house of home. So they're strongly interested in home life. And as well, Venus, which is the planet of pleasure and enjoyment, rules the 4th house. Now, as well, the Sun rules the 2nd house of family. And this is partly where family, friends, having a community is a huge dimension of the Cancer rising experience. Really, Cancers, they identify deeply with the network and the opportunities that they get through the 11th house of Taurus, where the moon is exalted. And their own personal family often is like wired and wrapped up around that. Because whatever house the Sun rules is going to be an important house for the identity. The person's going to deeply identify with whatever house the Sun rules. So that is an important figure that we're going to see more of as we go along. Now, since Saturn, which is a secretive graha, owns both the 7th and the 8th houses, and since the 8th house indicates secrets, Cancer people often keep their partnerships and their marriages and what happens in their married life private. The blending of houses 7 and 8 also suggest obstacles or delays to marriage, as well as obstacles in married life. This is the same thing, can be similarly said for Leo rising. But the 8th house in particular shows an instability when it comes to marriage in particular. There may be some tragedy associated with death, like chronic disease or an unnatural death, because both Saturn and the 8th house suggest tragedy, and because the 7th is a Maraka house, which is ruled by Saturn. So Saturn and the 8th house suggest tragedy, some kind of chronic illness, some kind of fateful physical difficulty. And wherever Saturn is going to be an important arbiter for how a person expunges the expected karmas from Saturn as the 7th and 8th lord, which is an important one. Whatever Saturn is going to be doing for the person, if you explore Saturn throughout your whole life, if you have an inclination to, if you are humble before the nature of reality, it will usually help to mitigate a lot of the damage that Saturn could bring to a Cancer rising. It can often have to do with your body. The 8th house has to do with longevity. So Saturn is often indicated as being a real killer for Cancer rising. The Sun, technically, since it's a Maraka for the 2nd house, and it's by itself, the Sun can be a bit of a killer for Cancer rising as well. It really depends on how these planets are situated and how the karma of transits and dashas unfolds for the person. And this predictive world is hard to say in terms of how to remedy anything like this that we could expect to happen. Because sometimes some things happen in life and fate that we have no control over. But there are plenty of Cancer risings that live long, happy, healthy lives. Typically, it will be because they deal with limitations as they come. For example, if you're Cancer rising, if you get diabetes, if you have a good Saturn, you're going to get some kind of chronic condition like this, and you're going to take care of it. And you're going to make sure that you don't go over your line so that you damage your body in a way that will kill you in the long run. Everybody has to be aware of this in general, but for Cancer risings, it's good when you have the check engine light come up on your vehicle to take care of it before it takes care of you. This is important to consider. When I do love others or live and act out of it makes me feel traumatized, more so than when I don't receive it. It's interesting to see you guys talking in here. And Irene, I hope that whatever is going on with you that would make it difficult for you to love others and act out of love, it can make you have difficult feelings and experiences, whether that was something from childhood, whatever it is that might have caused you to associate giving love with a painful experience. Astrology is one of those things which it conveys that could always be a little bit difficult for you. But again, as we're learning with Cancer rising, just because you feel a difficulty doesn't mean that you can't learn to manage the reactions that your sensory experience gives you, almost like a chess game, where, especially again, if you forgive it, if you understand that this is the nature that God has given you, you can, definitely anybody who's got any difficulties, any traumas, anything that obstructs them from experiencing love with other people, it's good to go to a therapist or, somebody who you can be reflective and honest with, so you can kind of get past your own lack of desire to look at those obstructions. Ultimately, this kind of thing is good for anybody doing this. But you have to understand that with Cancer, when there's a deep old root of emotional association with this or that experience, sometimes you just have to experience that for what it is, accept it at some level, and sometimes just allow it to obstruct your reality. You see a lovely person and you have an opportunity to talk to them, but you've got an emotional trauma associated with it. If that obstructs you in that moment, and it's really, the screen is so red that you can't get past it, don't feel bad about it. Forgive yourself. Don't feel victimized. But every now and then, explore your emotions. Make sure you give yourself time to explore them. Work it out with some kind of trusted person or counselor so that you can learn over time to understand that you can still act even when the screen turns red and you have an emotional trauma moment. And you can do your best to abide by to go beyond your comfort zone in a comfortable way, just like we do with yoga. You're stretching your limbs and you feel there's a resistance there. You have to learn, is this a resistance that I should be working with right now? Or do I have to accept that this resistance is so much there that it's not doing me any good to push beyond it? Because it's not doing anybody good to push beyond appropriate, reasonable limits inside themselves. In the same way that yoga is a metaphor here, Cancer rising would do well to understand, because it's the moon. You have to learn what you are, learn what you can take, and learn how to adapt to what you are at this moment, what you've been given and what you have. It's the only way that you are going to digest what you fully are and learn to adapt without pushing yourself into further trauma. This whole realm is the body, the rising sign of Cancer. And if you are experiencing anything, if this is ringing a bell for anybody who is a Cancer rising, do yourself a favor and start exploring ways that you can comfortably move beyond the uncomfortable. Pranayama, yoga, reading, reading things that will take you further, that are about a subject that you really want to learn, or about yourself, about self-realization. And a counselor especially is a great way. So I'm glad to be able to talk with you guys about that, because Cancer rising being the arbiter of the moon, this is important stuff, So now, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, we have been discussing quite a bit about everything that we have seen thus far. Now, the next bit that we're going to start moving towards is the nature of the house lords. And just to give you guys a glimpse of what this looks like, you know, this is a article that you can find on, you know, I've been showing everybody this whenever we go through them. This is an article that you can find on Kala. And this is Ernst Wilhelm's software. You go to Kala. Let's say you open up a chart like my very own. This is my chart. Now what you do is you can find this nature of the Lord's screen by, let's see, I don't know if you'd be able to find it in here. Nature of the House Lords. Yes. So you go into yogas, and then you look down and you find the nature of the House Lords. And Ernst has this whole article that I'm about to read you written out. He's brilliantly, you know, he hasn't put a book out on this. This is just great extra information you can find on Kala. What I do is I'll print it. I'll go to the, you know, you can set the batch printing, and you can print these into PDFs. And this is a whole bunch of stuff that Kala has for you to print into PDFs. You go to the yogas in the top right corner, and you click on the nature of the House Lords. And it prints it into a PDF, just like the one that we have featured here. Can you guys see me good? This here is the PDF of Ernst's description of the planetary lords for Cancer rising. For example, the sun rules the second house. So the sun is the second lord. What does that mean to Cancer rising? It gives the Cancer native a strong identification with their possessions, family, and name, etc. We're going to read more about it, but this is what this is. The moon is the first lord. Mars is the 5th and 10th lord. So what is Mars to Cancer rising? That's what this whole document is about. And it's very, I think, useful for everybody to be able to find it in Kala. Now, I hope that's useful for you guys. See you later, Irene. Nice talking to you, my dear. It's always nice seeing you, and I love when you hang out with us. Now, Susie Underwood is asking, with Mercury ruling both the 3rd and 12th houses. Gemini rules the 12th, Virgo rules the 3rd house. How do Cancer folks find communication, getting voice heard in their groups versus feeling solitude? So, how do Cancer natives find communication? How do they experience getting their voice heard in groups versus feeling solitude? Good question, Susie. We are going to talk a bit more about this when we get to Mercury as the 3rd and 12th lord for Cancer rising. That'll be the 4th aspect of this segment. But to give it short thrift here, it can be Mercury can be tricky for Cancer rising. Having their voice heard can be tricky, specifically because Cancer has Mercury as an inauspicious lord. The only good news with regards to this is that Cancer actually loves to communicate. Especially if you have a well-placed Mercury. Cancer loves to chat like a little bubbling baby, blah, 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 blah. They just love to talk, especially about the future and what they're building on. Really even talking about the immediate opportunities in front of them, the 3rd house, can give them a little bit of emotional relief, the 12th house. Virgo is the Mula Tricona ruling the 3rd house, so there's an emphasis on the communicating opportunities and things that are right in front of it. But usually Cancer won't be talking about things that are deeply emotional. They can kind of whitewash conversations with things that are away from the heart of what Cancer's feeling, which is not a good thing. Saptarishi Bhattacharji is asking for my email address. If anybody ever wants to get in contact with me for a reading, you can find my email address is astrology@dustincormier.net. And I believe you should see that in my description of this YouTube video. If not, then I'll have to do I could always put it in here too. So feel free to email me and we can talk about how I usually do readings. So we're going to talk a bit more about Mercury and its pratfalls and its difficulties and its joys for Cancer rising. It is very important to Cancer to be able to communicate, especially because Mercury rules that 12th house. Cancer really needs to lean into communication, but they're not inclined to. Most times they will hold it in and bottle it in until they find someone trustworthy who they can just let it all out. And therapy is very good for Cancer rising. Therapy, talking about what's happening to them, will really help relieve their 12th house. But they need to develop a relationship with that 12th house and with talking earnestly and honestly about what's going on with their emotions. It can be very cathartic and difficult for them ultimately. But with it being on one hand typically cathartic and difficult, on the other hand, it is a way for them to break through what is obstructing them in their lives. Not everybody has it so black and white. For Cancer, they just got to talk with a trusted person about what they're going through, and that is a way for them to open up to that. So, oh, cool. So B just mentioned this, and I wonder, B, if you have Cancer rising. B just said everything that I just kind of mentioned. They have difficulty and hard experiences when it comes to communicating. They have to feel absolutely safe and invited to speak in order for them to be heard. And that totally makes sense with what we're talking about with Cancer. It can be, really, especially with group situations, it can be hard for Cancer to be heard. But if Cancer does communicate, I think Cancer will always be like, I don't want to speak unless I kind of have to, unless people ask me to speak about this particular thing. It can really go one way or the other. Sometimes Cancers will just fill in the air. I know a person in my life who's Cancer rising who fills in the air with stuff that is the opposite of cathartic, stuff that is just trying to make everybody feel like this situation is all okay. But it hides, that Cancer can hide what they're really feeling by just talking and filling in the air with something that's not actually legitimate. So this Mercury can come out in different ways. But ultimately, if it can be hard, if you find it hard to communicate, especially in group situations, what is nice is when you develop a capacity to be respected for what you do say and to talk with people about about your communication. I like to communicate in this way for these reasons, and I like people to ask me my opinion. If you tell people that, then you could have lots of thoughts, but you won't say them because you don't feel like saying them. But then people, if they love you and if they appreciate what you do say, they'll say, what do you think about this, B? You always have such endearing thoughts about this. What would you say about this? And then hopefully if you've made that impression, people will support you in bringing it out. But you have to communicate about how you would like to communicate in that regard. You have to be willing to be vulnerable and even say that this is a bit of a vulnerable spot for me, but I like to do it and it feels good to me. So if anybody ever encourages that, I would appreciate it. Again, this would, illuminate more of this sensitivity in the Cancer, which I imagine doesn't feel good. But again, you have to work with what you have been given in terms of these planets and these instincts that you have as a Cancer. It might not always feel good, but it might feel worse to just revert back to the familiar echoplex of instincts that is unaware of how to use you at your best potential. It's better than being in the group and never being heard. You know, if you be vulnerable and say to everybody, I often do have a lot of strong thoughts. I just don't want to put them out there unless somebody brings it out of me. If you communicate that, it's better than just remaining silent and having many good things to say and not being able to say them. Again, it depends on the person. I'm a Leo rising trying to tell you about yourself. So, you know, keep in mind that I'd love to know what people think about what I just said. But I digress. We're moving through astrology here. And there's a lot still to talk about, folks. But I hope that that was helpful. Now, let's start talking about Cancer rising and the nature of the planetary house lords. We still have quite a bit to go through here, folks. If I don't start putting my gears towards if I don't start putting the pedal on the metal here, then we will never get this done today. So, we are looking at Cancer rising. Now, this is, we have two sources that we're going to be reading from here. One is from these are my notes that I took while I was with Asheville Vedic Astrology, which is my schooling that I took. These are my notes, and then as well, as we know, we're also going to be reading extra information from Ernst Wilhelm. Now, the way that Ernst Wilhelm has organized the planetary schema is it doesn't come from him. It comes from ancient Vedic texts that put out the planets in a way that resonates with the days of the week. The sun, Sunday, is number 1. The moon, Monday, is number 2. Mars is number 3. What is the French word for Tuesday? Is mardi. What's the French word for Wednesday? It's Mercury. The French word for Thursday is jeudi, which is Jupiter. The word for Friday is vendredi, Venus. And then Saturn day is number 7. So many languages cater to this schema. So the sun goes first, moon goes second, Mars goes third, Mercury goes fourth. There's a numerology here that resonates as well. The moon resonates in strong ways with the second house. Mars is a karaka for the third house. The third house relates with the pushiness of Mars. Mercury is a karaka of the fourth house, and it does have to do with real estate. It has to do with the home that you build. Jupiter is the karaka, one of the karakas of the fifth house, relates to children. Venus does resonate with the sixth house, as we're going to get there, and Saturn resonates with relationships in the seventh house as well, having others be the hard reflector of what we are. So, let's start moving through the planetary lords for Cancer rising. This is Cancer lagna. What we read, and now Brihat Parashara Horus Shastra gives us a little bit of information about Cancer rising. So what do we read? From Parashara, the great sage. This is one of the roots of Vedic astrology knowledge. What we read is that Venus and Mercury are considered evil. Interestingly, Jupiter and the moon are particularly auspicious. Jupiter is the 6th and 9th lord, and the moon is particularly auspicious. A full yoga karaka is Mars, causing fortune. Why is that? The reason for that is, of course, because Mars rules the 5th house, which is a trine house, which brings luck, as well as the 10th house, which brings an opportunity in confrontation with the world, causes us to deal with the world outside of ourselves. When we deal with luck and confrontation and opportunity, when we deal with confrontation and opportunity through an angle, and it's connected to luck that comes from inside of ourselves, what happens is that we get lucky in the world that we are using that opportunity in confrontation. Cancer gets lucky with their jobs because they are always looking to align it with the 5th house, with an inherent part of themselves, with their desire for soul joy. So that's why Mars is a yoga karaka, as we see here. And it causes fortune. It brings fortune to the Cancer. A killer is Saturn. That's because it rules the Maraka house. And that's why Saturn is considered to be inauspicious in this particular video. Again, some videos consider Capricorn and Aquarius to be neutral signs for Cancer. And it's true in a lot of ways. But we're going from Parashara, who says that Saturn is a killer. And the sun from association gives effects. What this means is that the sun is going to give whatever effects we can read about the sun by its wherever it's placed, whatever house it's in, whatever is affecting the sun. The sun's essentially neutral. It's the one planet that is truly neutral for Cancer rising. Wherever it's placed, if it's supported, then it's going to be extra supported. And if the sun is difficult and expresses difficulty, it will express an extra degree of difficulty. So, now let's start moving through what we are reading here with Cancer rising. This all cool extra stuff in consciousness. Now, we are going to go through each of these in the schema that we've talked about, where the sun is going to be going first. That's how Ernst Wilhelm does it. We talk about the sun first as the second lord. So, what is the sun all about for Cancer? Again, these come from my notes from my school. The sun deals with the association because it's the second house lord. The second house is a neutral house, as we know. The second house, whatever lord, as we said, when a lord, like the sun doesn't rule any other sign. So it's got nothing else to tie into. The second house, we know, it's not inherently evil. It's not inherently good. It's one of the neutral houses. So the sun doesn't rule. The sun and the moon are funny that way. When they rule a house, they don't rule any other houses. They only rule one. The sun and the moon are the only planets that only rule one house. Everything else rules another house, right? So the sun here only rules the second house, which is a neutral house. So the sun is really, again, it's what we're talking about here. It deals with association. It's functionally neutral. And its effects depend on who the sun and what the sun associates with, regarding whether it will function well or not. The second lord relates to inspirations towards speech, speaking, managing wealth, early childhood, their earning capacity and responsibilities, and how they manage expenses. It's really more of a 12th house thing. Expenses are a 12th house thing. So the second house, speech, speaking, managing wealth, developing personal entrepreneurial wealth. As well, the second house relates with early childhood. The second house shows earning capacity and responsibilities as well. So you got to see how the sun is posited and who is affecting it. It could just turn out just to ultimately be neutral in the end. So the sun, again, there's an identity factor here. The Cancer identifies with their possessions, with what they've built. It's interesting that the sun rules the second house, and the moon is exalted in the 11th house, which is another money house. So Cancers can lean into the world of abundance and material prosperity. When you think of the moon being the planet in a lot of ways of, accepting the material needs and resources and wanting to have resources in order to do what you need to do in life, it makes sense that Cancer rising would have the sun in the second house, right? Again, sometimes astrology teaches us these things just by the nature of itself. So now we're looking at what Ernst Wilhelm tells us about Cancer rising. The sun as the second lord. The sun represents the crab's possessiveness. In fact, they clean the beach of every item they can fit into their holes, into their places of possession and attainment. But attainment is more of an 11th house thing. The sun in particular is about possessions, about what they use to get around, and they can be even sentimental. They can be hoarders, as people say. So the sun as the second lord gives the Cancer native a strong identification with their possessions, their family, and their family name. It is in holding on to these things that Cancer that are really responsible for the bulkiness of Cancer. And Cancer can be bulky. They can hold a lot in their energy field and in their body, partly because it could be regarded that Cancer can have a kapha nature to them. As the second lord, the sun is a temporal neutral, as they may go about going about managing their resources and their possessions selfishly or righteously, depending on the other factors influencing the sun. The sun is naturally about dharma in a lot of ways. So Cancer oftentimes will find themselves sacrificing for their job, for whatever keeps them gaining money and material abundance, as well as their family. Most times for Cancer, the idea of family, of their loved ones, or of their friends, their community of beloved people around them, they identify so much with it. There's a dharmic resolve for them usually to manifest things that can serve the community, not 11th house sense of community, but the second house sense, your immediate familiars, your deepest, closest friends in your private life. Cancer wants to sacrifice for them so that it can have the time to sit with them, enjoy life with them, and also help them make their lives easier. Be a counselor for them. Help them even just work things out in their brains, and even just hanging out with them, but going golfing with them. Cancer wants to do this kind of things with people. It's the queen. It's the subjective experience. Cancer has a hard dharma of doing what's needed to do through the sun, ruling their kingdom, so that they can do what the queen does, which is enjoy the life that the kingdom has provided for them and their loved ones. They're very sentimental. They identify strongly with doing this, which means they need to have a dharmic resolve to have some kind of job that can bring them this abundance so that they can share it with the people around them. Especially if the sun is well disposed again. If the sun is closer to the 4th house, if it's especially the 4th house can be a very tricky place for the sun for Cancer rising, because there's a double thing happening. The sun gains Digbala by being at the 10th house. It gains a lot of strength by being closer to the 10th house. This is true of every rising sign. It's true of Cancer rising. It's true of Capricorn rising. It's true of Aries rising. The sun gains strength by going closer to the 10th house. For Cancer rising, this is doubly so, because the closer the sun is to the 10th house, it's also the closer it is to Aries, which is where the sun is exalted. And the sun every planet likes to be in the vicinity of its rising sign. So really, having the sun in Pisces in the 9th house is great benefic influence for the sun, because the sun loves Jupiter and it loves Pisces, and the 9th house is not only a lucky house, but it's also close to the 10th house. The sun being in the actual 10th house is brilliant and beautiful. Being in Taurus, being in Gemini. Taurus isn't the best because the sun doesn't like it being in a Venus-ruled sign, but it's still close to Aries and still close to the 10th house. It can do the dharma that it needs to do for its loved ones. When the sun is in the 4th house or closer to the bottom of the chart, it's doubly damaged because the sun likes to be on the top of the chart and it likes to be close to Aries. When the sun for a Cancer rising is around, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, even Sagittarius can be a tough sun sign for Cancer because it's on the bottom of the chart. It's kind of still close to Libra, although at least Sagittarius is moving towards the exaltation point. But it's in the 6th house, which has its own difficulties. Leo, the sun does well in Leo, and the sun does well in Cancer. But even still, it's at the bottom of the chart. It can bring difficulties there. So when the sun is bad for Cancer, the sun is bad. And when the sun is good for Cancer, the sun's very good. It's one of those signs that has that happening. Now, ultimately, as a natural malefic, the sun may separate Cancer from things on account of developing a professional name or on account of their family status. The Cancer person probably strongly identifies with status of their family. It's kind of a pride thing because the identity of the sun is moving through the 2nd house of one's given family association, which can typically mean sometimes for Cancer that if you are born into like a poverty or if you're born into difficult circumstances, it's hard for the Cancer person to get out of their identity with that because they emotionally identify with their given family. It's a funny, tricky thing there because they will try to, they will unconsciously fortify their memory. That's what Cancer can do, and it's a for better or worse thing. If you're born into a family that is well regarded for whatever reason, that has wealth or that has standing, then the Cancer rising native will identify with that and they will carry it forward in a positive way. So even if the family is shaking at the seams because something has happened, let's say the father of the family is an oil tycoon, or they've built a hospital or something very important that society loves and redeems and reveres this family for. But the father who ruled and ran the hospital or whatever business was helping society, he gets sick, he's unable to do the job anymore, and the whole family's name is at stake. Cancer rising will rise to the occasion usually, depending on, especially if they have a good sun. Cancer rising will say, I've got to do this to redeem my family name. And they can work very hard in that regard to manifest things, to pull things together, to redeem the family name. And this can make them work very hard. So this is kind of a funny double-edged sword. If you identify with a family that has had difficulty, it could be, it's the crabs in the bucket thing. If you are a crab who's been in poverty and you're trying to get out of poverty, your family might not perpetuate that vibration and you identify with them. Of course, it's not your family's fault. The fault is you not detaching yourself from a memory that has nothing to do with the true dharma that you have inside of you. This can be one thing about the Cancer that can be limiting, which you can apply consciousness to get over. If you have an identity of a memory of being a poverty-stricken person in a poverty-stricken family, if you meditate, you will realize that you are Shiva. You are beyond the past. You are this in this moment. And you can always redeem what has been given to you in your family karma. It might be hard to, because whatever way your sun is placed, but it can be done because you are beyond it. That being said, it's easier said than done for all of us to deal with trauma like that, with deep impressions like that. So the sun will ultimately push you to sacrifice, to develop a professional name, and to redeem yourself. Cancer can be prideful in what it has done. And again, that's a for better or for worse. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is the moon for Cancer rising. Now, we can see some people like Saul are saying, you're saying that you've had to learn to be brutal and throw useless stuff away and sentimental about things and items, etc. Glad to see that you relate with that. It's cool to see you guys are chatting up in the comments. So let's keep moving, folks. The moon rules the first house and is auspicious. The first house is both an angle and a trine. Cancer can be sympathetic, having a strong connection to mother or being a mother. Yet, if they had a bad experience of the mother in their life, they can struggle to protect the deep ocean of emotion that they are below the surface of a hard shell. Cancer is a very human feeling-oriented person, though if they're mistreated, they can be hard and cruel. The mother and the evil stepmother are reflections of each other in Cancer. You know, Cancer, a lot of the Disney princess type stuff often can be associated with Cancer. And it's, you know, the evil stepmother thing can be hard for Cancer to go through. If you've had a difficult mother, which it does happen, then Cancer rising can have a hard time letting go of not identifying with it, because Cancer rising is a water rising sign. It's sympathetic, it's psychic, it picks up on the emotions of others. And if you were gestated in the womb of a woman who had a hard mind, who was just not there, and who didn't deal with you properly, the Cancer is very sensitive to all of that. And there might be deep biokinetic impressions inside the brain of the Cancer rising that can chase them like ghosts throughout their whole life. The prenatal stuff for a Cancer rising can be difficult. My friend Alfim has been enjoying the program today, and this is a live stream that we try to do every Sunday. I just wanted to let Alfim know that since they asked. So prenatal reality is important for Cancer rising to consider. And wherever the moon is in their chart, it's going to probably show deep impressions of the memory that was placed on you as a child through prenatal and postnatal impressions made on you. It might be useful for you to explore all the things related to Cancer as the first lord, whatever house it falls into. Look up the moon in that house. Find out all that you can experience negatively and positively. In particular, it might be useful for you to explore the 144 Bhava Yogas. It's a very useful text. It comes from Parashara. This is the Art and Science of Vedic Astrology, Volume 2. A lot of people buy this book just to get the 144 Bhava Yogas. What do I mean by the Bhava Yogas? What this means is, you know, you could have any of these house lords falling into any of these houses. For example, let's take the sun. The sun rules the second house. If you have the sun in Taurus, that's the second lord in the 11th house. That means the second house is operating through the 11th house. What if you have Jupiter? Jupiter rules the 6th house and the 9th house. So Jupiter rules the 6th house. What if you have Jupiter in Libra? That means that you've got the 6th lord in the 4th house. The 6th house has to transmit itself through the 4th house. There's a combination for each one of these in Parashara's 144 Bhava Yogas. So for Cancer's sake, what you might want to do, you might get some information that could be useful by looking up all of the first lord in all of the houses. For example, let's just use an example. Cancer rising, the first lord, let's say the first lord is in Libra in the 4th house. So what does it mean that you have the first lord in the 4th house? what we read is Parashara tells us that you've got the lagna lord in the happiness house, the happiness bhava. One born is possessed with happiness from father and mother, joined with many siblings and possessed of beautiful qualities. These will be important to that person. If you have positive influences there, there's a strong identity, because the first lord is in the fourth house. It's a strong identification with home and one's mother. They can benefit from real estate and property. They can have a good home, and home is important. Emotional poise and balance is important to them. But in the extreme, they can have emotional unrest related to the innate nature of the moon, which is the planet that we're talking about. They can have problems with the mother figures. They can experience a lack of emotional support. This is because the first lord, the identifying factor is in the fourth house. Now you can look up the first lord in the first house in Cancer. That'd be the moon in Cancer. You can look up the moon in the sixth house. That would be the moon in Sagittarius for Cancer rising. It'll all be different. It'll all be useful to you. So I recommend look up your moon in whatever house it's in. Look for the positive and the negative expressions of that moon, and explore what that might have been formulated by in your prenatal and postnatal experience. You got the moon in the fourth house, the moon in Libra. Look up the moon in Libra. Find out what's there. You'd be a social person. You'd be somebody who wants to be a social butterfly, typically. And you should be, because the moon is in the fourth house there. The moon in Libra is a great place for Cancer rising. But let's say you've got Saturn there, and Saturn being in Libra would make that Saturn very strong, and it would probably mess up with that moon a lot. So whatever is obstructing the moon, you ask yourself, what do I want to be by being a moon in Libra and a fourth house person? What are the good expressions of that? What are the bad expressions? And what about my mother might have stopped me from, might have made the difficult parts manifest and might have obstructed me from producing the positive aspects? This is what Cancer rising should do with their moon placement. Figure out what might have happened. Try to correlate, see the qualities of where your moon is placed by sign and house, and see how they might have been correlated with your early childhood experiences and with what your mother is. Try to imagine being your child in your mother's womb and how your mother would have dealt with you. Did she care a lot about it? Did she care too much about it to make it so that you have a sweet tooth for the hopes and dreams that your mother overemphasized inside you? I mean, that's love, which is better than neglect, which a lot of people experience. So this is something useful for Cancers to explore. Cool. And Susie is asking if anybody has any prenatal memories. It's a very interesting question to think about. So these, and thank you, Susie. That's a good question to ask regarding what we're talking about. So this is all very much Cancer stuff. The mother would be an important arbiter for your basic understanding of how your own emotions work. And again, it's just like anything. If you had a good mother experience, kiss it and say goodbye, and still meditate and find out how even the good aspects of your mother are like sattva. It's like my mother was an artist, and there's a part of me that loves being artistic, and I love that about myself. But does that mean you can't still be a hard-minded person who loves to work hard? You might have the dharma of being somebody who becomes like a mechanic, and who can do artsy things on the side, but maybe you feel you have a different dharma. You want to help your family, so you get some kind of regular job and you do art on the side. Don't let the positive association of your mother being an artist, because even positive associations can limit you from fully exploring what you can do with your dharma. So whether it's positive or negative, See the gift of what your mother has given you, as well as some possible difficulties that she has transmitted to you. Explore them objectively and see how you can manage them, understand them, accept them, use the people and emotional resources at your disposal to gain distance from them, even if they're good. To gain distance from them so you can treat them objectively and see how you are the pure awareness that is looking at that aspect of your embodied self. It's your embodied self, which means it is part of who you are, but just like my arm is part of who I am. But if I cut it off, I'd still be me. This is how you got to kind of think of with stuff like this. It's a Grateful Dead shirt. Maui Logic was asking about my shirt. So, now further information about the moon. What we read from Ernst Wilhelm is that the moon represents the soft insides of the crab. The moon, as the rising sign lord, indicates the Cancer native's emotionally centered, comforting, and changeable personality. How the native feels about themselves is of extreme importance to those with Cancer rising. Any insecurities will quickly lead to depressions and emotionally centered illnesses. As the rising sign lord, as the lagna lord, the moon is a temporal benefic, and it generally allows the Cancer rising to find a place in life that's comforting and secure to them. They'll push themselves to find a place in life that's comforting and secure, especially if it's well placed. If the moon is afflicted, then these people will find it almost impossible to have any happiness in the world. And that would be a damaging thing because, just like how the rising sign lord is going to be a vehicle of conveyance for you. The moon is the vehicle of conveyance for Cancer rising, which means your consistent emotional mental health is probably something that you use to fling yourself around and move forward in your reality. It's a big important sign. It's a big important dimension of the chart, and it's a for better or worse thing. If your moon is well placed, then it's going to fling Cancer elastically to adapt and find what makes it feel comfortable, and that will allow them to develop energy of not experiencing frustration, not losing neurosomatic energy through needless frustrations, because they are in alignment with what makes them feel good. If the moon is afflicted, there will always be neuromatic frustrations with no matter what's going on, even if you're in the most idyllic, perfect household reality. You've got the right wife with the right kids in the right location, and everyone should be happy. The moon could still be afflicted, and you could still have this this depressiveness that kind of comes from inside of you with Cancer if the moon is placed in a way that this is signified. In which case, again, you've just got to be objective to your feelings and still do your dharma. Don't let your feelings drag you out from living a purposeful life. Hard to say, but still the astrological reality. Now, as a natural benefic, the bright moon tends to further the Cancer rising's growth and success through gentle, patient care. A benefic bright moon, which is waxing, and especially if it's brighter, again, if it's between the 5th and the 9th house from the sun, if it's going towards full, and especially if it's waxing, all those together. In these cases, the bright moon tends to further their growth and success through gentle patient care. And it gives contentment with what they do have, provided the moon is not afflicted. Even if you've got a bright moon that's close to full moon, whatever, if you've got the moon conjunct Saturn, it's going to have a hard time being content, feeling like it's in the right place in life. As a natural malefic, the dark moon, when the moon is not well placed, this tends to cause some lack of caring for those external things, and a more introverted nature. So contentment will come from more inner processes, and less care will be taken to nurture external things, which as a result will not be as successful. Really, at that point, for a Cancer rising who has a really difficult moon, one of the necessary things that you need to do is explore the filter of the doors of your perception. Explore how your mind is getting so wrapped up in anger and jealousy and possessiveness of things that you don't have, of whatever it is that is causing you to feel sick and bitter that you're not where you want to be just yet. You just have to find some way to wipe the dust off of the reality, the emotional dust and your reaction to the reality that you're in, because you feeling 100 billion ways in a negative ways about your reality, hoping that it was something else, is just sapping your mind, taking you away from objectively being in the reality that you're in. And when the moon is difficult for Cancer, a lot of the times that's their calling card. That's their main mission in life in some ways, is to just be in a reality that is content enough, that will allow you to survive, that will give you love. Because you could even get love and still, again, have this negative feeling about yourself with Cancer rising with a difficult moon. At which place you accept what you have, work your way into being as content with it as possible, be discerning, use Mercury, talk with people, ask other people, is this a life that most people would consider happy? And if people say yes, but you don't feel happy about it, obviously, right? Yes, and talk about why. Because sometimes it could be this thing that's causing you to be unhappy. But a lot of the times for a Cancer with an ill moon, it's just because you're expecting reality to be something that it's not. Find the discernment there. This is important. Talk with the other people in your life so you can uncover and discern what should be in your life and what shouldn't be. And if you've got all shoulds, then you've just got to subsist, meditate, do some yoga, explore the love of the people that you have with you, and get past the cloudy moments, because the sun is going to come through for you even if you have big afflictions to your moon. A lot of times this will be a life where it's more about doing dharma, doing things that you're happy about, protecting your loved ones so that they know that they are loved by you and that you are loved by them, and experiencing that second house security, essentially. Then from there, even when your emotions pull you into a place that there's nothing that can be done about it, it doesn't matter, because the sun will rise again when this mood has passed. Again, it's a difficult thing to talk about, because when you're in it, me telling you this isn't going to help you. But this is the nature of our emotions, ladies and gentlemen. And you as a Cancer rising feel them a lot more probably than other people. It's central to you, and it's probably hard to move forward if you've got this gut feeling of your emotions being bad all the time. At which case it's useful to follow things that give universal self-remedy, self-medication. And when I medication in the true sense of medicine, like yoga, eating healthy, breathing, pranayama would be very important for somebody who is experiencing this. Do whatever you can to purify the filter so that you can just be with what is. I hope that's helpful, and I hope that that's useful. Again, we can only say so much about this. Eventually, I'm going to be talking more about yoga and stuff like that, which will dig more deeply into dealing with the emotional bullshit we all deal with. For now, I'm teaching astrology, folks, so stay tuned for me doing that eventually. Now, that was good. Now we're on to the next one. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this with me. Next up, we have Mars. As we can see in Ernst Wilhelm's schema, we've got Sunday first, Monday, Moon Day second, and then Mardi, Mars is Tuesday, and that's why we're talking about Mars next. I'm just going to take a drink. Mars is a full yoga karaka, ruling the 5th house and the 10th house. And so Mars is going to be very important for the Cancer rising. Thank you, B. B said that they resonated with what I said there, and I'm glad to hear it. Also nice to see that Alfheim's mother is breaking the cycle of patriarchal abuse, and that you're thankful for that. And there's always lots to work through. I'm glad to hear that you guys are with me on all this stuff. Wonderful. Okay, Cancer rising. Next up, we're talking about Mars. So Mars rules the 5th house and the 10th house. These are both very important houses, and they're all wrapped up in one place for Cancer rising. Now, it's interesting, again, that Mars is debilitated in the rising sign. Cancer can have a hard relationship with the 5th house. We've actually mentioned, I think there was 3 resonances there, but what's coming to my head right now is the 2. Mars rules the 5th house and the 10th house. Mars is debilitated in the rising sign. As well, the moon, which rules Cancer, is debilitated in the 5th house of Scorpio. And this resonates. This has a resonance with the total capacity of Cancer to deal with Mars and what Mars is and what the 5th house is. Mars is the 10th house for Cancer tends to be much easier to deal with than the 5th house. The 5th house really has to do with aligning yourself with a soul path in life, with a job, with an occupation, with something that you do with your life that is just inherently joyful, an action that is joyful. So much of Cancer's joy comes from them doing and acting and doing things in the world. Some kind of karma yoga. The 10th house relates with karma yoga, with what do you do to contribute to the world through your action. So Cancer is like a working person who likes to do things for people, for themselves, for their own career, and to rise to high attainments. They love to do these kinds of things. When Cancer really scratches into Mars at its best, it's when they can face the nature of their Mars as the 5th lord, meaning the 5th house. It's when they can get into something that resonates with what they want to do in their lives. And this can be difficult because the moon is debilitated there. So one of the key tricks that Cancer rising can learn is finding things that they deeply love to do, holding it in a space inside themselves, and then using other people who share that love of that thing to help push them to the memory that this is something that I love. This is something that's important to me. Where am I getting this? The use of other people? It's because Mars, the 5th lord, as well as the 10th lord, where is it exalted? The 10th lord and the 5th lord is exalted in Capricorn in the 7th house. So this shows that one of the ways that Cancer rising can rise above this debilitation of the 5th house is by being with people who push them to explore what's deeply inside their heart. You know, if you're a Cancer rising, maybe you're into sports, and you feel that you love it and that you're good at it, or that you're just an athletic person and you want to do something relating to sports and athletics. But the world has go through all these changes, and you feel like you want to do something in your life that's more secure. the Aries inside of you just wants to go and just do anything that's secure. Cancer tends to just whitewash and go over the 5th house when left to their own devices. But if you have somebody in your life that pushes you and says, hey, you really love the sports stuff. Like, why don't you come with me and together we'll just keep doing these sports that we love so much. And through intermingling with another person, it's tough. It pulls you out of the nature of the moon, which is adaptive within yourself and is debilitated in the 5th house. But when you lean into another person who pushes you to be at your best, they will probably push you through Mars to do something that actually means something to you and not just doing something you're skilled at for the sake of being skilled at it. Because Cancer loves to do what they're skilled at because it's easy. It's good. It's not a bad thing for something to be easy for you. If you're a naturally talented musician and you can make money off of it and it's going to, or if you're naturally talented at anything, if you're a naturally talented artist, then you're going to want to lean into what you're good at. But ultimately, you might just use it just to gain gains through the 11th house, to gain money from it and to gain prestige from it, instead of actually exploring the skill for what it is, which is a 5th house thing, the desire and love for that skill. Having someone else push you through the 7th house of Capricorn will allow you to use your skill, which is easy for you. You can take what's easy for you and orient it in a hard way through the help of others, through the 7th house, through Capricorn. Take what's easy for you and apply it in a strategically tough way so you can attain something, so you can attain great things. This is one of the magical secrets of Cancer rising. Having somebody back you up, as Maui logic has kind of said here. So, let's keep this here. Mars is a cruel planet, and it auspiciously rules an angle. And it's also good that Mars is a cruel planet ruling the 10th house, because then it has a tough attitude towards what it does through the 10th house angle. So Mars gives Cancer a great capacity towards creativity, towards acting appropriately in the world, because Mars is also ruling that 5th house. The 5th relates to creativity, to good karma from the past. It's a trine dealing with grace and fortune. So when we combine the 5th house with the 10th house is of activity. And so Cancer does well approaching life from this more idealistic side of things, trying to achieve and to improve the world, trying to do good in the world, and trying to contribute in a way that they feel good about. So a Cancer rising does well to try and achieve improvement in the world through these philosophical goals of just being good. There's almost like a pride there, but it's not the same as the sun's pride to have a high status. It's not an unhealthy pride. Mars is not an unhealthy pride for Cancer. When Cancer wants to do well and to say that I did a good job, like they put their heart and soul into the job that they do, because they reflect the desire for their goodness by the action that they do, which is aimed at doing good for good's sake. So as long as whatever you're doing, whether you're a jack of all trades, whether you're, you take some specific narrow path in your career, as long as you connect it to the feeling of wanting to contribute to the goodness in the world, then, really even to be good at something. It's like a self-esteem thing that is, for whatever reason in Cancer, the desire to show the world or to embody goodness through hard discerning action. For Cancer, it magically works out to pull them into action that is good. Again, anybody can overcompensate. And you have to look to your own moon, look to the feminine planets, look to Venus in your chart to see if you're not lacking emotional things and are sublimating that into a workaholism, which Cancer is very capable of doing that. But it wouldn't be Mars that would be causing the problem there, unless Mars is like, with Venus in a place where Venus it becomes weak for whatever reason. That would, Mars wouldn't typically be the reason that a Cancer would be a workaholic. Mars would love whatever it's doing, probably, especially if Mars is well placed. It would typically be emotional reasons why Cancer would become a workaholic. Mars's desire to do good work and to be effective, to be strategical and productive with its working energy is a blessing. It's one of the great blessings given to Cancer. And it's always still a struggle because Mars is debilitated in the first house, but it's a struggle that they love to move through. Makes them feel like they're evolving sideways. Cancer tends to evolve going sideways and putting in enough energy that they can turn in and move forward towards where they actually want to go. It's like they've got the goal right here. They go sideways around it for a while, but they spiral inward with that effective action that eventually gets them to their goal. And even if it's hard for them, they still love to work hard, especially if their Mars is well placed. If their Mars is not well placed, then it's hard for them to work hard, and they have to be pushed into it, and they might get sucked into the feminine grace planets, and it'll be hard for them to feel confident about their self-esteem, especially for men in particular. Male Cancer risings are so full of emotion that it can be difficult for them to feel like they have any good, worthwhile self-esteem, because men want to be appreciated for what they do, not what they are. Women as Cancer risings are still very well served by Mars, because what they do serves what they are. If you're a mother, if you're a good lover to your lover, or if whatever job that you have, or whatever you serve and provide for the people around you that you love, Mars allows you to do those things and to be leaned on, to be that woman whom everybody loves for the things that you do, which translates as helping what you are. Really, for women, Venus and the moon are the things that you have to watch for in terms of something really messing with your ability to have self-esteem. But for Cancer rising men, it's Mars. If you have a weak Mars, then you might have a hard time feeling like you're worthy and valuable, etc. And if you do have a good Mars, you will feel worthy and valuable, which means you will carve your way into the world. A Cancer rising man with a strong Mars can be a powerful thing, because they have this healthy Mars pride in the sense of like, it's, think of like a firefighter. You're the guy for the job. You are the person who has worked hard your whole life to be a firefighter. Now you're a firefighter. Now, it's okay for you to know that you're the best guy for this job. You're the right person to be here. When you're holding the hose and you're proud of the role that you're providing, that you have this skill set to do this thing, you're allowed to be, pride is never really a good thing, but it's more like a healthy joy at being able to do that thing that you're doing. Cancer rising has the ability to have this through Mars, to feel glory about doing something well and being able to work hard to do it even better. And that's just an infinite feedback loop of energy that the Cancer rising can have. This is the power of Mars for a Cancer rising, especially if it's well placed. Now, certain religious practices and even dogmas can support Cancer rising. That's interesting. I'm gonna keep rolling with what we're looking to get into here. Cancers, because they have Mars ruling the 5th house of discernment and practice and passion, Cancers do well as teachers. They do well as nannies, public servants such as policemen, firefighters, etc. and in situations where they're improving the lives of others, their society, and their community. These are things Mars likes to do, ruling the 5th and 10th. Seeing something and making it better and improving upon it. Cancer does well with these improvements. And Mars gives the power and discipline to do these things. Mars, especially with good Digbala, by being close to the 10th house, will truly give this fortune of Mars. Mars has to feel good about working hard at something. So when Mars is close to the bottom of the chart, like around Libra around here, it might have a harder time feeling like feeling good about working hard. Whereas Mars feels good about working hard when it's closer to the 10th house. So let's read a little bit more here about what Ernst Wilhelm says about Mars. Mars is the powerful and tenacious claws of the crab. Mars, as the 5th and 10th lord, represents Cancer natives' powerful, discriminative mentality with which to guide their actions, and their mental tenacity. Mental tenacity, hard discriminative faculties, these cause luck to fall on Cancer's activities. They know how to make things align. They can have things be very much aligned with themselves and with other things. You know, it's like if they're managing a company and another company wants to associate with, it's like you're a mechanic. You know, let's say that we got a Cancer who's a mechanic, and you have a mechanic shop, and a company comes to you and says, hey, we make drills that, drill bolts into a car. And we like your little operation you got going on. So we want to sponsor you. We want to put your company in our magazines. We want your mechanic shop to be a part of our sponsorship. Cancer Rising will say, okay, are you guys any good? It's like, okay, free money, free sponsorship, that's cool. But like, what is this going to do for me down the line in the future, really? Because if you are, a crappy company, if you're like some really crappy company, my mechanic shop is going to be put in a magazine of a company that produces drills that everybody actually hates. Nobody uses those drills. Nobody uses your tools because they're actually just like a quantity business practice as opposed to quality. The Cancer will say, no, that's okay. I will say, I don't need the money right now. I don't need the promotion from you. Now that you've given me this thought, I'm going to start sending out emails to companies that I respect, that I know will gain respect. This is this alignment. This is this discernment that Cancer can have when it's got Mars well placed in the right way, where when they align themselves with other things and other people, it aligns with the passion that Cancer has for the craft, and it will bring them, that discernment will bring them good things in the long run. That's why mental tenacity and powerful discriminative mentality can bring luck, can cause luck to fall on Cancer's activities. Mars is a yoga karaka, meaning it rules an angle and a trine. And this gives a high degree of intelligence operating towards the benefit of their career. Makes them very talented and skilled in whatever it is that they're doing. Mars provides them with strength derived from intuitive knowledge as well. Ruling the 5th and 10th house, Cancer will fight for their career, their children, and their students. So Mars is a temporal benefic. It's temporarily, for a Cancer, Mars is a benefic. It's the best planet for the Cancer native. Now, even though Mars is a temporary auspicious planet for Cancer, it's still a malefic. So wherever Mars is in the chart, whatever it's entangled with, might cause some conflict with those things that contradict what they rightly perceive they must do. So what this means really is that when a Cancer knows that it has to do something hard, it feels sentimental about the people that it's carving into, but it still will do it. This is part of the reason why, Cancer risings can have funny relationships with their children, because the Cancer wants to set their children up well. And the Mars is a pushy, especially a Cancer rising man embodies the father figure very strongly. And the Mars in them wants to carve into the child in order to get them the best opportunities that they truly need. And sometimes the kid cries and whines and says, I don't want to do that. And the Mars in the Cancer rising will ultimately be objective about bringing that out. And hopefully if the Cancer rising man in that moment has a strong wife or female aspected provider, they can use that to lean into the feminine experience so that they don't push the child into a life that the child doesn't want to live. But if the child is open, the child seems healthy, and the child shows an attunement to what dad is talking about, dad's like, all right, kid, I'm going to put you through the ringer in order that you can be prepared and to live the strongest life that you can live. And it's an antagonism in the Cancer's mind. But the Mars, when it comes to Cancer doing what they know is right, the emotions don't stop Cancer. They will act to do what's right despite emotions obstructing them. Cancer is the one thing that this is true of. Jupiter is partly also responsible for this ethical prerogative inside of Cancer. But for Cancer, we're talking about Mars. The rightness we're talking about is what is going to get me farthest in my career, in my attainments, in my life in the long run. Whatever is going to get me the farthest, I'm going to do, no matter how I feel emotionally about it right now. And this, again, can be a powerful thing, but it is malefic. Mars is a drilling, digging planet for everybody, and this especially so for Cancer rising. So, hello, B. Geezer. It's nice to see you here. Temporal is the same as temporary, Maui logic. Mars is a temporal, benefic for Cancer, but it's still a malefic for everybody. It still has a drilling nature that causes wherever Mars is in your chart, you're going to have to be a bit hard about. If you got Mars in Taurus in the 11th house, you're going to be hard and pushy about finding groups that you align with that resonate with the righteousness that you want to be associated with. You want to be associated with people who will get you farther in life. That's if Mars is using the 11th house to do the 5th and the 10th house lordship. It's using the 11th house to build its career and to develop and progress further in its own skills and attainments. So that means you're going to be hard about the friendship, the people you associate with. Hello there. I believe is that Yiva. It's Ylva. I always forget how to pronounce your name, my friend, and I'm so glad to be seeing you here. Now, the one thing I want to say before we move forward, Francesca asked, is the yoga of Mars exalted, ruined by Saturn? So what you mean, you might have been born perhaps around 1990, when Saturn, around that area, when Saturn was in Capricorn, and I know Mars came through Capricorn around that time as well. When Mars is exalted in Capricorn and Saturn is with it, Saturn does, I wouldn't say that would ruin Mars, because Mars is strong enough when it's exalted to still do what Mars needs to do. There would definitely be a clashing of Saturn and Mars when Saturn and Mars are both in Capricorn, because Saturn is in its own sign, so it's strong, and Mars is exalted, which means it's strong. Ultimately, anything conjunct Saturn is going to be damaged at some level. But it really depends on all the other things. Like if this is a Mars that's in the 4th house, if there are aspects from other enemy planets like Mercury, if Mercury is trine that Mars, especially in Virgo, if you got Mars and Saturn in Capricorn and Mercury is trine them in Virgo, Mercury is in its own sign and Mercury is an enemy to Mars. So that will really mess up Mars' ability to remain logical, and that would flatten that Mars out. But if Mars is being in a trine with the Sun or Jupiter, that's going to help that Mars. So there's many factors to consider. But ultimately, because Mars is exalted, I don't think it would be ruined by being with Saturn. And Francesca also asked, is the yoga of Mars exalted ruined by Saturn? I wouldn't say that it necessarily is, but you need to see other factors in the chart. Awesome. So I'm glad you guys are all here and with me. So we are going to go through one more planet, and then I'm going to go find my lost piece of chocolate. I find I start craving that. I've usually eaten lunch around this time, but I love doing these podcasts like this, so we're going to keep rocking and rolling here, folks. So it's very nice to see you all here. Now, let's move forward here. The next planet we're going to be talking about, what's after Mars? What's after Tuesday, Mardi? Comes Mercury, Wednesday. So Mercury is the next planet that we're going to be discussing here. So what do we read about Mercury for Cancer rising? What we read is that Mercury is considered an evil planet to Cancer rising. Why is that? Mercury rules the 3rd and the 12th house. Thankfully, as I've said, there is a positive coming from the fact that Mercury is a friend to the moon. Although Mercury is funny because Mercury has the moon for an enemy, which means by Cancer rising doing what Cancer rising does, being an emotionally minded person essentially, is going to kind of harm Mercury. It's going to harm your ability to be objective and to think, really when it comes to Mercury, we can read a little bit into why Mercury can have difficulty in a Cancer rising chart. When we think of what about the Lagitati Avashta of the moon conjunct Mercury, or when Mercury and the moon are in a trine to each other? What happens is that the moon begins to essentially overtake, the emotions overtake Mercury's buddhi, Mercury's clear ability to think objectively and to see things objectively. Mercury is playful. Mercury doesn't take things personally. Mercury can be a team player and not be necessarily competitive, or Mercury can be open to the business management side of things, because we know already from what we've seen, Cancer can be prideful, especially about alignment with the right things. Now, Cancer, using its Mars, like in the example we gave, where a company says to Cancer, hey, we have this, say the Cancer rising is a mechanic. They've got a shop, and a company comes along and says, hey, we want to sponsor you. We want to put you in our magazines. We want you to use our drills, and you'll promote us at the same time we'll promote you. Cancer rising, first thought is Mars, which is this a good company for me to associate with? They look at it. If it's not, then nah, I don't want to be associated with a shitty company. Mercury says, well, maybe I don't need to, don't put me in your magazines. But if I, if I keep some of your drills around, or, maybe there is some business that we can do and we can be playful about it. I don't want to fully associate with you, but maybe we can still do some business together. Let's play with what we can do. Let's research and explore how we can be useful to each other. This is Mercury being playful for a Cancer rising. Now, ultimately, Mercury, when Mercury and the moon are conjunct, the emotions
overtake the ability to be playful in that way. No, I'm prideful about my company. I'm only going to work with the best. I'm not going to, no, don't tell me about your other secondary offers. I don't want to hear any of it. That's the moon acting emotionally, not being open to an opportunity that's right in front of it. Mercury is playful with all the aspects of the data, with everything that's in front of it. So when Mercury is well for the moon, it allows the moon to not necessarily act in like fully on instincts and emotionally. It can be playful. It can deal with even like enemies, and it can be open especially to opportunities that are right in front of it, and to thinking about opportunities that it might be able to expand through. Now, the emotional state of the Cancer person is going to be a gate for whether this playfulness and objectivity can come through cleanly, because Mercury rules the 12th house, right? So ultimately, the Mercury is like this for Cancer, just like how because Mercury has the moon for an enemy, it's hard for Cancer rising to be objective and to not instinctively act emotionally when it makes an association with something. On the other hand, while this can clog Cancer's expansive potential, because the third house relates to expanding, Gemini, talking about how in your immediate vicinity, right? The third house is ruled by Virgo, actually, for Cancer rising. But it's the third house. It's immediate opportunities around it. While Mercury is a bit squashed for a Cancer rising in this regard, the moon has Mercury for a friend, which means that ultimately Cancer rising does explore and research things that will help the Cancer to feel better. Mercury is essentially given up. The objectivity of Mercury is given up for allowing the Cancer to research things that the Cancer feels good about, which means ultimately there's a bias. If you're going to openly research something, you shouldn't just be researching something that feels good to you. You should be researching all over the map. Cancer will only research things that they like, that they already like, which means it's hard to get them to open up beyond what they know they like. They can probably be picky eaters. I know that I like mustard and, I like mustard and ham sandwiches. And, I'll expand. I'll put some lettuce. I'll put some tomato on there. But, this is what I like. And you know what? I like to expand myself, see? I like to try Dijon mustard on my ham sandwiches. I like to try honey mustard. See, I'm very expansive with my very specific likes. So this is how Cancer is served by exploring things that it likes. It's just good for them to be objective about the fact that they look through the narrow gate of what they like. And it's good to be open to going beyond that. And a good Mercury will talk with people and be playful about how you can expand how you expand, because the third house and the 12th house has to do with this expansion. Mercury can help when you are open and you can talk with people through Mercury. You communicate, especially if you have a good Mercury. It can open up a lot of the narrowness that keeps Cancer unhappy. You got to dig that this is Mercury as the 12th and 3rd Lord. The 3rd Lord is always hungry for more, but it can never feel satisfied because it's only ever looking through a narrow gate. If Mercury is well placed for Cancer, that gate won't be so narrow. It'll talk to people and it'll say, oh, so I like this, and you're saying that this is like this. I might enjoy what you're talking about, and this might actually make my life easier. And this will help with the emotional 12th house of Cancer. By talking with people about things, they open up their isolation, their very narrow emotional reality, if they can be open to talking about things, if they have a good Mercury, they will be inclined to open up their palate. And this could help them in their personal life as well as their professional life, because the third house has a bit of both of those, but it's mostly a personal thing. Mercury is mostly a personal thing for Cancer. And if they can be opened up, it'll help a lot of their 12th house, emotional angst and etc. So let's read a little bit about it here. We know that the Lord of the 12th house is functionally neutral, but the Lord of the 12th will tend to act like other houses that it rules. In this case, this is the third. Now, the Mula Tricona sign of Mercury is Virgo, and that's the third house. So this puts more emphasis towards the third house for Mercury than the 12th. So since we know from our previous slide, oh shoot, I shouldn't have taken this out of it. As we said, when we were looking at our general rules of planetary Lord auspiciousness, we learned that the Lord of the third house can be particularly difficult. Now here we have the 12th Lord is connected to that difficult third house, the unsatisfiable third house. Since the 12th is neutral, it gets tied in with the third, and that's why plus Virgo is the Mula Tricona of Mercury. And this is something that we haven't talked about too much in this video. The Mula Tricona is the essence of a planet. And so whenever you have a situation like this, the Mula Tricona planet is more emphasized. Gemini is the 12th Lord, is not as loud in Cancer's experience of Mercury as Virgo as the third Lord is, which means Cancer fills up the space of the 12th house with constant novelty, and Mercury can cause them a need to calm their minds, because their minds can be like they always want more, and they'll even try to sublimate emotional feelings by useless novel experiences. If they have good aspects to the 12th house, they will learn to calm their emotions so that they don't just look for external sensation to ease their emotions. Otherwise, they will do that, and that's not a good, you should be finding peace from what you inherently are, and you should accept, it's not a bad thing for Cancer to have fun exploring different aspects of reality. Just don't let the tail wag the dog, is what we mean by that. Don't let your emotional compulsion for variety cause you to be so fluctuating that you can't just be content with where you are and focus on where you are. Mercury can be a scattering influence for Cancer at an emotional level. The emotions cause the Cancer to look and scatter about and find opportunities that are outside of what it's already got, but don't fix it if it ain't broke. Don't fix your reality. If you can be content where you are, explore through Mercury always. Be playful. You just have to discern between, am I opening myself to new realities here, or am I just escaping from a reality that is good, but I'm just not happy with it because something going on with me internally? You have to make the discernment between these two when it comes to Mercury. And if your Mercury is not well placed, you have to reel that in so that you don't be unhappy in a situation that you could be content with. That's an important aspect of Mercury for Cancer. The third house is about interests, mental powers, and mental mind, buddhi, which connects with Mercury. So Cancer can worry a lot. And when Mercury gets overly stimulated, Cancer pays too much attention to thoughts and worries and curiosities. Because when you're worried, you can also be curious. For Cancer, this worried curiosity can turn into wastefulness. And look at that, doesn't Mercury also rule the 12th house? Curious worry and worrisome curiosity translates to 12th house waste and loss for Cancer. They suffer loss through too much worry or anxiety. And oftentimes, the 3rd house and Mercury both deal with friendships. So Cancer can find that there's a lot of loss through friends, finances, time, or energy pissed away and wasted on friends. Losing friends can be particularly disturbing for Cancer rising. And as well, the fact that Mercury rules the business-oriented 3rd house as well as the loss-oriented 12th, the Cancer can have a lot of losses through business alliances or business in general. And so keeping friendships can be, you got to be careful with mixing friendship with business. It's not to say that you can't do it. If you have a good Mercury, if it's very clear, if you have an astrologer and they tell you that you have a good Mercury, you might feel safe and okay, but still always be discerning, which you will be if you have a good Mercury. Be discerning, but ultimately you can mix friendship with business. But Cancer rising in particular, again, ultimately what it comes down to is just don't feel victimized. If you get into business with a friend, and the friend, it goes awry, it goes sideways, and it doesn't turn out the way you wanted it to, that shouldn't stop you from finding friends or from finding business associates. Be careful to be traumatized about something like this because it's a sensitive area for Cancer. Their friendship is a key part of how they sublimate their 12th house emotional longings for moksha, for better and for worse. So the friendships you have, as well as even a business associations of doing successful things with friends, is ways that you can sublimate your emotional anxiety. And ultimately, sublimating emotional anxiety should come from within. And then the things you do in business with friends can be a playful thing that you play with. And if it goes awry, it's okay because I wasn't leaning everything on that. I didn't put all my eggs in that basket. When it comes to friendship and business, don't put all your emotional eggs in a basket of one basket. Because if it topples over, you'll never put your eggs in any basket ever again. And that's victimization and trauma that we want to avoid, because that makes you not see reality for what it is. A good Mercury will let these things happen, will be open to exploring these things, and won't take it personally, won't it won't be like the elephant that never forgets. It'll hold grudges, and it'll isolate itself from humans who are fickle and make errors and make mistakes. If you take it personally that a human made a mistake with you, you'll end up narrowing your opportunities in life, and that's what's represented by this Mercury. It's narrowing your opportunities due to trauma and victimization through the 12th house energy applied to the 3rd house that's our fingers, that's our hands, that's the Gemini that allows us to expand, right? So, that was a good little bit of a reading there. Now, Mercury, let's look at what Ernst Wilhelm says about Mercury. Was I all done there? Yeah. Mercury as the 3rd and 12th lord for Cancer. Mercury is the crab's sideways movement and lack of vocal cords. It's because the 12th lord of removal, of isolation, of lack, of waste, the nebulous, mute 12th house of Gemini is associated with the 3rd house of communication, of going forward, right? Mercury ruling the house of ears and of information. That's the 3rd house, as well as the 12th house of hidden things. And being the planet of speech, Mercury is the natural planet of speech for all of us. This inclines the Cancer native towards secrecy in speech. And it also makes it difficult for Cancer to communicate clearly or fully. We've already talked a little bit about this. Ruling the 3rd house, Mercury makes Cancer rising good listeners, and they're always curious, But the 12th house lordship keeps their response often hidden. Mercury becomes a temporal malefic due to the 3rd house lordship. And that means that Mercury is an inauspicious planet for Cancer. And this does give them a cleverness with which to fulfill their desires. But it will rarely be direct to them or to others, as the 12th house will always keep something unrevealed, even to themselves, which can be a dangerous thing. Mercury, for a Cancer, can find them getting into things, seedy things, and they are almost hiding the red flags of what they're doing from themselves, which can be a dangerous situation. Ideally, you should just communicate fully with the people around you and your loved ones. Tell them that there's something about this taboo thing you're getting into that you want to explore, and they'll, hopefully it's someone who is safe and who won't judge you, but who will point out that, you might not actually find happiness in this seedy thing. And, still explore it if you got to explore it. But just, at least by communicating with someone else, the seedy, gross aspects of it won't be hidden from yourself. But then you could still explore it, do what Krishna does, go and dance with the gopis, and do whatever it is that is on your mind as something you want to explore, so you get it off your chest, realize what it is, and then move forward with the experience that you've had. Ultimately, if you're not honest with yourself about the experiences that you're having, you could do something that you don't feel good about, keep it from everybody, but yet, you're expanding your realm, you're expanding your frame of understanding by delving into those taboo things, because that's the 3rd house, pushing you beyond yourself for, in tough ways. It's the house of elder siblings, of somebody pushing you to get beyond yourself, which is a friend doing that for you, typically. So the 3rd house being tied in with the 12th, you being that friend for yourself gets muted unless you just open yourself and communicate about what's going on. So that when you do a taboo thing or something that's seedy or, can be rebellious or whatever it is, you're talking with yourself about it, you're talking with others about it, because it might actually be a good thing. Cancers can be very clever about what is under the surface of things, doing things in ways that are off kilter from what most people would do. They can explore such things, and whatever that means, and then find useful information from it, digging up in places that nobody else would dig, and then taking the bones from that and saying, yeah, so that wasn't a good experience. If you communicate, you're honest about yourself, that wasn't a good experience. At least I got this out of it, but now I'm going to start moving towards something that is in alignment with me. If you don't communicate, at least to yourself, write it in your notebook, explore the experience that you're having, then you might have that experience, tuck it under the carpet, and just, woo, that was interesting. But, I don't even want to think about the experiences I had there. And then the experiences that you had, even the negative and the positive, will itch away at your mind, and it'll become this constant thing that you do in secret, which is so intriguing to you that you keep exploring it for curiosity's sake. And it's at that point that curiosity kills the cat. There's so many things I'm thinking of. It could be drugs that we're talking about. It could be, like thinking about cheating on your lover or something like that. It could be, me being an LGBTQ plus person. This could relate to having like a homoerotic experience when you're young and just hiding it from yourself, not talking about it, not being open to it at all. And then developing this weird obsessive compulsion with the idea of homoeroticism. And someday you find you're 30 years old and you're creeping under the carpet once in a while, having homoerotic experiences, feeling weird and guilty and all these things about it because you don't just talk with people about it. If you talk with a therapist about it, a therapist would be like, dude, just explore it. You might find that it's not even that enticing of a thing. You go and you just explore it, and you realize, I don't think I was actually gay. I think I just was intrigued by an experience that I wasn't communicating with myself about. Mercury brings it all out in the air, or you might actually be gay, and at which point it's probably a good thing that you were exploring that, communicated with a therapist who told you, yeah, you might actually, that might be where you're at. The point is for Cancer is that they can make a phantom out of things that don't need to be nearly as big a deal. If you at least communicate with yourself about it, explore it, write in your notebook, go to a therapist. You don't have to tell anybody else about it, but at least tell a therapist. Tell somebody about these things that are happening to you, whatever they are, whether it's violent, whether it's drugs, whatever it is. You're going to do better by just facing what your curiosity is moving you towards. It's this icky aspect of curiosity for Cancer rising. But the more you explore it openly, the more you're going to know what you're going through in an honest sense. Now, Mercury becomes a temporal malefic due to the third house lordship, and this gives them a cleverness to fill their desires with. And it's not always direct, because the 12th house keeps something unrevealed. As a natural benefic, Mercury gives skills and a rational intelligence to further their goals. Because Mercury is kind of a natural benefic. There are times when Mercury can turn malefic if Mercury is associated with a malefic. It becomes, like if it's right next to the sun, that combustion makes Mercury become malefic. If it's right next to Mars, it becomes malefic, usually within 10 degrees, and if there's no other benefic planet close to it. Mercury can be malefic in this sense, in which case it would have a harder time developing on those skills in a joyful way. But Mercury ultimately will give Cancer the skills that it has. Mercury is particularly a planet of foreign travel, which Cancer represents. And this indicates a talent for exploration and foreign trade. Mercury can bring these qualities and capacities out for a Cancer rising. So Mercury, since it's very important for the full self-awareness of Cancer rising. If you are a Cancer rising, I recommend you lean into Mercury, especially for relationships, because it's one of the planets that are associated. Mercury is associated with Venus and Saturn. These are the embodied relationship planets. And Mercury can be a huge help in whatever your partner is doing for you, you should communicate, because Cancer will lean on their partners to bring out that Mars again, because Mars is exalted in the 7th house of Capricorn. So Cancer tends to lean on their partners to bring out the best in them. Especially Cancer men will lean on a woman to bring out the best in them. And that, in that sense, the 7th house and the 8th house, the 7th house is a marika in a way. The lover is like an enemy in the sense that they're the one person who will hit you at the core with the hardest stuff that you need to hear. And it's antagonizing for Cancer. It's antagonizing to hear about the stuff that they're not doing, of what they're not accomplishing, of what they're not focusing on. It's agonizing for them. If you have Mercury strong, you won't bottle up the antagonism that your partner gives and put it out in fantasies of cheating on your partner and all these other stupid places. You'll communicate with your partner right away and say, you are pushing me too hard in this regard. I know you want me to follow a diet, honey, but you're pushing me too hard in this regard. We have to find a way to do this so that I don't feel antagonized by you, because right now I'm not only thinking about jelly donuts, I'm thinking about eating them with another lover on them because the way you are pushing me about this. Mercury shouldn't keep that kind of shit hidden. It should talk with the Cancer should talk with their partner about these things so it's illuminated, so that the partner knows what you're going through, so that you can deal with the karma of your partner making you better in a way that feels comfortable for you. That's not so antagonizing that you just want to flip them the bird and say, go fuck yourself and find somebody else. It shouldn't bottle up that way, especially if they're a good partner. And even the best partner will require you to communicate in this way. Mercury is one of your best friends in a relationship. It's true for everybody. It's very true for the emotional reality of Cancer rising, because Mercury rules that 12th house. Quite important, I would say. So I knew this would be a long video. God, we got 3 more planets to go, and I got to go eat some chocolate, folks. So let's keep rolling. This is going to be the longest video that we've done so far. I had a feeling that this would be this way, but it's okay. I'm going to go get a piece of chocolate. I'm probably going to use the bathroom real quick too. And then we're going to finish off with our final 3 planets. We've still got Jupiter, we've got Venus, and we've got Saturn to move through for our Cancer rising video. Thanks for your patience, folks. It'll just be a moment. Okay. We started off this video. The moon is important for everybody. So I was talking about chitta. I was talking about self-realization. So I think that I was not as meticulous about the time on this video as I should have been. Glad to see you guys are hanging out with me and being a part of our conversation. That's what I was looking for. So Yiva has asked, can a debilitated Mercury still be a healthy Mercury? Of course it can. For Cancer rising, a debilitated Mercury would be in the 9th house, which shows a little bit of luck. The 9th house always gives a little bit of luck to any planets that are there. And unfortunately, Mercury likes to be closer to the 1st house. So being in the 9th, it'd be closer to the 7th. That would give a bit of difficulty to the Mercury as well. But even a debilitated planet like Mercury, being debilitated in Pisces, can still have aspects from its friends. It can still have aspects from benefic planets, especially if like Venus is there with that Mercury. It's going to do huge good things for that Mercury. It can still have strength of Shadbala. It can still have good Vimshopak. These are all the different various things that can give a planet strength outside of just its sign. The sign only has so much to do with a planet's overall strength and capacity. So yes, a debilitated Mercury most certainly can still be healthy. And even if it has the typical things related to the muteness, the difficulty communicating, if you find out you have a debilitated Mercury, you work on it. You go to therapy and learn about communication. You develop, do cognitive behavioral therapy, do things that are going to encourage you to deal with the archetypal energy of that debilitated planet. The energy will still be there, but don't feel victimized about it. Just be objective about the karma that you have and move through it the best you can. It will, having that self-awareness helps with everything, right? Okay, so we are on to the next thing here, ladies and gentlemen. Always feel free to ask me questions. I'm having fun just shooting the shit with you guys here. Yiva's asking one more question. What does a healthy debilitated Mercury look like in terms of characteristics? It would just look like a healthy Mercury. It would look like you communicate and you listen to your inner voice. That's the best thing I can give in terms of Mercury. A video that I recommend on if you want to understand how Mercury works. I think I might have told you this already, Yiva. So excuse me if you already heard this. Let's look up Ernst Wilhelm's The Behavior of Mercury, the characteristics of Mercury. It's something like that. To learn about how Mercury is when Mercury behaves well. Even when it's debilitated, a Mercury that behaves well ultimately listens to red flags, and it communicates, even when it feels embarrassed and difficult about what it is communicating. It's like Cancer likes to work hard for its family, but you feel that you're working too hard. So you go to your lover and you say, honey, I'm embarrassed to say it, but I feel like I've been working too hard. And I need to come down. And I need to provide some vulnerable space here for me to come off my high horse and just exist and be loved without having to work hard for it. Ask for that. Ask for that validation. You might not want to, but this is what you need to do if you've been pushing yourself too hard. That's a healthy Mercury. It communicates what it needs. Simple as that. So, let's start digging through here, folks. What we have next is Jupiter. Jupiter is another very important planet for Cancer rising, ruling the 6th and 9th houses and being a key part of the psyche of Cancer, who is a hard worker again. Now, again, there's two ways of looking. There's a funny thing happening with Cancer here. The Mula Tricona of Jupiter is Sagittarius. Just like how we talked about the Mula Tricona of Mercury is Virgo. The Mula Tricona, it's something, I've done a video on it if you want to look up what the Mula Tricona is. Mula means root, and Tricona means like trine. What it kind of shows, basically, it's the root energy of a planet. It is the energy that is the essence of a planet, and therefore it's considered to be the stronger of two houses. This is one of these moments where Cancer rising has lots of these sorts of amendments to the general rules. So, for the sake of Cancer rising, what we see happening is Sagittarius rules the 6th house, and Sagittarius is this Mula Tricona, which means the energy of the 6th house is, in some ways, more loud in Cancer's experience than the energy of the 9th house. But why then is Jupiter still auspicious? It's because the more predominant schema that Parashara gives, remember Parashara said that Jupiter is a good planet and brings auspiciousness for Cancer rising. This is because the 9th house is the strongest of the trine houses. The 9th house is more auspicious than the 5th, and it's more auspicious than the 1st house. There's actually the 1st house is auspicious. The 5th house is the second most auspicious and lucky. And then the 9th house is the most auspicious and lucky. Now, what about the unlucky houses, the inauspicious, the difficult houses? The 3rd house is the least difficult of the difficult houses. The 6th house is the second most difficult. And then the 11th house is the most difficult house. So you have the second most, so Cancer rules, Jupiter rules the 9th house and the 6th house. The 6th house is the second most difficult, but the 9th house is the most lucky, the most auspicious. So the 9th house nature is going to beat the 6th house nature. The 6th house is going to bring some trouble, but Jupiter, while it will experience wherever Jupiter is in your chart. If Jupiter is in the 8th house of Aquarius, it's going to bring a little bit of trouble through working hard, basically. But again, that's just it, is that working hard really it can bring debt. It's like Jupiter, through Cancer rising, can take on debt. It will take on a debt to buy a vehicle, to live in a place that's above its means, in order to move towards a job or a role that it knows it can play so well that it will gain spoils from that role or that job that will eventually pay back the debt that it takes on. Cancer rising can be optimistic about taking on debt in this way, but what it needs to understand is that, well, I mean, this is just anybody dealing with debt knows what debt's all about. If you've got a very ill Jupiter, you should be careful. If your Jupiter, the thing is with Jupiter for Cancer rising, is that you've got it's a black and white with how Jupiter can be strong in the chart. It's just like the sun. The sun is exalted in Aries, and also the 10th house is a strong place for the sun by Digbala. Same thing with Jupiter. The Jupiter has Digbala strength in the 1st house in every chart, but also Jupiter is exalted in the 1st house. The opposite has to be true as well. Jupiter is debilitated in Capricorn, and Jupiter is also lacks strength in the 7th house. Jupiter isn't as strong in the 7th house because it's dealing with others. It's dealing with its deepest self-joy and dharma. It's leaning through others when it's in the 7th house. It's trying to find its dharma through the opportunities others give it. Whereas Jupiter just finds much more luck when it abides by its own way of finding its dharma and purpose and desires in life. So Jupiter being in the 1st house is strong, and Jupiter being in Cancer is exalted. This means the opposite is true for the opposite. When Jupiter is around the 7th house, that's the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th, really, when it's in this area, it can find trouble. At least when it's in Sagittarius and Pisces, it's in its own sign. Really, Jupiter in the 9th house and Pisces is a blessing for Cancer. But still, especially Pisces is at least moving now towards exaltation. But it's still close to debilitation, and it's still close to the 7th house. So Jupiter really is like this. And anyone with Cancer rising should be wary and very careful of how they apply debt in their lives, especially if Jupiter is debilitated in the 7th house. You might find that you take on debt to go into school or to live in a house or do something that you think is going to put you in a status or prestige that has nothing to do with your heart, and you'll drain yourselves for 20 years trying to pay back the debt through something that means nothing to you, and it's a prison. That is that's a freaky thought for Cancer rising. And, if you have Jupiter in Capricorn, doesn't mean you're going to go through this, but this is the kind of thing that Cancer rising with a debilitated Jupiter especially can get into. is doing things, taking on debt, taking on a promise to pay something back in the future for a path that doesn't feel good. And then you're conscripted to that path, and you have to do it in order to pay off the debt, and that's a mess, as you can see why that would be a mess. Ultimately, if the sun is trying that Jupiter, if Mars is trying that Jupiter, if it's friends, if the moon is trying that Jupiter, if that Jupiter has some help, then it might find a way to get through it. But if it's a really trash Jupiter for Cancer rising, they should be careful about what they do with debt. They should be very careful about it. We have somebody in the chat who is using a lot of capitals. Do me a favor, Maui Logic. Feel free to converse, but I think that it's going to be easier for everybody to see everybody's comments if we are not using our caps lock as much. Please and thank you. Now, this is something that's the nature of Jupiter, is like a lot of the times it's a forward-thinking planet. And especially for Cancer, it's a forward-thinking planet for sure, being the lord of the 9th house. Faith in what you're doing and moving towards, So let's read a little bit about Jupiter for Cancer rising. Again, what I'm reminded to say here is that ultimately Jupiter has the 6th house as the Mula Tricona, which means Cancer rising is very willing to work hard to pay off debts that get it to the place or the role that it needs to be. And it's fearless about paying off those debts. And especially if Jupiter is well placed, you're going to pay off your debts through some kind of role that you enjoy, which means it's going to be joyful. It's going to be a part of the joy that you have is to stick to your word. The word is very important for Cancer rising. You have my word, which means I'm going to do this for you. And that makes a magic for Cancer because people begin to be able to rely and lean on Cancer. If you have a Cancer person with a good Jupiter, if they tell you they're going to do something, you can pretty much be sure that they're going to do it because they, in the end of their life or in the midst of their life, they lean on their ability to be leaned on. And this is what favors good favor for them, especially if the Jupiter is well placed. They won't give out their word needlessly and piss it away with, Mercury can mess with Jupiter's ability to keep its word because Mercury will emotionally act on opportunities for friends, doing things for friends. And if they have a good Jupiter, they'll do things for friends and they could piss away energy helping a friend and then the friend screws them over in a business relationship, whatever. But the Jupiter will still keep its word on its own big picture of what the Cancer person is manifesting if the Jupiter is well placed. If Jupiter and Mercury are in trouble, then it's good to be careful, Thank you, Maui Logic. I appreciate the comment that you made there. And I'm glad to see everybody else is still chatting with us here. So, with Jupiter, the 9th house has more of a prominent influence than the 6th house. And so that's why we call Jupiter auspicious. Jupiter is how a Cancer treats their servants. It's how they treat their enemies, diseases, and problems. And they'll come at it from a very philosophical standpoint. It's the 9th house. Seeing there's a funny switch that can go... there's a funny switch that can go on for Cancer rising, where they can see darkness as being a positive, it's like weakness is the perfect fertile ground to develop strength. Debt is the perfect fertile ground to purify yourself. Enemies, diseases, and these problems, philosophically, Cancer, through the 9th house, can have a philosophical, ethical ideal of purity, which dismantles the problems of the 6th house. They deal with it just as it comes. Oftentimes, Cancer won't be the ones who show no mercy. They have a sense of justice, of forgiveness and fairness, because that's a quality of Jupiter being launched towards their enemies, towards their problems. And this is the thing, is that Cancer has the luck of not always instinctively feeling victimized about things. It's because Jupiter takes an ethical, mystical understanding of the 6th house, of the debts, of the annoying obstructions and frustrations that happen in life. Cancer says, duh, of course, life is full of incompatible things. Good, great. Now we can make this incompatible thing compatible. You know, we talk about the moon as being adaptable, and it adapts. It's a survivor. Cancer's a survivor. We talk about that from the nature of the moon, but where does the moon get that from? The moon gets that from the fact that Jupiter rules the 9th house and the 6th house from Cancer. It's amazing how astrology teaches us itself through, that's one of the reasons I love going through these things, these videos. It's because you learn about the planets and their nature just by talking about the signs that they rule for a rising sign, right? Now, someone going through a serious health crisis might not be best to be served by telling them to fight, to overcome, to conquer the war of this illness. Instead, you might encourage them to say, how can you love your body and find forgiveness for yourself for the way your body is acting? This is Jupiter giving a more philosophical healer's mentality to illnesses and disease and such. Jupiter gives an embracing approach to enemies, loss, weakness, disease, obstacles, more of a welcoming nature and sympathy, rather than fighting it out. They sympathize. They have compassion for their enemies and for nature. They have compassion for nature. They have compassion for the fact that life doesn't always give you exactly what's needed in order to do your best, because nature is limited. The moon is the arbiter of... The moon is the spiritual planet closer to Earth. So the moon understands Earth. It understands Prakriti. It understands why we're all here. We are infinite spirit of the sun, but it is Prakriti, it is Earth, it is material reality that allows us to embody the spiritual potentials that we feel inside of ourselves. And those spiritual potentials can only be embodied in a world of lack, in a world of limitations, in a world of... That's how you prove. That's how you show that I am the spirit that can overcome. I am the person who got a black belt in karate. How did I get that black belt in karate? I went through every fucking belt, baby, and I loved every part of it, because that's what being a black belt is. Knowing that you went through all that shit, all that dirt. That black belt is something you can wear with pride. And Cancer rising, through their Jupiter, understands that all limitations are the doorway to embodiment. It's a beautiful thing, and when you know any spiritual Cancer risings, they will have this perspective. My brother in my band is a Cancer rising, and he thinks in this way, and I get a lot out of it by just talking with him. When obstructions happen, he's so matter of fact about it. Oh, look, an opportunity to embody my spirit. Finally. That being said, it's one thing to deal with obstructions as they come. It's another thing to, Cancer still has difficulties with when it comes to embodying their kingdom and going for the hardest thing that they want to go for. That's because of the 5th house thing and the Mars thing and everything that we've discussed there. But dealing with obstructions, responsibilities that are immediate and forthcoming are pretty easy for a Cancer rising. Typically, especially if they have a good Jupiter. Just the way Jupiter is for them. Again, we've talked about a lot of the heavy things about Cancer throughout all of this. Jupiter is one of the places where we can see that everybody has good stuff and bad stuff, and Jupiter grants a lot of good to Cancer. Again, of course, we notice that Jupiter is exalted in the rising sign, and this is something worth just mentioning again. We mentioned Mars can be tough for Cancer to deal with because it's debilitated in the rising sign. That's why I said taking up its own path in life from the inside, the inspiration to do greatness, is something Cancer has to push themselves towards. It's ideal to have a good Mars because then you're pushed to push yourself. Jupiter is the grace that comes very naturally to Cancer. Jupiter is an internalized grace that comes from feeling this philosophical positivity because Jupiter is exalted in the rising sign, right? So, what does Ernst Wilhelm tell us about this? Jupiter as the 6th and 9th lord, Jupiter is the crab's lack of aggressiveness. Jupiter is the 6th house of enemies and the 9th house of the teacher in wisdom, gives Cancer a peaceful and forgiving attitude. This causes them to learn from their enemies and difficulties rather than to fight to the death of beating a dead horse that doesn't need to be beaten anymore. Ruling the house of spiritual life, 9th house, and the house of work, the 6th house, Jupiter gives a great capacity for karma yoga, doing what's right and what needs to be done just for the sake that it feels good through the 9th house. Jupiter also gives knowledge for overcoming difficulties and makes their hard work pay off with the gain of their fortune. Ruling the 6th house of enemies and the 9th house of father, Jupiter inclines Cancer to have less attachment to the father. But since Jupiter is a benefic, there isn't typically much trouble with the father. Of course, unless there are other afflictions indicating so. The 9th house tends to be the father. The 10th house tends to be your capacity to act on what's given by the father. And the 9th house, since it's ruled by Jupiter, and it tends to be okay. It could even be a nagging influence, but it's like the Cancer person can think about what their father would say about their debt. And it's a nagging, frustrating thing, but at least they're thinking about that, and it's like, this is annoying, but dad would be right in that sense, so I should keep to my word and stick to taking off my debt or doing what I promised this person, whatever it is that is being represented by the 6th house there. The 9th house energy channels an acceptance of the nature of the father archetype in the universe. If there are afflictions to Jupiter, then there would be some difficulty with the father and all of that. And anybody who represents authority. But that's classic 9th house stuff, right? Now, Jupiter rules one benefic house and one malefic house. But as its benefic house is the most powerful trine, that's the 9th house, Jupiter is a temporal benefic. It ultimately brings more good than bad. And as a natural benefic ruling the 6th house, Jupiter provides his grace sometimes freely, but usually after effort is made. It's almost like Jupiter needs to put in a lot of effort for Cancer rising. The Cancer rising needs to dedicate itself to something and put in a lot of effort. Put in the effort to get that black belt in order to be the black belt. And then from there, it's all worth it because then you can teach, you can be revered and respected as the person who got that black belt. And that makes it all worth it for Cancer rising, right? So that is the nature of Jupiter for Cancer rising. Let's move on, folks. As I said, I knew this would be a long video. I'm in the zone right now, so I'm not that mad about it. We are going to be moving through Venus. What is Venus for Cancer rising? Venus is considered evil because it's a benefic ruling an angle And it rules the most powerful, difficult house, the 11th house. That's a double slammy whammy for the indications of Venus for Cancer rising. The 4th house deals with property, the home, and comforts. The 11th house deals with gains, how we identify ourselves, how we are validated. The 11th house is that house of karma, of attainment, how we identify ourselves around others, and how we validate ourselves. It is a psychological validation house in that sense. Yiva, I gotta get Yiva some chocolate. I wish I could share some of my chocolate with all you guys. It's like some nice, like, organic-ish chocolate. Try to get the good stuff when I can. So, Cancer is the crab that carries its shell, its home, with it whenever it goes. That's the 4th house. That's Venus. A healthy Cancer rising is supposed to be more adaptable regarding its home and internal state of happiness. Internal states of happiness are supposed to be its home, not the things outside of it. So it's the fact that Venus rules the 4th and the evil 11th house, and that it's inauspicious, that causes a Cancer ascendant to be too sentimental, too attached to home and property. Although it can give Venus can give gains through these things and can be good in that regard. So Cancer can actually have a pridefulness regarding its status in life. This is a combination of the fact that the sun, the identifier, rules the 2nd house, and as well Venus, which is the 11th lord, is also the 4th lord. Now, of course, the 11th house, we all ought to know that it's an important house. It's the house of Dharma. Typically, things happening in the 11th house, there's like difficulty there. What always happens is that the 11th house is tough for everybody. It's the nature of Dharma. There's an egotism that causes a wetting of the whistle, a wetting of the appetite to be regarded as validated through the actions that we attain in the 11th house. And we all have that. We all have an 11th house. It's evil. It's considered the most evil house, the most inauspicious house, because it's so important to us that if we don't meditate, then it will always be a hole in ourselves that can never be filled no matter how much we attain. No matter where we are always desiring to validate ourselves further through the 11th house. The thing is that if we do meditate, that hole will still be in our hearts for the things presented through the 11th house, even if you're the most great meditator in the world. Why would somebody Ramakrishna? I don't know his chart, but Ramakrishna was a great meditator. He attained for the heights of yoga and self-realization and moksha. He attained to let go of the needless aspects of his chart. I'm willing to bet that whatever was signified by his 11th house related to that, related to moksha, related to the high end of yoga. He wouldn't have gotten there if he didn't have an 11th house. So this is how we kind of have to understand it, is that it's a space that we want to move towards in order to have attainment. But the 11th house, when it is in its extreme and when we're unevolved, it can be debilitating because of the egotistical nature of it. For Cancer rising, the Venus ruling the 11th house shows that there is an extra egotism associated with home and with the emotional associations that you have, and even with the networking and people that you have. There's a real blending of your private life with your business and career life too, which is part of the reason why Cancer can be tricky in terms of business and friendship. You have to be careful about what that's all about. for Cancer, not only because Mercury rules the 12th and the 3rd as the signifier of friendships, which has difficulty for Cancer, but Venus rules the 4th of our private life and the 11th of our attainment in the world and validation. It's almost like we seek to be validated via 11th house through the people in our private life. And the people in your private life are not supposed to, like, they don't owe you anything. Nobody owes you anything in your private life. If you give them an energy that they owe you some kind of validation, then they're going to say, I come to you because we love each other. I have never felt the need to do anything for you. I just thought we loved each other. And then the Cancer rising is like, yeah, we do love each other, and that love validates me. So make sure you don't go away, because that would be insulting to me, and then I wouldn't be validated. It makes the person feel like the Cancer is like using them. This can be a weird energy that Cancer sometimes experiences and lives through, and almost like can't get away from it. Ultimately, this is one of those things where if you love somebody in your life and they are close to you because they're close to you, because you love each other, doesn't necessarily mean that you're consciously using them. And you might feel like there's a psychic thing inside you that makes you wonder, like, am I just using all the people in my life to validate myself? That is a samskara. That is a vritti. That is an internal mental mechanism that comes from the astral karma of Cancer. And if you meditate, you realize that you are experiencing love with the people in your life, regardless of the intermediate equations that brings that love together. The love is there. You're going to look back in the rearview mirror and say, thank God I loved those people and they loved me, and that's that. So it's really an illusion. But the Cancer, it's the karma of Cancer. It's going to feel like it never really has enough validation, emotional validation from the people around it, especially because it wants to work hard. The women Cancer risings will find that they don't care as much about what they do, but they have to deal with detaching themselves from Venus in general. They have to detach themselves from this sweet tooth, this toothache need to be validated emotionally. The Cancer rising men need to ensure that Venus just doesn't take them away from Mars, which is what they do. It's their, Cancer rising generally gets self-esteem by what it does in a lot of ways, which is the male psyche. Men are validated by what they do. Women are validated by what they are, by how they're received, by how they're loved, how they're taken care of, how they're thought about by their partner. And women with a good Venus will communicate, and as well as men too. Any Cancer rising with a good Venus will communicate what they desire in their private life. They'll get it, and they'll be content with whatever they get. And they'll even prompt, like, honey, it's good to communicate, especially use your Mercury. I would love one day, honey, if I woke up, I went to work, and I saw beside the coffee maker a sweet little, you made lunch for me, and you just put it in a sweet little bow. You wrote a little note, got a little heart on it, and it was just so sweet. It was the sweetest thing, and you didn't have to do that. If you could do that for me once in a while, I would feel really validated. So if you communicate something like that, then you can get that. You can have that experience with those people, So see you later, Maui Logic. Nice seeing you. You can have that experience if you communicate it and if you're honest about your Venus and what you want and what you need in your relationships and this sort of thing. And it's important to communicate it, and it's important to listen to your partner when they say they can only give you so much of that. Because if you are so emotional, you can't get over the Venus toothache and the sweet toothache, and you want more and more and more emotional neediness from your partner, then you become emotionally needy. And that's why people can talk about happening with Cancer rising. It happens through Venus more than anything. It's not even the moon's fault that would give this neediness. It is the fault of Venus for a Cancer rising more than anything else. I have to sign in here because my communication is a little bit wonky. Okay, I'm with you guys on the live chat. Okay, so B is saying that I want this to come organically, not by my prompt. It's a good point, B. Now, I have to tell you, and this is what I want you to consider, B has made an important point here, and I don't know, I'm going to be clear with it here. B says, I don't want to have to tell my partner to leave me these little sweet little love mementos and these loving things. I want them to instinctively do it. And really, of course that makes sense. The thing is that you sometimes, especially if, I don't know, B, if you are, if you have a man for a partner, but if a Cancer rising person has a man for a partner, a lot of the times men do not think about the comfort of Venus that women need instinctively. And if the woman doesn't communicate those needs, then the man's like, yeah, so we're good. We're good. Okay, I'm going to go to work. I'm going to keep doing the thing that I love doing. I'm going to come home to you, bring home the bacon. And then, like, I'm going to enjoy the love that I get from you. And that's that. Let me know if I need to do anything for you. Because a lot of times men just don't think about it. But whether you're a man or a woman, Cancer rising sometimes needs to talk about, in order to manifest, they need to speak to, through Mercury, really, what they expect emotionally from their partner. And a lot of the times it'll be too much. That's the thing about Venus, is that it'll be too much. It'll be like almost unrealistic. But communicating about it is going to help you show your partner that it's important to you. You accept if they can't do it all the time, but you do want it. Cancer rising is the one who gets cold and icy when this is what happens with Cancer rising typically. If you don't talk about it, B, if I'm trying to make an understanding here, you're a Cancer rising. You want your partner to leave you some gesture of affection. And you've been going for a while. If you bottle it up, if you don't communicate it, once in a while at least, if you do the Mercury, the thing that's typical of Cancer, you do the 12th house mute, you just don't talk about it. This is how Cancer rising often operates, is that they freeze up, they clam up, they go inside their shell, they feel like a piece of shit, and they emanate vibrations of feeling unloved and almost abused. And the partner, lollygagging around in his own reality, or her reality, sees the Cancer clamming up inside the shell, and it's like, hey, what's going on, honey? You okay? You look like you're not really open right now. And then the Cancer has to deal with having been confronted about the communication that they're making. And the instinct is always it's even tougher now because you aren't owning the communication from within inside yourself. Your partner has mentioned that your energy is off. And the instinct then is to react to that as a confrontation. So, well, maybe it's because you haven't been loving me enough. And then there's a whole energy towards all that. It's easier, I think, and better for the Cancer rising to be preemptive and be fearless about that. Be preemptive and just say, I've been hoping that we can have some occasional gestures of love to each other. I'm trying not to ask for much here, and maybe even do. Just own it. If you had a good Venus, communicate right from the beginning. If you have a good Venus, then you will communicate from the beginning of the relationship. Something I do enjoy is I kind of like to, not be pampered all the time, but I do like to kind of be like, whether it's spoiled a little bit or, like when you buy me things once in a while or you Don't, I'm sitting, I'm reading, and you come up, you don't even say anything to me. You just come up and start caressing my feet. Start just giving me a little foot rub, and I'll look up from my book and I'll blush, and I won't say anything, but I will just be so deeply in that rapture. Cancer says so much through their Mercury without actually vocalizing, which is hot. I think it's beautiful. So the Cancer will just be so full of the appreciation for those things. So, a Cancer rising with a good Venus will probably say that from the beginning, and the Mercury should allow you to constantly just little reminders, like here are some ways that I feel I would enjoy being pampered once in a while, and just remind the partner once in a while that this is what you like to do. Unfortunately, because these are inauspicious planets, Cancer feels embarrassed about these things, because you want to provide for your lover, because you're the moon, and you want to be absolutely in the pocket with them. The trick of it is to remind them that this makes me feel sexy. It makes me feel like I'm appreciated, because we all want to feel the sexiness of our partner. So our partner will be like, oh, okay. Because if our partner can turn us on, then that turns our partner on. So you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. If you communicate in a seductive way that you enjoy having these kinds of things happen to you once in a while, unprompted, then your partner will get it. And at least if you have a good partner, if you've been listening to your inner voice from the beginning of the relationship and got with somebody whom you want to be with at the level of emotion, as well as the level of what you're building beyond your emotional connection, your dharma, your shared dharma, what have you. Cancers are usually stronger on the 9th house than they are in the 4th house and the 11th house of Venus. Venus is an alien to Cancer, so it takes them work to learn that they are emotional beings who deserve to be. Not only do they deserve it, they deserve to be, given the love and the pampering that they deserve. But it's beyond deserving it. It's sexy. And sexiness and that energy of a person doing that for you, rubbing your feet without you asking about it, and you being turned on by that, that's doing a lot for him too. So make sure to let him know about that aspect of reality. Because everybody needs that. Everybody wants that. It's a good thing. It's tantra. It's juice. Don't be embarrassed about asking about it. I hope that makes sense to B. Okay, wonderful. B just made a comment that I feel like is showing me that we're on the same page, and I'm glad to hear it. B says, love me because you want to, not because I said so, but I will work with my Mercury to remind. B, it seems to me like you hit that. Thank you, Francesca. I guess I should tell you guys at this point. My partner, I had a partner who was, she was Scorpio rising. It's the partner that everybody has seen. I've put pictures of me with her on YouTube. I've recently separated myself from that partner. It was all good. There's no bad blood. It was something that I felt was a place of alignment inside of myself that I had to abide by. And, I should say, I'm saying it here because you guys have asked. I'm not going to dwell on it, mainly for the reason that I don't want to have an energy of I'm not going to come on YouTube and talk about what happened with my ex-lover. But know that it's all good. We still love each other. I don't think I'll ever stop loving her. I'm that type of lover. there was something in me that was moving in another direction. And she wanted to move closer in, and I didn't want to be a fantasy and not be living in the reality that we are both seeking. Feel free to ask me about it anytime, but like I said, I'm not going to, I don't want to dwell on it here. But I hope that this has been a useful picture of how the Cancer rising mentality ought to operate in terms of using Venus and Mercury in relationships, the emotional side. This isn't really even why Cancer rising tends to get into relationships. We're going to get there when we get to Saturn, and it's a different reality. Usually Saturn digs its big old boot into the mud of objective needs and realities and self-spiritual growth in the person. Cancer rising looks first, before anything, for a partner that will help them grow to be the best person that they can be. Once they can see that that's in the person, then they start communicating their emotional needs and their enjoyments and their sexiness and their passion and all this Venus and Mercury stuff. Saturn is the first boot that goes in the mud. And we're going to talk about that once we get there. Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, B. Thank you, Susie Underwood. Thank you to everybody for hearing me out on where I'm at here. So as we go on, we'll keep moving forward with this because we've already gone pretty far in this video. So we are now still discussing Venus, and I'm glad that I gave a picture of how the Cancer rising psyche works emotionally. Now, Cancer ascendant can be sentimental about home. As I said, it's the 4th house and the 11th house together, ruled by Venus. Venus almost has a pride about its home and about the people that it's with, and it seeks validation through the private people that it's with. And when Cancer loses themselves in these things, they become too identified with them, so it takes them away from what makes them actually grow. That's when Venus can be a problem, when they are so desirous of validation that it actually takes them away from what makes them grow. If Cancer can love their home, their garden, and etc., but they can't change things, move, or get away from it, that shows problems. If they can, then they're working on these in a healthy fashion, so it's okay. If they love their garden, if they love their husband, if they love their life and what they're building, and its comforts that are all aligned with them, and if things have to change, they can change. If they have to move with their husband because their husband finds another job, then, that's going to be a terrible, awful reality for them. But if they can reconcile with it, understand that they can bring their home with them, they can still stay connected to mom on the phone, whatever, then they can go with their husband and they can roll with that. And then, let go of the pains associated with the sentimentality, because you're just going to hold on to it in your new reality and you're not going to be able to adapt because you're holding on to the previous reality. Or if you're with somebody who says we have to get up and move, is it possible that you are prideful about your husband, but you're actually in a home, in a world that you love, and now this husband or this boyfriend is causing you to go away from the home that you truly feel identified with, then maybe he's the person that you have this excessive pride about. It can be hard to discern. I could see how that can be hard to discern. But this, once again, is going to take the discernment of your individuated sense of spiritual purpose in life to figure that out. So, next up, we're still talking about Venus here. Cool. I appreciate that, Irene Mack. I'm with you. Yiva has asked if I'm open for business. I would say not quite just yet, but maybe after I heal a little bit. And then, yes, I will be. But I'm giving it some time out of respect for my past lover, as well as to be able to heal, because I'm very, I don't want to get into rebound energy too quickly or at all, right? But I'm flattered, Yiva. Thank you. So, to finish up with Venus, we're looking at what Ernst Wilhelm has given us here in his Kala software. We're talking about Venus as the crab's seashore, where the crab sits not alone, but with other crabs. Venus as the 4th and 11th lord represents the Cancer native's desire for luxury, particularly with respect to the home. Venus makes the Cancer person socially active and inclines them to look for happiness with their peers, because of course Cancer is a very social person. They tend to be proud of and love their titles, their home, their mother, their associations, and their ancestry. They're definitely typically proud of their ancestry because that's the 4th house as well. Now, Venus is a temporal malefic because it rules the 11th house, and it indicates those external things the native may desire in order to feel inwardly fulfilled. As a natural benefic, however, Venus gives them a social grace that gains them what they need. So Venus is a benefic, so the social grace of Cancer allows them to have a network and social people who they love their friends. They love the people that they're around. And while they might have an excessive desire to attain things socially, romantically, erotically in their social sphere, there can be an obsessive compulsion that can come through them for certain things. Ultimately, it is still, this is a dharma for them. This is an aspect of them, their desires that they do want to get. And it's okay to want the things that you want, so long as it's not psychologically causing more oppression than not. That's something we all have to explore. So, nice to see you guys are enjoying the show. Now we have one left, folks. This might take us into 6 hours. Damn. It's been the longest video yet, but I love doing this stuff and moving through it with you guys. I felt the need to do this with Cancer Rising because it's such a emotional-centric planet. But as I said, we're rolling here, and I hope you guys are enjoying, and those who watch the video afterwards are also enjoying as well. Next up on our docket, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only planet Saturn. And as we can see, Saturn is long for my personal notes as well as the notes that Ernst Wilhelm gives. So I'm going to do my best to scratch into what they say and then add my own take on it as we go along. So what we have here is Capricorn ruling the 7th house, and Aquarius ruling the 8th house, and Saturn anciently rules Aquarius. So Saturn is ruling both of these placements. So Saturn ruling the 7th and 8th. Saturn is a killer here, as the 7th is an angle and a malefic. But the other house it rules is the 8th house, where a lot of breaks and changes can occur. The Mula Tricona emphasis happens to be on the 8th house of Aquarius. So this is a little bit of extra theory that's good for us to get into. Number one, again, it's interesting that I mentioned that most people would regard the 7th and 8th house as almost being neutral for Cancer Rising, because Saturn's a malefic, it rules an angle, and this is typically a good thing, which actually is a good thing. Helps give Cancer a bit more discernment when it comes to finding a lover that it seeks. Because this is what we want with any planet that's ruling an angle. You want it to be a malefic planet, because that gives that, like the goalie, because the angles are bringing in opportunities and confrontations. A malefic planet acts as a good goalie and doesn't take it wholesale whenever an opportunity comes to them or whatever is being presented by the universe through that angle. Saturn makes a good goalie here in terms of the 7th house and of a partnership. It helps the Cancer to be discerning that they'll find somebody who will ultimately help expand them. Of course, this expansion and this hard reality being on the 7th house, that is good. That is how you want it to be. Now, the Mula Tricona for Saturn is Aquarius, which means the Mula Tricona is ruling this sort of unstable planet, this unstable house for Cancer rising. So there's more of an 8th house emphasis for Saturn than a 7th house emphasis. And this can cause, for the Cancer rising, it causes Cancer to have sort of that unstable relationship with relationships in general. It shows that the 8th house nature of big risk for big reward often plays into the nature of Cancer rising. Oftentimes you see Cancer risings who will be a big power player with whatever partner they have going on, where they will take on big, unstable emotional energy in the partner and help the other partner get through some kind of big task, big goal that the other partner wants to do. Cancer rising really helps the other partner to grow as much as the partner helps the Cancer to grow. Cancer is very mature when it comes to relationships, and it can be a hard maturity. It can be kind of cold almost. But this, the cold in terms of how they deal with the relationship. But of course, it's very warm and ooey gooey outside of when it comes to growth. Like you're at home with each other and you're hanging out together. You want to go for a walk in the park, and Cancer is very warm. But when it comes to like, okay, honey, we've been going out with each other for 3 or 4 years. What's our intentions in this relationship? Cancer is mature. Cancer says, well, I'm looking for the real shit. I'm looking to have a house together. I'm looking to live a full box life. And if you aren't there with that, after enough time, I'm not going to want to subsist and stick around because I'm looking for the big personal fusion in many levels of intimacy. That's what Cancer wants, and that's the 8th house. It's this big scorpionic energy that Saturn represents. There's a scorpionic energy that is there at the gate. When Cancer rising is looking for a partner, there's a sexy scorpionic energy to Cancer rising. But it's a scorpionic energy that is like a promise. It's like, this is what you can get. You can have this fucking hot ass thing that can have so much ability to give seduction and give all the things related to the 8th house. But you have to do so through the 7th house, through marriage, probably a monogamous one, although Cancer rising can be polyamorous if they feel like it, just like everybody can. And this is an energy that ultimately it's probably ends up being quality of love more than quantities of love. Cancer is typically monogamous, although not always. And there's this slinky sort of promise of a juicy thing behind the Cancer rising. And but if you want this, you have to be a soul partner with me. You have to grow through what I seek to grow through. You have to be ready when I push you to grow through what I want to help you grow through. And again, this will be different for men and women. Women will likely say to the man, you have to be willing to let me help you grow through what I can teach, what I can help you grow through. Cancer rising woman wants to help a man be the best man that they can be. Or if they're a lesbian, then, help the woman be the best woman they can be. A Cancer man is probably more along the lines of like, I've got big drives, big desires, and it sometimes means that I can't be here to be emotional all the time. I've got these big desires, and you won't always be able to have me as there emotionally because I put a lot of energy outside of the relationship. But if you are willing to do that with me, if you're willing to also kind of work hard, maybe even have your own job, whatever, or even to just take care of a house if you want to be just in the house, you have to be somebody who's willing to work as hard as I am in this relationship. And that's the Cancer woman and the Cancer man essentially presents that from the beginning. There's a promise that you need to be willing to work as hard as I am in and out of this relationship in order to be with me. And if you do, there's this seductive promise of this slinky, delicious thing behind it all. So, that is kind of this nature of Cancer rising, right? So having Aquarius as the Mula Tricona ruling the 8th house shows that there's a stronger, if you remember us talking about Mula Tricona, I've got another video about it that you can look up. The Mula Tricona is the root essence of the planet. Every planet rules 2 houses except for the moon and the sun. The sun's Mula Tricona is Leo, its own sign, and the moon's Mula Tricona is actually Taurus, as well as its exaltation point. Saturn's, like all the rest of the planets, rules 2 signs, and the Mula Tricona sign is the one that has a stronger emphasis. So for Cancer, it's almost like the energy that they can build with another partner, the promise of that energy is more important than the relationship or what appears to be the relationship in the beginning. And it's this promise, it's this big idea of what we can do together that draws Cancer to another person. There's lots of sweet little lies and, sweet nothings. Lies isn't the right word, but, sweet dreams that the Cancer wants to build with another person. It's that seed that pulls the Cancer rising to be deeply attracted to a person and to last in the long run. It's, that 8th house energy is a strong energy for Cancer rising meeting with a partner. So let's talk a little bit about, again, what does it mean that the Mula Tricona emphasis is on the 8th house of Aquarius? This tends to make a person have difficulty with relationships, and it makes the ascendant suffer more in regards to relationships. Relationships are this unstable feeling for Cancer rising. Cancer rising can often see all the flaws of the person, and this gets in the way of being able to relate to others well. It's a natural theme, but it needs to be corroborated in the chart. So what this means, this is true kind of for everybody, and it's natural in the Cancer rising. But, if they have a hard Saturn especially, then the Cancer rising has a hard time dealing with their own limitations, their own things wrong with them, and as well as the limitations in the other person. Ultimately, it's a self-esteem thing. If Cancer rising has good self-esteem, it probably means they have a good Saturn, because Saturn relates strongly to that self-esteem. So the self-esteem of the Cancer rising person is going to reflect in their partner. And if you get with a partner because you are in a period of low self-esteem and you want that partner to help you build self-esteem, it's often you have to be careful that you don't settle with someone who also has low self-esteem. Then the Cancer person tries to rise above and help them both have self-esteem. And the other person, oftentimes for Cancer risings, will be like, hey, settle down. We are not high self-esteem people. Come down here and be miserable with me. This isn't why we got married. We got married because we were both miserable. And now the Cancer person is stuck. That's Cancer rising with a weak Saturn. Ultimately, if you have a strong Saturn, it shows that you have a strong self-esteem, which goes to show the importance of the principle of self-esteem beyond astrology. If you have a difficult Saturn, meditate, explore and contemplate what has caused you to feel like you don't have the best self-esteem, like your self-worth sometimes feels meaningless, like you aren't good enough for a person. Explore it through therapy, accept it, forgive your parents. Saturn is going, the ability for you to deal with relationships is going to reflect often what your parents had relationship-wise. Gain detachment from it. Don't feel victimized by it. Meditate. See that you are Shiva beyond the astral sphere of your karma. And then deal with the fact that you have self-esteem, or that you don't always feel the healthiest self-esteem-wise. But make sure that when you're going with a partner and you have a potential partner, talk about, being the best person that you can be. I want to grow to be the best person that I want to be. And be discerning about that when you choose your partner. Because oftentimes we fall in love not for the 7th house, but for the 9th house. Right? You can find a partner and you could have low self-esteem, but you could desire to ultimately come into the fullest growth that you can. At which place a partner might connect with you because your 9th house, because what you do with your Jupiter as a Cancer rising, or for their 9th house, which is the true marriage thing. In which case, then the two of you have to deal with what your 7th house is. And you can grow through that. You don't necessarily need to have perfect self-esteem to snag a partner, but recognize that if you do have self-esteem, you'll probably also find a partner who also has self-esteem, because reflect. Like attracts like, right? So the better your Saturn is in your chart, the more likely it is that you'll find a partner, because your 7th house is your partner. So if you have a well-placed Saturn for a Cancer, it's a great boon, because you'll probably find a partner who is trying to do what you're also doing at a deep psycho-spiritual level, which is become whole through that 8th house wholeness energy. And it will be a constant peaking of different ways of becoming whole, because that's the intense nature of the 8th house. It's a tricky thing, Now, what we read further is that Cancer likes structures and things to be the same because they're sentimental and inert. Saturn here causes relationships to change often, or it can even drive the relationship partners away because the Cancer rising can be too critical, because Cancer rising wants to help both of them be at their best. But if they let that go too far, then they can be too critical and drive them away. It's when they're trying to protect themselves from the difficulty in relationships that they can become cold and aloof and cut off. So the right amount of emotional investment without trying to overprotect or compensate is what's important. And most of experiencing your overcompensation, of where you're too much, of where your self-worth lies, is going to come through relationships in this way. It's nice to see Francesca has been together with their partner for 15 years. Cool. Yiva is saying the feminine must be in touch with her own wildness and freedom and be so secure that the man exercising his freedom isn't a threat but a wonderful thing. The masculine has to allow himself to be vulnerable and let emotions flow for the connection they really do want behind the fear. And you can let those emotions and you can let those feelings and fears flow honestly if you are honest about them and own them. For a woman especially, I think that's a great thing to say, Eva, and I appreciate you sharing that. So, it's honesty is the key for everybody in relationships. You can even be, whether that means if you want to be somebody who has thoughts of erotic things outside of your monogamous relationship, you don't even have to act on them. You just sometimes got to communicate them, and that can be dark and scary and vulnerable. But the more that Cancer rising communicates openly what it's in its heart, the easier it can connect with things. And this will be important in a Saturnian-based relationship, which Cancer risings always get, because there's a lot of tough energy. There's a lot of encouraging each other to grow from the nature of the relationship. And this can cause antagonism when you got to be careful of judgment and criticism, being a Cancer rising person. Encouragement and always being there to be honest about what you think the other person is going through. Being honest and hard when you need to be hard, but hard, an iron fist in a satin glove, however you got to describe it, of being real and hard when it's appropriate, in appropriate ways. But ultimately, it's good for Cancer risings to be careful of an overactive criticism, or be listening, reading the room, and listening when is the right time to express those things to your partner so that they don't feel antagonized by your role as a growth promoter for both of them. Because growth is what always relationships are going to have as the center for any Cancer rising person. It's painful, but this is his Saturn ruling the 7th and 8th house. And this is your karma. You can't get away from this. The good news is that if you understand it properly, Cancer risings have the ability to grow more through their relationships than anybody else does. And it can be a deep, bonding, loving experience for Cancer rising, probably more than anybody else, because they are Cancer rising. They are the moon, the planet of relationships and emotion and family and connection and bonding on their rising sign. It's a reflection of each other. Of course, Cancer rising has Capricorn and Aquarius ruling the 7th and 8th house. That is the same statement. If you have Cancer rising, you are saying that you have Capricorn on the 7th. You are this person who's all about bonding and true adapting at the soul level. That's in the rising sign. By saying that, you're also saying you have Capricorn on the 7th and Aquarius on the 8th. So again, astrology teaches us about itself, B says, I'm putting that on my resume, growth promoter. Love it. So, what we read further is that Cancer is very deeply feeling and emotional. When the partner can't understand the Cancer person or get to their emotional level of depth, they can shut themselves off and close themselves off, because it's painful not to be able to lose themselves in that watery state of complete openness. And this is partly the 8th house energy that is opened up by a partner. It's very painful for Cancer rising to experience that the other partner is not as willing to open right away to being emotional and vulnerable, Saturnianly honest as the Cancer is. Because the Cancer has this bleached level of honesty, but the honesty is an emotional thing for Cancer. And when the other person can't take how emotionally open and honest the Cancer person wants to be, when their partner can't take how open and emotional they want to be, it can be a painful experience. Ultimately, this is where we learn the bonds of love, where you communicate and you cry. Don't bottle it up and don't get angry, especially. Just cry and have your partner, if they're a good partner for you, they'll hold your hand and they'll say, darling, I'm sorry that you are going through this experience. I'm going to do my best to be here with you. But I also have my limits. I'm not used to being at this level of emotional depth. I feel like you and I could work this together. And I could show you that I could get to a level of emotional depth that is worthy of you, that is satisfying to you. Might not be able to go as fully deeply as you can, because at some level it's possible nobody can. That's something you have to be humble about and understand too, is your partner might not be able to go to the level of ecstatic, vulnerable, emotional depth that you can. Probably nobody can. But a good partner for you is not necessarily the one that's exactly the same as you. A good partner for you is one who communicates with you, listens to what your needs are, and does their best to cater to them and show and reach into your world, while also admitting and holding on to their own emotional integrity. Because they could be, sometimes you might need a partner who's hard. Again, this is at the one level, you are enacting a hard need as an instigator of growth for them at an emotional level, by you're instigating their emotional vulnerability and openness, because you have Capricorn and Aquarius on the 7th and 8th. At the same time, they might feel cold to you because you have to learn where the limit is on your end as well. You have to know that the other person might not always be as willing and vulnerable to be open and emotionally vulnerable all the time as you are, to be in that emotional watery state. And it's, again, the loving honesty and communication from an emotionally whole partner that will explain to you what's happening in their dimension. And if you can be open to what they're saying while still holding your emotional integrity, you'll bond, you'll find the center, and you'll make it work. And in fact, it might be your partner who ends up actually helping you get over your Venus a little bit. Because sometimes that sweet tooth desire to be in the sweetness of being fully emotionally what you want to be all the time is partly Venus, through that 11th house association, being too prideful of the emotional work that it wants to do with its partner. So the Saturn can bleach it down to the bare bones from your end and from your partner's end, but it takes mutual trust from both sides. It's it's trust, it's love, it's security in what the relationship is building towards, so that you can experience this emotional shuddering between the two of you in a way that you can communicate and to be harmonious and to be growth promoting. Cancer rising is like this emotional, like when you go to the gym and you've got a spotter and you're lifting heavy weight. And it's nice when you've got a spotter and you're on the bench and you're lifting, I don't know, whatever it is, 100 pounds. You lift, you can do 5. You always do 5, that's as much as you do. And you come down, you do 5, and it's like, okay, I'm there. And the spotter said, no, come on, do 6. Come on, you fucking bitch, just do 1 more. Come on, push. And you go, oh, okay, that's 6. And they're like, yeah, come on, 1 more. If you just do it halfway. And you go, okay, you lift it halfway. I can't do any more. Then the spotter helps you get the rest. That's how you push yourself to get the most out of it. Cancer rising is like an emotional spotter. Come on, we can get through a little bit more of this. But as the spotter, you want to make sure that you don't actually push the person on the bench so that they actually hurt themselves emotionally and get antagonized by your encouragement. That would be someone like going like this emotionally, is someone who you have pushed too hard to open emotionally in that way, right? It's okay to be a good spotter like this. It's an important energy, because that's how you help your partner grow emotionally. But you're growing emotionally when they say, I actually only want to do this much. So anyway, I could ring around that posy all day, but we have to keep moving forward here because it's already been a long video. And we have one more long bit to go here. This is worth it because Ernst always gives the best information, in my opinion. So let's move through it, folks. Saturn as the 7th and 8th lord for Cancer rising. Saturn is the crab's shell. Thank you. Susie says she relates to the gym spotter metaphor. I'm glad to hear that. So, ruling the 8th house of vulnerability and the 7th house of partners, Saturn brings out a lot of insecurities and codependence in the Cancer native. In order to protect oneself, Saturn will put up a wall of protection that may manifest as coldness or indifference until trust has been developed. And this is really, again, this coldness that we've talked about that you can see in the Cancer rising. They might have the promise of a slinky, hot, sexy energy behind them, but on the front, there's a coldness where you have to prove that you're willing to play with the kitty. You have to prove that you're worthy of playing with the pretty kitty behind the hard nature through trust. Saturn, by ruling the 7th house, indicates that relationships will get better as one ages and becomes more secure, and therefore capable of trusting. Of course, the trust means something very deep and something very meaningful over time. Now, Saturn is the planet of delays. It's the planet of time-tested longevity. And the only way something gets to live a long life is by being long-lived, is by being tested. Saturn's the planet of tests. The planet of tests is ruling the house of marriage and emotional openness, which means it's going to take a few of these tests for the Cancer rising to finally feel like they are happy with their relationship. And I should say that this is another important aspect of Cancer rising, is that they can bring out the cream of a relationship if they're willing to kind of test their partner. You have to make sure, for your own emotional integrity's sake, that this person is worthy and can show that they are the person who you want to deeply merge with at the end of your life. And you have to learn as a Cancer, A, to abide by your integrity of wanting this person to abide by these tests, but B, not being so mistrusting, so testing that nobody ever makes it through the filter and you actually close your heart off. You know, it's one thing to test a person. It's another thing to be with somebody who you want to be with, but you don't actually believe that they can be what you want them to be. That's like, you know, your heart is closed, but you're still doing this testing. You want to open your heart, but keep your brain active throughout the courting process that your opened heart is experiencing through that person. Open the heart. That's okay. Trust that your heart knows. Trust your own heart. Trust that your heart knows what it's doing by getting involved with this person. Then use your brain and be discerning about trusting them. Move through the paces of trusting them while listening to your heart all the while. And if you listen to your heart accurately and your heart has a big red light all of a sudden, you've been testing this person all this time, it's a year and a half in, but they do something that's a huge red light. Don't think, oh, but I've already put all this time into this person. No, this is what Saturn is teaching you. This person has to be a green light for you the whole time. Although when they have a red light, talk with them, communicate, talk with your loved ones about it. But if it's ultimately a red light in your heart, this is why you're testing them. Because Cancer is looking for the best deal when it comes to love. That is how Saturn works for Cancer rising. So this is a tricky thing for Cancer rising because it's hard to know. Am I mistrusting this person? Or am I being too trusting? Or is my heart closed? Is my heart open? It's hard to know. The heart's a tricky thing for all of us to deal with. Welcome to human life. But Cancer risings, we love them for doing that work that's difficult. You got your rising sign on a cardinal sign. You're going to have to deal with this really opening stuff that can make some people throw up. But you were the right person to do it because you got Saturn in the space of the open heart of the partner. You're the person for the job, I can assure you. So believe in yourself. Now, Being a planet of lack and ruling the partner and the partner's resources, Saturn generally indicates that a lot of struggles will be required to make a relationship improve the quality of life. It may, however, give financial gain due to marriage, but usually as the result of the termination of the relationship or with a high emotional price attached. Hopefully it's not through the termination, although if that has to be done, that could be an angle that Saturn can apply to Cancer rising's love experience. Usually it's that there's a high emotional price attached. So this is saying that because of the 8th house association, it's possible that financial gains can happen through marriage, but it's usually that there's some kind of price to go along with it, some kind of instability that relates to that 8th house. And the financial aspect of it isn't always necessarily a bad thing, especially if you've got a good Saturn. Ultimately, what it comes down to is a sacrifice. You'll gain financial acuity in marriage if you're a Cancer rising through Saturn, through your relationship, over time, if you apply some kind of sacrifice. It'll usually be some kind of emotional back and forth. You're not getting the love that you seek from this person at some level, or you are. However it's working, essentially there's a financial intermingling of love for Cancer rising. And this makes it unstable. Money is, divorce lawyers are interesting people. A lot of people say they're some of the most evil people that you could ever meet. So divorces can be a thing that Saturn has to move through, that Cancer rising has to move through, although not necessarily, So ultimately, Saturn basically forces the native to get more secure as a result of relationships. And there is financial dealings that have to be dealt with the person, with the person's partner here. Much of the Cancer native's karmas are worked out in partnerships or through chronic diseases that are a result of Saturn ruling the 8th house of chronic disease and being himself a disease producer. That's Saturn. Diseases will always have an emotional link, since the 7th house, being the 4th from the 4th, also relates to the inner life, as well as does the 8th house. The 8th house being a water house naturally. Damn, Yiva's getting food. Wish I get some samosas or something like that. I'm going to definitely eat after this video as well. Now, with Saturn ruling 2 neutral houses, one would expect Saturn to be a temporal neutral. Parashara Horashastra states that a planet ruling the 8th house as well as the 7th becomes extremely malefic. But Ernst tells us, I think that Saturn for Cancer could almost be considered neutral, as I've said. But since he creates needs arising out of fear, Saturn behaves selfishly, but not necessarily willingly or consciously so as do the 3rd and 11th lords. It's not a conscious self-action. It's not a conscious need to be glorified or, the 3rd house and the 11th house is a conscious glory that the Cancer is trying to provide for itself. Saturn with the 7th and 8th is almost just afraid of being with the wrong partner. And this is what causes the strange antagonistic energy of relationships with Saturn, because it's afraid of being, Cancer's afraid of being with the wrong partner. And there will be times when the Cancer person is probably honest and says, I'm afraid that you might not be the right partner for me. And this is probably something that needs to be expressed sometimes, although you should be careful with how you express that to a partner, because that can fall very deeply into a person's heart. Those are strong words. So that's something, that's a reflective thing that you might want to work through with your own therapist before just coming right out and saying it to a partner. Because ultimately, it's not your partner's fault. That is the fault of you being ruled by Saturn on your 7th house and 8th house. So this is what Ernst is saying, is that he would almost consider Capricorn and Aquarius to be neutral. But it's this fact of Saturn, the fact that Saturn acts by a sense of protective fear for the sake of what it rules for a Cancer rising, that just makes it this inglorious, antagonistic shadow in the Cancer. It's always hard for Cancer rising to have to deal with, even if they have the perfect partner. What usually happens is that this antagonism, how it can manifest ultimately, is bliss when the partner is realized to be the good thing that the Cancer rising person wants them to be. In which case it's, oh, thank God I'm sheltered from the rain of the prison that a bad relationship can be. Usually Cancer rising, after being through relationships, they get to be 30, whatever it is. They've had a few dingers. They finally open up to a person who they've listened to the green lights the whole way through. This person seems to be manifesting what they actually want in a partner. They've bonded. The partner's emotionally mature, shares his dreams, desires, or her dreams, desires, and everything that the Cancer rising wants. And there will be times when that whole promise is there, the whole time is there, and somewhere along the way, there's an 8th house bump that comes along, and you realize, at least for a flash of a moment, oh my God, my fears are confirmed. I'm with somebody. I've bonded with someone who has aspects that I don't appreciate, values I don't appreciate, some gross, yucky thing that I'm afraid of inside of myself. It's probably, in that case, just a moment. It's a flash of fear that you experience. You might have to talk with your loved ones, talk with them about it, and they might say to you, this man is the best man or woman that you've ever been with. They do have good qualities. You're just having a moment of being afraid of relationships like you always have been. It's okay. We love you. We're going to get through this. We can get through this. Be present. Meditate. Observe that the Saturn karma that's happening to you is an internal thing that is not objectively real. In those moments where it's the case. If you have that feeling, you should communicate whatever gave that feeling. But ultimately, there will be times when the Cancer person just has to accept that Saturn comes along, gives this fear that is completely unfounded, and no one can do nothing about it, but just move on to the next moment when you realize that this person is the person you want to be with. And that can be a tricky thing. It all comes down to communicating with your loved ones and the people all around you, being honest with yourself, making sure that whatever it is that's bothering you about that person is communicated to, and just be ready for the fact that nobody's perfect, and nobody will ever perfectly fit us. But that doesn't mean that you might not be in a relationship that does work and do the trick for you. It's a tricky thing that Cancer rising just has to deal with as part of the relationship reality. Ruling the 7th house, a Marika or death-inflicting house, and the 8th house of death and longevity, being himself the producer of death, Saturn is a powerful killer for Cancer. Ruling the 8th house of crisis and breaks, and as the natural significator of loss, Saturn is sure to cause difficult events. And the karma of other people, this is probably one of the reasons why Cancer gets so spooked by relationships, is because people can just act in ways that can just be so out there. And the Cancer being what it is, always being hand and foot, almost serving the relationship, putting a lot of energy into it. The thing is that the Cancer person has to be careful that they don't put a shit ton of energy into a partner, and then the partner doesn't see in silent how much the Cancer person suffers to make sure the breakfast is made, make sure the bed is made, do all these other things to be the perfect housewife or house husband, or the husband doing all this work for the partner and not communicating it. So that the person seems to not acknowledge all the work that you do. And then that's the fear that you all of a sudden I put in all this effort and this person, they don't appreciate it, and I've wasted my precious experience of love. The truth is, all you needed to do was communicate. Don't be afraid to communicate the fact that you're doing these things for the person. Communicate how much you do for them. And just say, I do it because I love you. And I don't expect anything back from it. It's just, again, it's nice to be acknowledged and to be shown that you love me in the same way I love you. It's usually that will allow the person to reach into your brain, see that you have this possible trauma or this agitation and timidity with a deep relationship. And if they're a good partner for you, they will cater to it. They will hear you out on it. They'll listen to you on it. Sometimes those ends don't meet because, especially after a long relationship, it's hard to expect anybody to do anything. But there's nothing in this world I don't think can't be amended by self-realization, self-awareness, and loving communication. In which case, if you're in a relationship, you've been in for so long, there's no getting out of it. You try to communicate your partner lovingly, and there's only so much they can do to be the reality that you want in terms of love. Then it comes down to you meditating and either leaving that person if that's where you're at, but a lot of the times that won't necessarily be it. You just accept what the divine has given you and meditate and see how you can find bliss within yourself, regardless of whether you're alone or with a partner who doesn't fit you perfectly. The arbiter of bliss is always yourself, not the circumstances. I think that's the best note for me to end on here. It's a tricky karma for love, for sure. And I got to tell you, I enjoyed talking with you guys about it. This has been our session today, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to do what Yiva was saying. I'm going to eat all the food. It's been a long session, ladies and gentlemen. But I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoy listening to this stuff of mine as much as I enjoy going through it with you guys and talking about it. There's so much there to talk about in the world of relationships, in the world of astrology, in the world of rising signs. Stay tuned because we've always got more coming. This one was too long. I'm going to be a little bit more conscientious about my time next time. But it's because it was the moon. It was because we talked about the poetry of what the moon is, of chitta, and all those things. I'm exhausted, but that's okay. We're learning, folks. Chalk it up to my Sagittarius moon. I don't plan too much. Thank you, Susie. I appreciate you appreciating this. Thank you, Yiva. Thank you, Irene Mack. B. Francesca. Who else do we have here? Saul Letonin. Sali Letonin. B. We had a few other folks here that were hanging out with us. There was one at the beginning. Maui Logic. It was nice hanging out with you. Santander City. Everybody who's been here. It's always nice to see all you folks. Stay tuned. Next week, I've got a very cool, fun video planned. It's going to be talking about the difference between the Eastern model of the universe versus the Western model of the cosmos and the universe. I'm excited about it. Check it out. You'll be seeing it on my channel. It's going to be more of an open-ended philosophical thing. It's going to relate to astrology, but it's more philosophy. I can't wait to talk with you guys about it. Happy Sunday. Enjoy yourselves. It is the day of the soul, the sun. You guys have spent so much time with me. Feel free to digest, hang out, absorb everything you've learned, and have fun doing it. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. I love you, folks. See you guys on the next one.